home again. A long-awaited reunion where chaos and mayhem live hand in hand. It's time to drop back into Verdansk. Across 5 regions with 150 players. It's not all just for fun. There's also $1 million up for grabs. It's time to load up, load out, and drop in. Because this is the World Series of Warzone. Good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. Welcome into the World Series of Warzone North American Lower Bracket Round 2. I'm Goj, I'm going to be your host today. So excited to be back, but without further ado, I've got to introduce my 2 amazing analysts. Can we get some W Smixies in the chat? Smixy, it is great to have you here in the booth with us. Former competitor, now analyst with us. How are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm feeling so good. I'm super excited to just chat it up today.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute dang blast. Lower bracket, it's going to be a lot of fun. Anything could happen. And Dream, welcome back. Another year, another World Series of Warzone. We're back on Verdansk and back with you here in the booth with us. How are you feeling?
Excited, of course. I almost thought I wasn't gonna be here. Oh my goodness, with how intense it's been this year. It gets more competitive every single year, but Verdansk being back, you might say since 2021, it's going to be more serious.
Hey, we are back. Let's talk about the prizing. This is the overall competition, folks. We got to recap how we got here, all types of things. 2024 was a banger. So let's take a look back at that and everything that these teams were able to do because, look, Dream, Smix, we had so much fun watching the incredible gameplay throughout the course of the competition. It was pretty much the exact same. So you're going to see prizing, the format, all of that similar from 2024 into 2025. 2024 was so dang fun though. And Dream, I mean, talk to me about that energy on LAN and of course the top teams throughout the course of that competition with the Falcons dominating at the end of the day.
Dominating indeed. They've been dominating all year, but the biggest question was, you know, why did the teams challenge them pop off power when they were on match point? That was the biggest question. But the Biffle tease and his retirement, oh my gosh, we thought he wasn't gonna be here, and they are back. Of course, we'll dig into them later, but Goj, I'm just happy that he didn't retire.
Yeah, it really was so much fun, and that big question mark to cap off the entire event. The Falcons absolutely dominated. Biffle did not retire, and like I said, our prizing is the same. Now, again, this is a big competition with multiple layers of competition to lead up to LAN. This is our prize pool for LAN, so $300,000 for the team that wins LAN, which is $100K a piece for each player, which is really exciting. Top half getting paid at LAN, but today there's a lot more at stake. Now, I want to recap. We talked about 2024, but I gotta recap what's happened throughout the course of this competition because we're joining about halfway through, analysts. We've got 2025 well into its stride at this point, and we gotta talk about some of the top teams, the overdogs, if you will, that we won't be seeing today because we're in the lower bracket round 2. These teams have already made it. We gotta start with the teams that won last year. Falcons, obviously a dominant team last year. Dream, this year, dominant, yes, but not the only team that was crushing the competition.
Most definitely. I mean, but when it comes to Team Falcons, even though obviously they necessarily online kind of, you know, some might say don't perform the best, but for these guys, no one's worried, right? They're in the upper bracket, sitting 5th overall, looking strong. Mr. Closer, Hisoka, of course. Biffle did not retire, but these guys are returning champions, right? For a lot of these squads, they look at the Falcons. This is the team to beat.
Yeah, team to beat. No one can test them at their POI yet again. They've got trained completely all alone. We won't be seeing them again today, but they did make it into regional finals. And again, it was upper bracket. You needed to be top 25. Nobody's worried about a top 5 finish, even if it's not first. And Dream, I also want to talk about another really talented team with a different roster, a little bit different from the Falcons. Twisted Minds made a roster change, bringing Almond in, and now they're the team to beat going into regional finals.
Aiden is always like this glue that has just somehow managed to be like top 3 every year. Of course, sitting 1st overall. Now you have DJ Moss out, Ullman in, and they have been looking dominant every single time. They are closing out those wins. Aiden, of course, perfect on his executions, dominating with the Cypher, but for an average kills of like 13.8 and an average placement at 11.3, these guys, I can only imagine they're gonna look better. But for Ullman missing out last year, Goj, that was was probably quite devastating, but still, nonetheless, he was able to fill in for Hamoud and Jawad squad. So coming now in with a strong squad with Z-Smith, who we already know is a Slayer, and Aiden, this is going to be a team that I think could even potentially win World Series of Warzone overall.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, they're going into regional finals, the first place team. Smith DM'd me, was like, Goj, I feel it this year. We've got it. Trust me, just trust. And I was like, all right, man, I got to continue to watch and see what they're able to do on potentially land if they're able to make it there. But Smixy, we've got a totally different story for another roster. Optic has made it to regional finals already with a totally different roster and a totally different story.
Absolutely. Optic has really started off kind of a little bit rocky, honestly. EWC did not go their way. Obviously, I don't think Rebirth is their map. And they got people talking. People were hating on this team left and right. And they came back and proved the haters wrong. They are second right now in upper bracket. And I absolutely want to see this team thrive. Oak, Joe, Z-Laner. We saw Z-Laner do absolutely game-changing plays for this roster. I love this team.
Yeah, they've been in the lab. Like, there's no question about it. There's some of the best content creators out there. They have massive streams, a great team that has actually worked their butts off to be at this stage. And then to be a top 2 team in upper bracket, unreal. Tip my hat to Optic. They might have proved the haters wrong. They also proved somebody that loves them dearly wrong, aka me. So shout out to Optic. Really well done. Looking forward to seeing them in regional finals. But Spix, let's also talk about a team that everybody expected to be at regional finals, and they've done it in pretty impressive fashion. Virtus Pro, a new roster this year for Virtus Pro slightly, and a really, really good one. This Dongi kid is different.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Dongi has come out strong this year. I mean, this trio has 14 podium finishes in 2025 only. So super, super impressive team. And I mean, Dongi has the pressure on him. He got second place last year in World Series of Warzone. So he needs to make sure that he gets a better placement than that this year.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call out too. I mean, obviously Sage, Noobs, both very well acclaimed and acclimated to the competitive sequences that we have here. The series, they've played in every single competitive format you could possibly think of and have had performances on LAN as well. I mean, individually, these 3 players have been touted as a top 3 player in the game at different parts of our Warzone lifetime. And now all on the same team, able to prove it. It's going to be really fun to see what they're able to do. And now, Smix, we talked a little bit about the competition and some of the deadliest teams on the map when we get to regional finals. Let's talk a little bit about the deadliest weapons on the map and how it's changed pretty dramatically throughout the course of opens, groups, and even lower bracket round 1. The gun meta has shifted pretty wild. So break it down for me.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of got a different meta at every point in World Series of Warzone, which has been super fun to watch. So we kind of started in-game open with the Krig being the most dominant meta, and I think that's just because it was an AR. It's an automatic weapon. It has a big mag size. So, you know, like, you could take kind of any gunfight at any gun range. So it just made for a really versatile weapon. And I think that's kind of why it kind of led the pack in open bracket. And then we kind of jumped into groups a little bit, and we saw that DM10 semi-automatic kind of take over. And let me tell you, this was brutal, both for players and for viewers, because Verdansk is a super open map gameplay. So when you're trying to rotate and you gotta cross open areas with little cover, it makes it impossible because you're getting shot by 2-3 bullets, dying immediately. And I mean, you're playing against some of the best players, right? So like, those guys aren't gonna miss their shots on you.
Yeah, it's so true. TR2 ended up hitting different as well once the DM10 got shifted. But we moved to the Cypher, and this feels almost like a return to form, right? This is like the new metamorphosis of the Krig. Talk to me about the Cypher.
Yeah, I mean, kind of like the Krig, right? It just has a big mag. You can kind of take those gunfights, close range, far, everything, you know? And I was kind of really surprised to not see a SWAT GPR a little bit more. But you know what? It's kind of because this gun is the blend of both of those weapons.
Yeah, and Dream, you were talking to me a little bit about the Cypher and why you like to use it as well.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I was talking with a couple of players and I was saying that like we might see some different dot sites, especially specifically the RNK zoom over the Willis 3 times, because for especially like anchor players, you can pepper in shots long range because Smixy said this is a more open map. It's not like Urzikstan where we saw the Superi and a lot of like breach and clear situations. So with that RNK, you know, they're anchor players, you can pepper in long range shots and slay out those more opponents.
100% LC10 for the close range, but let's talk a little bit about the overall format again to close this thing out on how we got here. This is probably the most important piece because these players, I told you, they've been grinding. We had over 10,000 players sign up for the regional in-game open with the top 100 making it to group stages. Group stages, top 50 make it to upper bracket, bottom 50 were in lower bracket round 1, and then this is how we get to lower bracket round 2, aka today's competition. The bottom 25 teams from that upper bracket are here. The top 25 teams from the lower bracket are here. But the top 25 teams today make the regional finals. And for some of those teams, they have a chance to get revenge on the upper bracket teams that have already made it to the regional finals that we were talking about. And some of those teams may be trying to upset some of their competitions. Now, the other big metric, 15 of those teams today, it's going to be 26 to 40th. They go to LCQs, but 10 teams today get fully eliminated. That's going to be our bottom 10 teams today, 41st all the way down to 50th. They're out of here, no questions asked. They are done with their World Series of Warzone overall series. So I want to talk about some of those teams because the pressure is on. You don't have to get first. You don't even have to get 10th. You got to get top 25 to make regional finals. And these are the teams that on paper, quote unquote, should. Let's talk about a couple of those. Some big names on this list, of course, some actually big earners as well. We'll talk about shortly, but my eyes are drawn to Scopes, Knight, and Rumble. This is actually a really good team I wasn't expecting to be here. They've had some roster shift ups between EWC into World Series of Warzone. Scopes technically was the best top individual fragger in this entire lobby for the folks that got relegated. So 15 kills on 6 maps isn't crazy, but compared to most of these individuals, a really strong team. I'm expecting them to do well. Also got my eyes on, of course, Clutchbelk's team, Astro Boy Hero, and some others. But Dream, I had a feeling we got to talk about the team that barely missed out because Zepti, Willie T, Otterize, so dang close.
So close indeed. But regardless, coming in here now as a trio for World Series of Warzone, you may remember Otterize last year placing 3rd in NA finals. I believe they won the first map, but they fell short on land, placing 19th. I believe Otterize had an average of like 2 kills on land. So here now, I want to see that go to 4. But then now we have Willie Teed, and if you remember Willie Teed playing with stellar moves back in the day and on Mosra days, kind of having like a 35th, 33rd placing. They are looking strong, and I believe now even qualifying and continuing on with Zepti. I believe Zepti just recently moved to Texas from Minnesota. Looking like he's got better internet, definitely looking like they got the slaying power as well.
Yeah, definitely got the slaying power. And again, on paper, there should be no questions asked this team makes it to regional finals. They are the #1 seed in a 50-team lobby, top 25 make. Onus of responsibility absolutely in their court to make regional finals. But Smix, I want you to talk to me a little bit about a team that actually has some familiar relations to a member of that squad, and another team that I absolutely did not expect to be here that we should see in regional finals.
Yeah, no, we're actually talking about Mayapo's team, right? It's Mayapo, Devo, Vombot. This team, I'm super surprised is in losers bracket as well, because like you said, on paper, this team shouldn't be here. And I kind of went back in their VOD and kind of watched what went wrong. And they land prison, they grab the heli prison. And then after that, it gets a little confusing. It's like they don't know which fights to take. They don't know where to go after prison. So I'm really hoping they VOD reviewed, and I'm really hoping that we kind of see them get further this time into the game.
Yeah, and I think something worth mentioning too is like Mayapo's got over $159,000 earned on this game. Like, this is a really talented player, and both of these two individuals with him also extremely individually talented. It definitely has felt like a team chemistry issue or maybe a team IGL issue, which is everything you were just talking about. I think it's really important to watch out for to see if they've been in the lab. Now, we've got a lot more teams to talk about, especially the teams that unfortunately had to work their way through the lower bracket round 1. These are the teams that had to drop down. They were the bottom 50 teams from group stages, and then in lower bracket, they succeeded. So some of the numbers we'll talk about in this category are going to be a lot higher because these are the teams that won out to get to this stage rather than lost out. And so here in lower bracket round 2, I mean, our top 3, top 5 teams definitely are teams that could upset, but everybody else are some folks that are trying to make a name for themselves and prove that the statistics are not always correct. And so Smix, I want to go back to you about a team that you think maybe could be that upset team, Johnny Bro. They had a great lower bracket round 1, overall fried the lobby. You think they could do it?
Absolutely. I know all 3 of these guys. These are all phenomenal players and phenomenal people. So I really do want to see them do well. Pretty much, I went back in their VOD, and it's kind of like they just copy-pasted Virtus Pro's playbook. And in Losers Round 1, it really worked out. So I'm really excited to see what they can do here in lower bracket round 2.
Yeah, and I think the key here to remember too is like, not only do they get first, so like on paper they're the team that is closest to maybe pulling an upset, but Johnny Bro and Gum also tied for 3rd individual slayers on the map with 28 kills apiece. So they were frying the lobby, they weren't dying all that much, and I was really impressed. I mean, Johnny Bro only died 12 times in total with 28 deaths. Really well done from this squad. And I think, like you said, they just said, hey, this POI is open, we're taking it, and we're just gonna right trigger, you know what I mean? Left trigger, right trigger, we are shooting everything that moves, and it worked out perfectly for them. So big shout to them. And I want to take a look at the overall individual kill leaders from lower round 1 as well, because this was a fun watch, frankly, an interesting watch with the number of teams we had. Arbiter still was able to be the top individual fragger with 31 total kills, and Arbiter was doing most of the work for his team, crushing the competition at 31 total kills, but also not dying a whole lot. Inicity right there as well. And then, of course, like I said, Johnny Bro and Gum. Let's talk a little bit about Arbiter, Smix, because I think the stats don't lie. We were touting Johnny Bro and his squad for what they were able to do as a team. Arbiter had 31 kills, only died, I think it was 12 times in total. It just was crushing it. It basically carrying his team to the promised land.
Well, yeah, kind of like you said, you know, Johnny's team, all 3 of them are in that top kill leaderboard, and Arbiter's the only one on this team. So he was definitely doing the heavy lifting, but most importantly, I just love this team dynamic. I went back and rewatched their VODs, and, you know, they're dying, but then they're talking about what went wrong rather than stay silent, because, you know, sometimes teams do that. You get wiped and then you just don't want to talk to each other. This team wasn't doing that. So it was really nice to see them, hey, listen, what went wrong? Let's adapt and take it into the next map.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good shout. I mean, team chemistry can absolutely win tournaments. There's no question about it, especially on this title, where if you make the right move together or even the wrong move altogether with confidence, sometimes it does work out. Yep. And I think that's absolutely the name of the game for this team. So a big shout to Arbiter for crushing it as an individual, but the team doing great as well. Let's also talk about the other member of the top 3 category, Innisty. Dream, talk to me about Innisty as an individual and this team in total.
Of course. Well, for NSD, he is the first ever next level sweat champ, and that was that Proving Ground tournament that Destroy hosted with Aiden and Z-Laner involved. And of course, he's got great comms. He's that player, even, you know, he'll state it. He states everything, and that's the one thing that I loved about him. This team looked coordinated as hell, and this guy is sacrificing so much to even be here. He took a break from streaming to be in good graces at his job, but comp gaming means everything to this squad. They place second in in lower round 2, and I will tell you what, with Crow and Puff, Crow had a situation he was slaying out, but sometimes he listens a little bit too much. I believe it was map number 4. They could have secured a dub, but it was a little bit of a couple gas plays and you know, listening to his teammate. Crow is a great player because, again, he listens. And, well, Puff anchors it up, and, well, this blend of its squad, they're looking like they could even be up there with the top teams.
Yeah, and I'm even looking at some of the stats. Their average placement, by the way, in lower bracket round 1, 4.7.
Wow.
They're averaging above 5th place. I mean, that's unreal. Being top 5 on average in lower bracket, no wonder they were a top 3 team. Good grief. Watch out for this team today. Absolutely could upset some folks that were already on that top 25 list. But Dream, as per the usual, one of my favorite segments of this broadcast, we're bringing it back. It's time for the Dream Team. Talk to me about a team that you absolutely have some bias towards and absolutely are cheering on. Break it down for me.
definitely a little bit of bias here because this particular team had me rolling as I was watching. And you know what? I wanted to give them a little bit of dream juice. And for Stable J and what he did at EWC last year, filling in for Destroy. Destroy is also coaching this squad alongside Baba Hoff and Strixie. And well, if you remember Strixie, he did make it to World Series of Warzone on that LAN with, I believe it was Vapulator. Well, they didn't place really well as Baba Hoff too. So these guys, they've been and they made land before. Now with Stable J, who, by the way, he was the top slayer on the squad. They are looking good, but there's one thing, Goj, that I need them to fix. It's their coordination and their ability to execute. You saw Destroy coming in there kind of coaching and letting them know, like, hey, if you see a team and you need to, like, you know, push them, make those decisions snappy. And if they fix that up and get a little comms going, get the communication like Team Entity, because we know Destroy is cheering them both on, right? I think they're going to be a really good team the longer time progresses.
Yeah, I think it's a really good shot. I mean, I was saying this leading up to this broadcast. Vibes can win tournaments too. I was talking about chemistry. Good vibes, having each other's back and having great vibes is definitely a key to success today in Warzone. I'll be really excited to watch your dream team throughout the course of today's competition, Dream. That was a fun breakdown and big shout to Stable J. Top fragger for his team, like you said, and also that team averaged 9.8th place, if you will. So just around 10th overall. It's pretty good in terms of our multipliers. But it's time to bring in our cast. And I've got to welcome to the booth Spider, Tiff, and Dandro. Going to be casting all of our games today. Really excited to have them back. And the streets are calling, Dan. They said, we're back. How excited are you to get some casts in?
I am so excited. I'll be honest with you, man. It's great to swap seats with you because I got to just chill during that entire opening while you guys were breaking it on down. It was awesome, but I'm so excited to be here. Y'all crushed it. Let's get rid of Dandro's deep dive. Smixy, you get to do the meta analysis from here on out forever. That's how I'm feeling.
I love it. Tiff, it's great to have you as well, and always incredible at your job. Great to have you in the caster booth. How are you feeling about today's competition?
I mean, let's just keep the gas going. No, for real. I'm just grateful that we get to be on the same desk as Smixy. So I'll reiterate what Dandro said, but on another level, guys, it's been just under a year since we were in the Orleans arena, like with all of our top contenders from around the world. So kind of reiterating back into the bracket stages, I can't wait to find some new talent.
Yeah, I'm so pumped to see if some folks can surprise us. Again, I think the big storyline today is going to be all about upsets. And speaking of upsets, Dan, we've swapped you, so it's Dream Team still going on. But Dan, I want you to give me a prediction here. I need a Dandro Dream Team, if you will. Somebody that could maybe turn the tide of fate and say, I don't care if I'm seeded 40th. I'm going to be a top 25 team today.
Yeah, you know, I've been watching a lot of these rounds go on throughout the entire week, and one team that I'm really looking at is actually going to be this like Loved Ant Astro Boy Hero Squad. I was really impressed with Ant when it came through the EWC qualifiers, right? He kind of teamed up with Breadman and Huskers, and he was honestly sometimes the top slayer on that team. Really kind of willed them to a lot of their points, it felt like. Now, big map, it's a little bit different than Rebirth Island, but I think when that team, they drop in here today, as long as they play with some confidence, it's a good squad, man. I think that they can be one of those squads that we are going to consistently see over our 6 games here today. They will be in those end game scenarios. They're going to have a decent amount of kills. They'll get that 1.8 times multiplier that we know you love to see. Man, I mean, that is going to be the secret to success. I think we could see them being maybe top of our leaderboard, making it to our regional finals.
Okay, I don't know if that's technically a hot take, but I'll take it. That was a great one, Dan. Great Dream Team. We'll be watching out for it. But speaking of watching out for it, I think the game's about to get started. So Dan, Tiff, take it away. We'll see you out there.
All right. Thank you so much, my man. And Tiff, game number 1, we're getting ready to get started. But before we hop on in, let's remind everybody, how are we going to be earning some of those points as we play through those 6 games here today?
I think that's going to be the most important thing to look at, because I know the top of show, they were really breaking down average placements and talking about which rosters had the ability to get into top 5. And honestly, every kill, 1 point per kill. Look, we've had this format before. You know it, you love it. World Series of Warzone, tried and true. Each winner of a map will get granted 2x placement multiplier. So every kill that they get is going to be worth 2 times. But that NSD roster with that 4.7, that's a top 5 average with a 1.8x. So that's basically saying anytime that they enter a map, every kill they get is worth 1.8. I mean, you know, in the grand scheme of things. So that's the way I want to see our teams perform. But of course, that's going to scale all the way down with 36 through 50. The squad's taking 1x. And You're gonna see 50 squads today. So it's gonna be really interesting to see which teams are point sponging at the top, Danger. That's gonna be my biggest question, because that's gonna make things really difficult.
Yeah, it's the thing we always look out for, right? It's really sort of that risk versus reward. How many kills are you gonna try and go for? Can you marry that up with your placement? It's not often that we see a team being able to be at the top and they haven't been able to figure out some sort of success in both of those categories. It's either they're getting, you know, anywhere from 12 to 15 and they're getting consistent at 1.8. For some squads, it's they're looking at north of 20 and they're at least looking to get to that 1.6 times multiplier that's there as well. So being able to do both, especially in a lobby like this, I think is going to be very interesting. I'm right there with you. I'll be kind of keeping our eyes out to see over our games who's really managing to hit some of those average placements that we're always kind of constantly looking at. But this is an interesting lobby here, Tiff, because we have, well, 25 of our teams. They're coming from fighting through that lower bracket. 25 of them are maybe trying to shake off the rust after just getting absolutely dumpstered on in the upper bracket to find themselves here. So I guess if you're one of these teams kind of dropping on in here today, how are you trying to set the mental when we're getting ready to drop on into map 1?
I mean, honestly, you just have to go in as if, as you said, getting dumpstered on in the other brackets. You kind of just have to forget about it and just carry on forward, because if you let that get to you, you're already chalked. Because let's say you make it through this bracket, you have regional finals to contend with, and you're going back up against the people that literally just sent you here. So if you're fighting for those POIs and now you have one that's completely freed up, I think that map number 1 is going to tell us a lot. But also, it's the teams that need to adjust their strategy going forward, because like you said, they're coming from 2 different areas and they might all want the same things.
They might. All right, map number 1. We're going to be dropping into that in just a moment. We're going to go to a quick break, and we come back. We are going to be in that plane here as part of the World Series of Warzone North America lower round 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone. We're dropping into map 1 here in just a moment. Appreciate all of you hanging out in chat, listening to those tunes with us. But we are getting ready here, Tiff. So let's kind of lock it back on in. Let's bring everybody back up onto speed about what we are about to witness dropping on in here into map 1. We have 25 players from our upper bracket that didn't just quite make it, who dropped on down. And we got 25 squads who have forged their way from lower round 1. This is about to be electric.
It's going to be electric. It's going to be exciting. And all I'm doing is looking for the talent that everyone doesn't expect to qualify, but absolutely crushes it today and levels out some of those players that you at home think can make it.
Hey, that's kind of the story. It's one of my favorite parts of World Series is that it's these people who have made their way from the open all the way to that global final that are just trying to kind of make their name as part of Warzone history. And it starts here with the NA lower round 2. You have to be able to get on out of here if you want to try and at least make it to that regional final, or if you want to get to that LCQ. Unfortunately, if you are one of our bottom 10 squads here today, though, unfortunately, you got to pack it on up. You're not making it to anything. You are eliminated. So you have to play good. You have to play well. Reminder, folks, it's that World Series of Warzone scorings. You know it. You love it. You want some more of it. 1 kill gives you a point, depending on where you end up, is where you are going to multiply on that. But our players are dropping on in, Tiff, and I think it's going to be getting ready to start here in just a moment once we get into another lobby.
Yeah, of course. We always got to make sure that lobby is completely representative of all teams that are going to be duking it out here, because I think it's important that you give everyone a fair shot. No one wants to get banished immediately, right? That LCQ, we know what it's like last year. It was pretty scary, mind you. Like, we had the wild card last year, all of the things that just made, just get past this, go to regional finals, make your life so much easier.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at some of our teams, Tiff, because I think we are gonna, the Deaths did a great job of kind of breaking down a lot of these teams. We got some teams to highlight. We were looking across the way, but you and I, we got a little bit moment of a right here. You and I, we watch a lot of Warzone and get to cast it as well. When we kind of look across this first page of teams here, I want to kind of kick it over to you first. Of maybe it's a full team, maybe it's even just a single player, or you're really excited to see in the lobby here today.
All right, so hear me out. Future has Game, Foulnuts, and Almighty TJ. Immediately, those are the names that are going to jump off the page to me, because you have to think about where Foulnuts was playing alongside Nico not that long ago, probably was it last year. When you couple them up with Future and Almighty TJ, I feel like this is a trio that should exceed and make it into regional finals. And it's just about tweaking those things and making sure that if something doesn't go your way in map number 1, not waiting until that mid games of the series to really just go for broke at that point in time. We want to see some of those bigger games at the start of our 6-game series, as opposed to leaving it all out in the open for the end, because you can never count on one game.
No, and I think a team that will do exactly what you just mentioned is going to be this team of Scopes, Knight, and Rumble XL. Knight's had a very interesting year when it comes to competitive Warzone. We know him and love his Rebirth Island content, right? We know that he's kind of a very fortuitous player on that map. It looked great on EWC, but kind of got thrown into a little bit of a roster mania, right? It was originally playing with like Irrational and then started playing with some other squads, but now he's found himself here in lower round 2, playing alongside 2 very talented players in Scopes and Rumble XL. This is not where he wants to be. This is a player who could definitely show out in something like a regional final, could definitely hold their own. So I'm excited to see if they're going to come out today just guns blazing and maybe try and be some of our top fraggers, because I think if there's going to be 3 players who are going to find themselves at the top, it could be those 3. But let's take a look at some of the other teams that are participating in our lobby here today, because those weren't the only squads we had playing on in. I'm going to ask you the same question here, Tiff. Who are we looking at from sort of this side of the lobby?
Well, I know our desk already talked about Johnny Bro, GD Gum, NSD's crew, so we also touched base on Stable J. So I'm gonna kind of go all the way down to that bottom right-hand side of things. And there's one player that a lot of people have been talking about lately, and especially if you've been watching the Pulse Check, watch partying, a lot of these earlier rounds, it's gonna be Dash Dash Season, or I've been calling him like Dash Dash Revolution. I don't know why. It's just everything that I'm off. He's creating a revolution, okay? That's exactly what he's doing. Console, 50-inch TV, just absolutely looking to prove himself out here, and he's been fragging out, and it's been pretty impressive. And I love that people that are looking to kind of be on the up and up, or quote unquote, they'll call themselves next up in the Warzone scene. I think this is a good shout.
Hey, Dash Dash, I think, is a complete just, sort of evidence that you two could just be at home playing in your living room and still pull off some insane 1v3s that we've been seeing for the last couple of weeks here. Shout out the man. He kind of was showing us a little bit of his setup, and I was like, you know what? Pure passion. I love it. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the kill leaders from lower round one that we had coming on into this, because there's some names, like you mentioned, that are here. Stable J, Johnny Bro. We see a couple of those, but obviously Arbiter leading the lobby with 31 kills. I think that's very, very impressive when you kind of look at that, because when we kind of take a peek at some of the numbers here, it's like, sure, Arbiter's up there with 31, just barely over NSC, but then there's just this gap tip on the rest of the lobby when it comes to these kills. And when we're kind of looking at our leaderboard all day long here today, these are some of the stats that you need to be looking at. It's who is really frying out, but then is pairing that up with their placement points.
I think that's a really good shout, but also when you talk about Arbiter, sure, it was 31 kills, but also only had 12 deaths. So as long as you're getting the most value out of your life throughout an entire game, I think that's going to be more of a true measurement for success, as opposed to, oh my God, I dropped 18 kills, but yeah, bro, you died 22 times. Like, I'm just reviving you to full send back in just to buy you back. Like, we can't be doing that.
I mean, and playing your life is just so important when it comes to being this sort of fragger role for the team, for that reason right there, right? If you're kind of having to constantly get bought back from your team, you're putting your squad in just such a rough scenario where, okay, yeah, maybe you take a team fight, you're feeling good, maybe you slide out, you get a 2-piece and you just can't get the third, but you get fooled, right? Now your team has to try and play for one of those buy stations that we know, since being back on Verdansk, are few and far between. It's a lot of risk to try and force your team to go play near a buy station. And when we get kind of towards zone 4 and onwards, there's always a team near one, right? So being able to play your life and stay alive is just such a crucial part of helping give your team some success. And just some of the clips that we're seeing right there in that little highlight package, I think goes to show why that should be, of course, going to be our, our eye to watch,
Yeah, 100%. And I know we're talking about playing our life, but what about playing your life in the series? Let's go ahead and pull up that World Series of Warzone format breakdown to kind of we want to talk about the journey that our players are going through. As you can see, look towards that center, right? We are in North America lower round 2, where the top 25 of this team are going to go back to the regional finals. And especially if you just dropped down from the upper bracket just a few days ago, right? Like, this is a chance for you to go back and reprove yourself to the people that just kicked you down on the bracket there, Dandro.
And like, what happens though if we have now a mix of some of these people who made it from lower round 1? Hey, we've all been there, right? Sometimes it's just not a good day of Warzone. Now, you had a couple days coming out of the group stage to be able to play, but I think for some of these squads, this could be their first really sort of big competitive marker. And, you could have just been finding yourself some success on the backside of that group stage that maybe it just wasn't enough to get you towards that upper bracket. So you find yourselves in lower round 1, but through these stages, you've really been able to mesh as a trio to be able to try and march your way a little bit further. So I'm right there with you. I think there's going to be some of our squads who make it out of here today who are looking for a little bit of revenge. You're going to have that little bit of extra reps when it comes to playing in those lobbies. And then maybe our upper bracket squads, they can't overlook them, and it is not going to be an easy walk in the park to try and get to land.
No, definitely not, but I'm all about some revenge stories. Let me just tell you, those are some of my favorite. But for the people that make themselves into the last chance qualifier, those are going to be the teams that get, I believe, 26th through 40th place today. We talked about it. That is not a battleground that you want to step foot on, because it is one of the scariest things. You could be, quite frankly, one of the best Warzone trios that I've ever seen, and you go into that last chance qualifier and you have no idea what the rest of the lobby is going to do. And I'm not going to say they're going to chalk your game, but when it doesn't play out like a normal lobby that you would typically see, that's going to play out incredibly different than what the regional finals are going to look like. You're just going to have people going rogue all over the place, and then you have the wild card and you're like, what is even happening?
Well, even remember last year we had Nick Cool, Colony, and Watch Waldo, right?
Yes.
They are the team who get knocked down to the LCQ. We were all very surprised that they were playing out of there. They win that wild card map. They make it to Lantif. I think they came in like 10th or something like that.
See?
And Nick Cool wins the solo YOLO that year, getting some extra cash on his side as well. So even if you're making it to that LCQ, you have to keep your head held high, because you still have an opportunity to get to land. You still have an opportunity to try and take home some of that $1 million prize pool. But when it comes to today, Tiff, this is what you have to kind of be looking at. It's 25 teams making their way to that regional final. And next 15, of course, will be going to that LCQ that we just talked about. And if you are part of the bottom 10, it's just not going to be enough. You will be removed from the competition. Lobby 1, hey, guess what? We're just excited as you are, chat. We want to jump on into it. We're fiending for the action just as much as you are. We're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be dropping into that first map. Welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone. I said we were just as excited as you are to hop into map number 1, and the wait is over. We're getting ready to hop on in. Tiff, let's go back. Same song and dance as we get ready to hop in here. All right. The players, they've been itching. They've been ready to drop on in. But here they go. Here is their chance. You got iced a little bit. Hopefully you can lock back on in.
And I think that's also one of the more important things. We talk about the longevity of a series and staying fresh and adapting and being consistent, right? But honestly, with lower round 2, you actually just really need to crush it maybe 1-2 games, right? We're looking for about an average of just under 8 points per game if Goj's math is correct. And I'm going to go ahead and call him out on that because it was not my math. I am not a mathematician. But Sir Goj, our host, our captain, my captain, is looking for 7.5 points per game.
Well, his math was based off of some of my math. So, you know, that is definitely, I hope that he's right. I hope he's fair, that he's on board with that. But man, game number 1, it is going to be a doozy. We are just going to go ahead and try and get all those players back into lobby here. Friends, do not worry. We want to make sure everybody has their shot to, like Tiff said, drop on in, get some of those points because we're sending some people home today, ladies and gentlemen. And we want to make sure everybody has a chance to be able to earn those points and that they're going to be able to have a chance to make it to either that regional final or the LCQ. Tiff, something we didn't get to talk too much about. We talked a little bit about the LCQ, but I think I want to dive a little bit more into it because that, to me, I think is my favorite part of the entire World Series of Warzone format, right? Is being able to be one of those teams that's in the LCQ, and it's only a couple of teams that make their way on from that LCQ towards LAN.
What is it, 4 plus your wildcard team? And the wildcard match is the most insanity that you could ever see on an entire COD lobby. Now think back, I don't remember which region, it might have been North America. There was a rogue precision airstrike that took out half the lobby in the endgame circle.
Yeah, shout out my boy Gooey Guy for that one. That was all the way back on Al Mazrah in Warzone 2, right? Just on the docks there, hits a nice 6-piece with a PA going across. I don't know, maybe we'll get something like that in the future. Getting everybody back in that lobby here, folks. We really, really appreciate you guys being patient with us, being on board with us. Trust me, this is going to be some action-packed Warzone. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, I'm not even going to say we're dropping into map number 1. When we come back, we're going to continue onwards with the show. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one. Players are jumping out the plane. We are here. NA lower round 2. Game number 1 is getting ready to get started. And we got all the goodies for you, ladies and gentlemen. Codcaster is here. A nice little map view. Tiff, I am excited.
Look, there's a lot of things that I love. It's Warzone, it's Codcaster. It is a good time. And kicking things off, let's see what Vombot, Myapo, and Devo are up to. I know Smixy was breaking it down at the top of the show, and if you forgot a lot about that, it involved a helicopter and a plan. And currently, we're just out here traversing Verdansk, so get a good look at the scenery.
Hey, go ahead, take a look at there's the skies. We did see Clutch Belk already looking to get into the kill feed, and I'm just looking over there. We got Scrutiny. He's popping a 2-piece. Squad 25 already sent to the gulag immediately off the rip here, Tiff. We knew this is going to kind of be the story, that for some teams, it was going to be all out slaughter, and for some squads, it was just going to be about survival. I think a couple of our squads, they definitely have this idea that they might have a leg up over some of the competition and that they can really bring the aggression early on.
Well, speaking of leg up, I mean, if you're Team Zepti, right, you got 26th place in the upper bracket, the highest ranked team here in our lower round 2. And well, when you got Mango on your rooftop looking for a good angle, you got to stay out of the way and figure out a way to clear your roof.
Couple little layer cakes. This is our favorite part of Codcaster that we get here. You can see just some of these teams being on top of each other and trying to figure out how they want to take some of these fights. And down here at the ring on the southern side of the map, we can already see 2 squads starting to battle it on out. Squad 15, they have a nice little pincer set up. If you're Squad 43, you're going to try and maneuver your way out of this, but anywhere you decide to move, you're going to have somebody looking on over for you. You've managed to sneak out the back though. LTV at your side, and well, for Rizzo Lurk and Hiaz, they're going to go ahead, get on out of there.
Now, speaking of getting out of there, this squad number 34, Mango, Studley, Brawl, they said, nah, bro, I don't want to deal with any of that. So we're going to hit the rotation. And honestly, I think that's going to see what you're going to have is a lot of hesitation. But as you drop into the side-by-side, it's not going to be as sturdy as those LTVs, but vehicles are absolutely necessary to the success because look who's coming. Zepti and Co, they fly off the roof and are just looking to potentially see if they can grab a knock, but I don't think it's worth them putting in the chase just yet.
Yeah, it's the thing about this Polaris is that it is going to just absolutely get shredded. Down here on the harbor side, though, looks like we already have some squads going on out. Ox slides on out. Cloudies does a great job of finding one. Oasis getting taken off the map, but you got a little third party guy action coming out here, Tiff. You can see Squad 33, Asterix, Sloppy Joe, Steezy Mac. They've decided to move on in. They heard some of those shots here. They want to get active. Sloppy Joe is going to be the one looking through the window, getting some early shots there. Cloudies, maybe you got to back up right now. You are missing Nobu on the ground right now. Hopefully you can manage to get back on in, get those plates back on up. This fight's going to start to break on out. Snapshot grenade will let them know exactly where Cloudies is going to be.
Kind of unfortunate, but look for a reposition. Peek this, and now you're going to see the first course of action there. We're actually going to dive back into the room, reassess. But it's a slow fight, and I respect this out of Team Cloudies, considering they had an average placement of 31. So you say you want to get mixy, well, you got to get smart first.
Well, you can see Aqua's hitting a nice little wrap there. We'll maybe keep our eyes on the kill feed. Looks like Sloppy Joe is able to read that, cut him on down. So no opportunity there to be able to kind of maybe get some rewards for some of that fight, as we could just see already. Asterix finding Cloudies yet again. Sloppy Joe gets knocked in the process, but no worries. Hey, guess what? The tag is there. Get the squad back on in. And, well, for Leo, Big Z, and Hustle, they have their eyes set on somebody, and they are in hot pursuit right now.
They definitely are. Immediately getting some of that utility over. We're going to parkour to the roof, and what's the timing on that? We're like mid-flight where the player behind the AC unit says, nah, dude, you're not letting this happen. So we're just going to keep on jumping around to get accustomed to where all of our players in the lobby are. For Oasis, looks like full dead. Basham Ames, gonna have a nice fight on your hands. Little 2v2.
Yeah, you can see her just on the outside of zone right now. So I feel like if you are this Squad 36, you want to try and take this fight maybe quickly. You don't want to get caught with your back against the zone. You can see, obviously, you have to make your way across that canal over towards downtown. It's going to be a very hairy crossing to try and make that. So the fact you got a squad on top of your building and then you have to worry about this rotation is already has you to be some little bit cause for concern, but they drop on down. It's from either side. A nice little 2x2, but Basham, he's not going to let them go that easy. easy. He does manage to find the knock on the Warzone smoke, but hey, it's okay for now. Lost makes the trade when it matters. And you can see, it looks like maybe they're actually playing as a two-tip. So you're playing as a duo. Might as well try and get as many points as you can.
I mean, they have the presence of a 3 right there. I'm not going to lie. They even forced the player back down the staircase before they even approach through the window. And it's not Warzone if someone's not in ATC with the
Peanut
sniper.
butter jelly.
Yeah, It's just what it is.
We've seen
Let's see your shots though, Blixie. If we're going to be doing this, you gotta show us the goods.
Ooh, this would be a good way to make it happen. Being able to take Mango out of the Polaris would be pretty great. We've seen a couple of teams who started to land towards ATC and find some success with it. You know, Puro Jackal is going to be a name I'll shout on out for being able to do that, right? You can either decide to push the equation on some of those teams at airport or manage to rotate on out up to ice houses if you wanted to as well. It's a really great spot. So have to see if any of our teams here in lower round 2 manage to have some of those same ideas. For others, though, it's about grabbing this LTV, like you mentioned, and start playing around these upper areas. And you can see they're doing that recon as they are just kind of running around that sort of box on the bottom. And that is a contract that we have seen absolutely skyrocket in importance here in competitive Warzone when we got Verdansk back.
You got Zepti's team wiping another squad, and I think it's really important, right? You've got the fact that they made the changes to the most wanteds, and we're back to one of these buildings over to the left of Storage Town. If you're going to be top warehouse, we have that formidable squad that came out of lower round 1, but Flex to Goat on your screen. He's going to have to start flexing hard on this as the repeat comes in from Johnny Bro, and he doesn't win it.
Oh, you gotta find these shots if you can. It's just not enough, though. Johnny Bro, Goated Dave, absolutely putting the works onto that team. They made it look a little too easy, Tiff. Just hitting those shots. You saw the shoulder get thrown and just immediately punished for it. So over here on this sort of western side of the map, you've gained a power position, and they know that this zone is going to start pulling over here. We've seen this time and time again, right? Where you can kind of get this zone that ends sort of in the hills, where on one side of it is going to be just the map border, and then the other side is just going to be all wide open spaces. For this team right now, for Squad 26, that is going to be the objective. It's going to say, okay, can we hold this power position? Can we catch a lot of these teams who are going to be moving on in? And then can we get to that end game scenario and hold the high ground to try and maybe roll this into a W?
Well, speaking of W's, we need that right here for Baba Huff, and he's just dancing around. It's a real timid, constantly poking back and forth, outsliding one another, and the Chow comes in. We're going to invest a smoke, but honestly, at this point, just stab him. Just bring your fist to his face and clutch it out.
Oh man, that's a you can tell that's a stressful gulag. That is somebody.
It's the first one of the day.
First gulag of the day. I cannot lose this. And you just sometimes have more confidence in your ability to take out the dedicated melee and full sprint at somebody than necessarily just trying to hit those pistol shots, dancing in and out of the smoke. Great job from Baba Huff to be able to secure that one. And for Anticity, Raygun, and Scripta, they're gonna kind of sharks in the water. Shout out Shark Week, Circle Spirit. And take them on down as well. So we're starting to see, I think, a couple of our squads, Tiff, really lay claim to, I think, an area of the map and are starting to hunt out some of these other teams.
Ooh, I like that. All the Shark Week references. If you have to pick a shark for Team Scripta, what would it be?
Probably a Tiger Shark.
Like it. Look at the map, though.
Okay, you see a number of squads that are going to be on the outside. Some teams already made their way on in. This is where we're going to start seeing some of these POIs like train station, superstore, airport. They're going to be sort of these key areas that some of our squads are going to hang out at to try and catch these teams on the push in, because they know, like I said, this is going to kind of head a little bit more west. So if you can manage to get there, it is going to be very, very crucial you do so without losing any of your team. And I mentioned train station was going to be one of those spots, and you can see already two squads kind of trying to maybe do-si-do a little bit. One squad on top, the other down below, just trying to maybe figure out how can you try and take that fight.
Okay, speaking of fight, I mean, look, we're going to be diving in. We're going to try to 2v1 this, but I went right into the fire. But the team is going to be wiped. Squad number 50, Team Verla. Okay, look, you got to just roll through the punches here as you have Circle 2 about to start collapsing, which means for those teams that are not in the circle and you're on that gas line, things are going to get difficult. And when you think about difficult, everything about rotating into the airport can be just that. So for Funzy, User, and Clutch, you've got a couple people on this roof, but how about reuniting? And we just had to invest 2 smokes for that rotate.
A lot of utility just to try and sort of meet up as a team, but that's sometimes what you need to do if you are trying to just stay together as a squad. You saw they were a little disparate. You had one player down below, but it's just too much of a shoulder. Another player has been able to take you on out. The shots are good. just gonna be able to rip you on down. You see Studley on the other side. He's gonna have to try and go ahead and back on up as well. Everybody sitting on top of this airport roof, Tiff. It felt like when we came on over, it was sort of this sort of everybody looking across the way, trying to take a fight. But at the end of the day, it's just kind of you're picked apart, and everybody has to try and back on up just as a solo. Maybe not exactly the best that they would like to have. Some more layer cake action happening over here on top hotel. As we can see, squad's gonna rotate out. You got one that's sitting top hotel, and for Leo, Big Z, and Hustle, they don't really like their positioning. Gonna back on up the bank.
Yeah, I think I'm the most worried about those teams on the northeastern side of things looking to rotate, because we were talking about how open that area into airport can be. But we have teams that are just immediately flying in on them, right? Especially over here at Twins. And this is that roster that I was talking about. Future has Game, Foul Nets, Almighty, TJ. They bring a lot of excitement when it comes to this lower round 2, and a team that for sure I have faith on advancing straight through. And anytime I gas someone up, we see trades come through. But this is why you have someone that immediately plays directly behind you to preserve not getting full killed. Keep your life in check, because these regains in Verdansk, like you were highlighting earlier, Dandro, it is just so difficult once we get into these later circles.
Yeah, really good work from Almighty TJ there to sort of play from the bottom. You saw the trades happening at the top. That player who's playing on the stairs, they kind of get some of those shots out and they think that they can immediately back on up, but TJ is just there. Does not give them the opportunity to back on up and just kind of shreds them apart. It's a nice, cool 2-1 split. We see this time and time again. There's a lot of those buildings that have the exact same setup around Verdansk. Players going to know how they want to decide and play that. Ricardo drifts and Yushik, they're going to jump off of the overlook, try and head on over towards Hospital, and I don't hate that play. So I can see it as a little bit risky, but I think if you're going to make that rotation here into Zone 2 is going to be the opportunity to do it. Lower chance of people trying to pick you out while you're flying through the sky. Make that you need to make that rotation sooner rather than later, because you don't want to be like some of these squads who are just trying to maneuver throughout the map, and, well, you're kind of finding yourself butting heads with another team.
Yeah, I like the way that we're already looking on this setup. Delu here, gonna pop the zip, join the teammate up on the roof, and GK is gonna handle the backside of things. Maybe we can bait him out, but not before you get ripped apart from the side. The fact that we're still up here is crazy. See, yeah, get behind the cover, but it's a little too late. Now you're gonna have that team that's gonna look to get involved. That's gonna be squad number 12. It was FIDA, that team coming in. You mentioned them, Dandro, Ant, they're gonna want a piece of this.
Yeah, they're lurking on the outside, trying to move their way on in. I'm surprised this res happens. The second I would have heard that smoke going out, you know that maybe that player is dropping it down to get the res. And the fact that you managed to hit the ascender to get to the roof of pool for free. Great job from Team Mercy here, Squad 21 on your screen, to be able to just kind of back on up. And you can see some members of Team 42 just rolling on by. Not going to get active just yet. But Hospital seems to be where I guess we're going to see some action happening. 3 different squads are here. 3 heavy hitting squads at that. All just laying in wait, seeing who is going to be the first team to make some moves.
All right, well, if Knight's getting in, I see 2 kills, 1 kill. So we're already starting with some nice action, but it's Rumble who jump peeks around the corner and gets the opening knock. The full comes through, puts it into a 3v2, but not before his scopes went down. So sitting here, 2v2, scopes full dead, goes Rumble, stay alive here. You've got plenty of plates, but you've got to be able to break up this line of sight.
Yeah, very quickly, Rumble's going to realize, throwing a shoulder at that door, that you're going to have Squad 6, Raygun, Hunticity, and Scripta just on the outside. They get in some of those shots. It doesn't turn into anything, but it's enough about the pressure to be able to have. And Knight and Rumble, I think they now say, hey, okay, guess what? We just got into one fight. Somehow we didn't get third-partied. Let's go ahead. Let's hit to the hills. Maybe we can figure this out from a different way, but for now, we'll go ahead and back on up. Zone continuing to close on in, Tiff. Looks like we're kind of ending up over here more towards the Superstore Storage Town side. We've seen a number of zones end out in the wide open here. So if you made some of these rotations early on, you will be rewarded, but there's still a lot of space between a lot of these POIs.
You can see that initial fight that we had witnessed prior night here in the open terrain on the outskirts. Team just behind them. But this is where I feel like we need some National Geographic kind of comms, not Shark Week, but talking about the topography of Verdansk. Night, my man, don't even let Scripta see your head. We are way too far out in the open, and I just want to make sure that we've got plenty of smokes, and right now we are, I'm going to say shambles.
Yeah, I mean, regain, it definitely is very important. Now, thankfully for Rumble, you do have that utility crate I'll let you kind of stock up on the smokes that you need, just try and make this a little bit of an exit. You have one team at your back, and I'm waiting. When are they going to realize that they have a couple of these members from Squad 20 directly in front of them, Dave Senti and Mayhems, who are going to just be laying in wait, trying to find them. I think they have an idea that these two are here. A nice little 2v2. See the nade. Come on out. Knight's going to be the one to slide on through. Get first blood, but the trades are immediately in. Can Rumble find the second? Up over the top. Quick work. Good job, Rumble, to be able to get a nice little clean up there. Finds two and manages to keep Knight alive.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive timing. I think he understood what he had to do, and by diving on in, letting Knight get that self-res, but Big Z on 4 kills. Make it 5. Make it 5 here, and you've already extended up halfway into the gulag, and you choke slam and a dream. Like, what is that? Hello?
Hey, that's an aims. That's what that is. That's you decide to throw a shoulder while your other player has an aims right at your head. Still back here at green though, Tiff. This has just been a point of contention for a couple different teams. Stable J. This is a squad that Dream highlighted. It's her dream team. They're looking to get aggro against Sloppy Joe and Asterix. They've managed to back on up. Deployable cover activated. Slides on through. Can you manage to find any? The thermite, though, is going to start ticking on down. You got to back on up towards this rooftop. If you are Baba Huffs, Stable J and Strixie, do you start to get active? Do you try and push? No. You already got some quick work. You're pushing to the other side. Here on the stairs, Sloppy Joe slides on out. It's good for 1. Unfortunately, though, it's just too much. Strixie does get dropped in the middle of this fight. Still the 2v2. Baba Huff and Stable J, they're trying to find it. Sloppy Joe, he plays from a different angle. He finds him. You're just trying to stay alive. You snake the box long enough for Asterix to come alive and take down Baba Huff. A fantastic 2v3 defense right there from Squad 33. I saw Asterix in the chat. He was hyping it up. He was excited, ready to play. I think we're starting to see why.
Bro, if I just got absolutely bodied by a dude named Sloppy Joe, I'm out. Like, I am out. That was so clean coming through from that play, the way they were just able to break them down from multiple angles. It felt like they were just able to show so much presence. And over here to the roster, we saw Fida. He's actually going to be the team that was picking up those initial knocks over onto GK. And, well, Delu was able to get back up, and they're all on the roof. But for now, this team didn't actually push into that engagement. They're just taking really long fights. And this is what Smixy was talking about. If you go out into the open for too long, someone from Narnia is just going to look for that mid-long range and just try to destroy you.
I mean, that's exactly what they're trying to do. Just anybody moving in a vehicle, you want to start getting shots down on range on it, because you mentioned earlier how important some of those vehicles are going to be. And if you grab them too early, you try somebody, they're going to try and put shots into it to bring that vehicle off the map, to not allow anybody to try and use it. So you have to be careful about your vehicle usage. When do you want to hop in that LTV? When do you want to start making your way around the map? Because if you are a squad like we see here of E700, Lovedant, and Astro Boy Hero, they're just going to shoot at everything. And I think they're set up in a pretty good way, depending on where this zone goes ahead and pulls. You see, you have a number of squads here on your right side they might be able to catch, but you also have some teams moving in from the north that some of our squads playing around Superstore and over towards Gas. They're going to be able to try and catch some of those teams as well. The Zepti into the Gulag. Must win against Knight.
Ooh. Nervous for Knight, right? Last we saw them, they were taking that big fight, and Rumble was able to clutch up, but Knight... I love that we're already halfway through the Gulag. We're pushing up, investing our lethals, but Zepti, who had already gave away information of where he was, throws a shoulder, waits for the re-peek, and slides on out, cleans Knight up. That's going to be difficult for that Knight roster. Hopefully, Rumble is still alive, but now that Zepti's moving back into Verdansk, let's jump into Illicit to see how this trio is going to regain.
Dealer. Dealer's in.
Let's go dealer then.
I can't. Yeah. I'm gonna land second, right?
Alright, let's go give him the cross.
Yeah. He probably is second, not gonna lie.
I'm in. See, I don't see
Clear the
shit.
bottom. Trade me. Fuck it, bro.
Gotcha.
Drop me down here.
Yeah.
Yo, buy back airfield. Might be run our way.
Yo, look behind now. Free kills.
Yeah, someone buy
Where he came
airfield.
from?
He's getting shot at the subway.
Behind us, the shack.
Give me a shot from behind. What the fuck?
They're going left side, they're going left.
Subway's gonna be like here. 20.
Nice.
Nice.
Not a wipe. That was probably
Yeah,
they could
they
the
left
rest. That's probably they could the rest. No idea. They could be in red. Top air.
Someone drop me the gas mask and some plates. Someone drop me the gas mask. I need those guns.
Right here.
Drop me shouter.
They could be Red side where he came from.
Do you have a gassy? Do you have a gassy or no?
Yeah, I do.
Alright.
There's a guy down right here on Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah, his teammate's trying to res him.
Yeah, let him rush.
About to stick it right.
Or just kill the other guy.
Yeah, let's kill him. Let's kill him.
Just jumped over.
We gotta do the storage row.
He died. Yeah.
I can pop you two here.
Yeah, I need smokes.
Here you go around.
I look at the airport side.
They're just gonna drop an extra if you don't have one.
I'm gonna smoke this first, alright? Get ready to bang this shit out.
Some great trigger discipline there from that team. They wanted to try and maybe pick up a free kill there, but it just wasn't enough. They wait. Unfortunately, it does get taken away from them, but I like what I saw there. I like what I heard during that listen in TIFF. Those are 3 players who've been around a while. They know what it takes to compete in a lobby like this, and I think you heard some of that in the comms.
Yeah, you really did, but enough about that. We got boys, Cito just ticking down on that health and scoliosis. We're just kind of chilling here, vibing. But when you think about the comms that we just heard, Dandro, the things that really stood out to me the most were how they were using the abilities that they had in general was, hey, give me your gas mask. I need to rotate out, get those weapons. I'm just coming back from the gulag. It's just not working out for me. I need to go get those guns. And just sharing the resources, even if it's not a lot, just shows the level of cohesion within the team.
No, and I love that you bring that up because that is the type of comms we are looking for a team. It's not just all about what's the big rotation, what's the big play we're about to make. It's some of that small talk of realizing what do we have for smokes? What do we have for gas masks? Is there anything that we can do to kind of share? Where is there loot of maybe a player we just killed that if you just came back from the gulag like you were Zepti, could you go ahead and try and pick on up? So I'm right there with you. It was really nice to hear them say, hey, grab a gas mask. Let's go ahead. Go grab that loot, get back on into the mix. And then while they're making that happen, you kind of see them, they have a realize in their sights on the wall there over by Superstore, and they try and manage to get some of those shots on in. Just wasn't there though. Obviously, you saw it right there with us, chat. Little problem with the lobby. We're gonna go ahead and get that figured on out. Head to a quick break, and we come back. We're gonna be diving on into more. Warzone is here, part of the World Series of Warzone. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we know that the first time we were here in map number 1, we got pretty deep in it, but you know, it was a little warm up. We had to give you a little taste. Now we really got to drop into map number 1. Okay, that was really what it was. It's a nice little test, a little hors d'oeuvres, if you will.
Ooh, a little appetizer for the excitement that's to come here as we jump on board out in farmland with Squad 32. And honestly, if you saw that plane line, you'd know we started over at prison and just completely sliced the map in half. So if you land out in Storage Town, Boneyard, bro, you were in the plane for an eternity and you're probably just now landing.
Yeah, we saw a couple of teams playing on that western side, making their way on out of it, finding some success already. So we could see some remnants of that as well. But back over at the farmland, we got Squad 32. They're already trying to rip their way on in, and they are getting aggro tip. It's 2 into the bottom of this house thanks to that recon. Unfortunately, Exify, he's been taken on out. It's a full kill, but on the outside, Blitzy, he's good for 1. Where's Spirit? Where's the trades? Are they enabled? I don't know if they are. And well, it looks like this opponent on the other side has a good idea where Spirit is already. Early aggression here in map number 1.
Well, Splurge's gonna be the one that hit the trade out and dropped 1 and cut the full. So if you're Spirit, you better take him down before he grabs you. And I think this is smart, right? Check the stairs and you win that fight. Okay. Squad number 32 putting some kills on the board and getting a recon done. That's what I call multitasking.
Yeah, they come on in. It maybe got a little sloppy there. No worries, but they drop back on in. They're able to take down this team, get some points on the board, and also hit this recon. Finish that one up. More money in their pocket. It's also information on where zone is gonna go. Back towards the northwestern side of the map, though, complete opposite here. Well, we're in the military base, and already we got some people getting active. Agui, some great shots there, but we'll get cut on down. Thankfully, you got Cardi here for the trade. And well, where one team is starting to back on up there, you have another squad moving their way on in. Team 48 looking to get active and maybe try and go for a little bit of a third party. Joked Orbsy and Marksy. They're going to be the one trying to maybe clean it on up, and they get out of there.
I hope so. I saw Arbiter in the gulag as well, so you can see that you're gonna go ahead and spectate that fight. But Poppy Poner, you know, this is respectable, giving us a nice tour of the gulag. This is where you don't want to be if you are a competitor here today, because these might be some of the hardest ones in your entire life, but maybe not the hardest, but definitely the most stressful.
Yeah, I mean, an interesting thing to note there. That first sort of lobby we had, nobody went quarry here. Well, we have 2 teams go, and it's Strakizi and Scrutiny. So we saw 2 members of Scrutiny already into the gulag already. So maybe, you know, it's a big POI quarry is there, but not big enough for apparently those 2 teams, with one of them already sent packing. But Astro Boy, love that E700. They're doing a great job of just kind of picking their battles. Can they back off this team here? It looks like they can. This Team MG effect. He's trying to back on up. Where's this hotel? And maybe just try and re-engage this fight from a different side. And, well, if you are this squad, I think you're just trying to maybe back them on down.
Ooh, okay. To the building we go. We're just trying to get closer, but we're checking in with Zombie already on 4 kills. This Clutch Belk Royalized roster, it's looking pretty solid, right? We are not missing a single beat, especially after being a little cold for the past 30 minutes. Well, they're definitely warming right on up.
Clutch Belk and his brother Zombie there, staying alive as a duo, and you got Royalize as of the third. Now, this is a team I think we are surprised to see in lower round 2 here. Couldn't really cut the mustard in the upper bracket, but they have been able to be here. And I think they're going to be a squad that is looking to bring the energy, bring the pace towards this lobby and try and get some early points on the board.
Oh, we just opened ourselves up for that line of sight. As you can see, we were kind of mirroring the guy on the rooftop, looking for a different angle to see if we can catch him off guard. Now, dare I be mistaken here, Dandro, but isn't Zombie also on console?
Yes, Zombie also one of our console players that are playing here today. Look at this, shot's good. Up over the top, you catch Drifts, but Carter and Uchik there for the immediate trade. And Drifts doesn't actually get taken on out. I think he was just trying to be able to hope to say, hey, let me get this knock, and maybe he's, you know, got taken out on the fly on down, but no. So Drifts able to stay alive, kind of throwing your life away a little bit. Maybe not expecting the full 1v3 there. looking a little worse for wear if you are Zombie.
Good free cam check in there at Boneyard. As you can see, that's going to be Team Johnny Bro. And, well, back on with Valor. Trixie vibes. Already got 1 kill up and 500 damage. Still keeping that pressure on the vehicles here. We talk about the matter of importance they are, but if you don't have a vehicle there, you lose out on at least 1 player, but you keep alive for the time being. And then we'll keep on filtering through as a lot of our teams are running into that early action.
Yeah, we saw Hospital becoming an area in that last lobby that number of teams found themselves in. Rumble and Knight, they were one of these squads that were going ahead and battling it on out. And well, when we left them, it was Knight and Rumble. They were trying to play exit on the hillside there, and they won a nice little 2v2. Seems like they've been able to stabilize here in this lobby a little bit better. Finding some great shots onto Realize, cutting them on down for Flex to Goat, Wipes, and Gezi. We saw them over here on this outer side of Storage Town, and it seemingly seems like they've been able to lock this one on down for themselves as a trio. Just trying to get some shots off across if they wanted to. They will be forced to move though, Tiff, because the zone is pulling towards that upper right side of the map. This is a complete different sort of play style you have to be thinking of from basically that first lobby that we played a lot through.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that was initially practice, right? And this roster did play around this warehouse just to the west of Storage Town, but currently they are our furthest west team on the map. So since you said we have to pull towards maybe the middle or maybe to the north, you just wanna keep on moving, find that information of where those next circles are going to be and just play off of that. But back to train station we go. You know, the home of the Falcons if you're looking towards the regional finals. So be aware that if you do advance on, you are going to have to contend with some heavy hitters. And honestly, sometimes you find heavy hitters in staircases and it can be quite exhilarating.
Yeah, we watched a fight not too long ago, a nice 2-1, and look who it is. It's Willie Teed and Otterize. There's just both of them two here at the top using these blast traps as a nice little bit of defense. So I'm curious, where is Zepti? Is he in the gulag? Did he get taken on out? Did they need to try and get the buyback here? Looks like for now, they've been able to back down this team enough to hop in that helicopter and just fly away. The fact that they're able to get in that vehicle and absolutely just fly, you know, not too far away, but get to another building with no shots from this trio onto that helicopter is a little crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, okay. Well, we just see utter annihilation as we jump back on board with the team that we started with here. Squad number 32, Blitz C, wants to get Mixie here as he dives in and out of the doorway, looking for the repeat, but look who shoves around from behind. Dale, okay.
Yeah, this is the squad I actually want to highlight a little bit in that first lobby, but we kind of keeping the action rolling. The got brought on down, and Thomas was one of these players that I wanted to really highlight. He's kind of the anchor. He's been a player that's kind of been on the up and up, has played in a lot of the scrims, has played a lot of the community events, so has a lot of very solid reps for this team. And I think that this will be a real showcase on what they can do in a top tier lobby. Obviously, Thomas gets sent to the gulag, but is able to win it with ease. And you have Delirious and CNYX who are just trying to maybe kind of rotate on out and give Thomas a little bit of area to get his feet underneath him. For Anesthesia, Puff, and Crow, though, the team we highlighted at the top, they're here at the quarry. They're looking to maybe take this fight against Team 25.
Look, expect good things out of them. And as soon as I say that, I never want to cast or curse anyone, but this is the roster that had that average placement of 4.7. You know what that tells me? That they know how to take really smart engagements and prioritize their positioning in regards to the circle and end game, as opposed to a fight that's just going to net them more kills. Crow cooking that nade, going to really try to force them into this other doorway, and all it does is grab their attention. And for a second there, I was like, bro, that COD timing is going to be disgusting for you, but we're going to back on off instead.
Yeah, interesting for Crow to play so up there in that fight, knowing that if they just kind of pushes a 2 through that door, he's losing that fight, and the rest of your team is just kind of in Narnia. They're nowhere near you, right? So you got to think a little bit of how you want to fight that. For Night Scopes, though, a little bit of deja vu right now, Tiff. Not too long ago, we saw it was just 2 of them alive, and well, as we come on over, it's Rocket, Twistar, Bozo. They're going to absolutely put the hurt onto Night and Rumble and co. and send them packing.
Yeah, you don't want to be packing in the gulag, packing in the lobby, especially on game number 1, but another iteration here. We're doing a recon. These teams just prioritizing that information here in game number 1. Checking back in, Inno, Magoo, B-Mark, this roster in particular, I believe they're one of the only teams that has an org in lower round 2, if I'm not mistaken. Lotus?
Yes, Lotus 8 Esports.
Let's go, get it to it, show out for the boys.
And this is the team that, yet again, I think we were also surprised to see on down here. They play scrims, they've played well, and a lot of different sort of big tournaments, right? They're no strangers to taking the fight to some of these teams that we saw make it from the upper bracket. So maybe just wasn't their day. It was a rough 6 games for them. This is a squad that I'm definitely expecting to be towards the top and maybe find some kills and really make their way on out. Here at TV station, though, you can see Lost in Warzone smoke. They had a fantastic 2v3 on that western side of the map over towards Tin, and looking, they're maybe going to try and do something similar here. Everybody's just kind of stalling out for the time being here, Tiff. Getting to the middle of zone number 2. You're trying to take your fights where you can, but you don't have to, and that's the key thing here.
Ooh. Team Chosen out here looking for a hunt down, but if you see that squad number 35, Team I'm Knight on your screen, what they're doing really well is just holding down that second floor building. So Chosen looking for an angle. And honestly, if you can shred someone through a window, give yourself that opening knock and just put an influx of nades, thermites, whatever it is, to really stack the favor. But you've got another team rotating in, so if you do take this fight, it has to be quick.
Yeah, good looks from In Your Face there to kind of keep his head on a swivel. Makes this realization you have a team that's deep, right? Who they could roll up on you if they wanted to. Thankfully, you have Destruct, your teammate, kind of playing on that other side, and they might not realize that they have somebody in this little bit of a shack here. For Squad 35, though, for Juju, Clutch, and Knights, they are just being stuck in this building, and if they just kind of move together as a team, that's what I would love to see. Lotus 8 looking to start getting active, though, over here in Diner. We're starting to see them just absolutely pick apart a team. Some fantastic work from the trio there. Some great easy points on the board for them. But more importantly, you got to remember, Tiff, every team that you're wiping off this map is just one team that puts you closer to those multipliers. So if you can start kind of wiping them out yourself, trying to be the difference maker there to get you, in these multipliers, well, hey, that's a good way to do it.
Ooh, Destruct with the angle here, but they've got the rooftops, and you're stuck between 2 teams, which can... Actually, it's not even 2 teams. It's one player doing that 2v1 split, keeping them corralled in a position that they really don't want to be in. But into the gulag we go. You have TTP on the other side, and, well, Mayhems. Nice frag down the center. But some of these gulags have been really intense today, Dandro.
You can see TTP, I think, has a teammate who also got into the gulag, so some of those team comms are going to be coming in as well, letting them know exactly where Mayhems is. It's why that smoke grenade didn't truly work, and you're just sliding back and forth, trying to get a glimpse of this player at all, and sometimes it just comes down to who has the better gunny. And for Mayhems, he will win here today. A little bit too slippery of a slide for his opponent there in the gulag. They get caught on out, taken on down. And it's a blink of an eye, Tip, that we leave this squad 46. They were 7 in a great position. We come back on over. You already have a player knocked trying to get rezzed.
Gonna be tough, especially with circle closing for circle 2 and about 15 seconds left. So knowing that we have to move straight into Team I'm Knight, and they look to have set that up. You immediately thought that Chosen's team had all the upper advantage, but as we descend down the cliff top, trying to stay out of their line of sight, there's a good chance that we're just gonna get pieced apart, because you can see that I'm Knight and Co are just looking to find the angle if possible.
Well, and you're also just kind of stuck here at the bottom of Dam as well. So even if you can get out of here, it's like you got one team in front of you, you got one team above you. Where do you even go? It's just wide open spaces on this rotation that you're trying to make on out of here. And it's just, there's no cover at all. And you can see that's exactly what I'm Knight, Juju, and Clutch are trying to do. They have this realization that this team that they were just fighting has to be down below them. Going ahead, going to kind of peek themselves up over the top. You can see Clutch able to get that knock onto Destruct, and I think wants to try and activate off it. But do they realize you have this player from Team 31 down below you? I don't think you do. It's going to be Team Scrutiny. They had a fantastic sort of a start to game number 1, but it's been rough here in this sort of reset lobby.
Oh, if I'm him, I just want to play spoiler. I'm Knight. Still looking to find the angles. Juju even committing towards the left a little. But you can just see he wants to go straight over, but they're going to go ahead, clean some things up. Chosen does fall, and we just... No, dude, this is about to be a 1v3. And I don't know if we're going to be able to make that happen. He stands out. He just goes to the opening fire. He grabs the knock onto I'm Knight. Hello? No, Imagine though, like I had so much faith in Team Scrutiny, but for now, back to the lobby you go. We'll see you in drop number 2, because we got to check out here with Lotus 8 Esports.
sometimes there are fights that we call morale killers, and if you get 1v3'd in that sort of
That'll do
fashion
it.
and you go back and watch the broadcast, you're not going to be happy about it. You might not make LCQ off of a fight like that with your mental getting shocked. Look at the map here though, Tiff. We know we're going to be ending wide out in the open. Not a lot of cover is going to be here. We've seen some zones like this where you maybe have some rolling hills to work with, but that is going to be all about it. I'm very concerned for these teams that are on this super source side of zone though, because we know they got to make their way through that wide open airfield towards ice houses, and some of those teams that are already sitting in that area, they just got to stay put. They don't have to do anything crazy. They can catch a lot of these teams on rotation.
All right, well, got Team MSM surrounded by CTE Esports. And this is a very similar setup to what we saw from Chosen, but if Maeve is going to peak that, imagine, okay, I'm saying I want to see some of these killer snipes, and if we're going to roam in a World Series of Warzone lower round 2 lobby, that'll do it. But Mayhem's, that's going to be the opening knock coupled with a thermite. That's going to give them the distance that they want to close, and now we're going to see the hunting come through. And if I'm Santi, I'm out. I don't want to be a part of this. It's a similar thing we just saw for Team Scrutiny.
Yeah, Maeve doing a great job though.
Wait.
It's a little bit of a nice hop on the outside. Is able to find Zombie weaving in and out of the building. LC10 in hand. It's just not going to be enough though. Clutch Bell can royalize. They pincer him on in, constrict him like a boa, bring him on down. And as the zone starts collapsing, this is what we're starting to see. The pressure start kicking up a little bit. Fights starting to break out across the map where one team drops, another team gets engaged. We can see Arbiter. He was the top of lower round 1, trying to be able to continue that lineage here in lower round 2 against this fight. Can you catch a player up on the top? This would be number 1 on the game. It is. So at least you're able to open up one. Teammates down below. Can you clean up this fight very quickly?
I hope so. This is Team Studley on the other side. Now, I will say that Arbiter's had a really tough game when it came to this one. Constantly ebbing and flowing. Has already found himself in the gulag. Had to be bought back. So you're right. Getting that first kill on the board can kind of shake everything off. And it's all about playing positioning. If you talk about constricting like a boa, man, they did exactly that right here. And we can start focusing because that was isolated. There shouldn't be another team around them for the time being unless they heard those shots and maybe want to try and gatekeeping. But the closest team to them is currently Team 9, so you're looking at Clutches, Funzy, and Jvella.
Enter the gulag. Mango FPS still here, going up against Whiplash. Trying to hear any sort of some of those cons. You can see teammate Studley still there. Can you get the ricochet with the nade? You can't, but the cons coming in from the teammate have to be clutch. And Whiplash! L1R1 is sometimes the best strategy in a gulag, and you get a little bit too mixy if you are Mango FPS there. You lose that gulag, and you are going to be kicking yourself watching back that one.
Well, we got 2 more tries here. Brawl and Studley. Brawl next up. Popping around, shots come out. He's going to give him that information. We're going to slide out of the way. Try to read the angles here, but if you hold the center, just take your time. Move off the smoke. Throw the thermite with a direct connect to their face. Still, this is more of a do-si-do than I would like to admit.
Yeah, can you manage to take the flag? You don't even need it. I think do-si-do, what you said, is the exact way to say it. A little bit of a dance in the gulag, a push, a pull. Inevitably, you're able to bring them on down. Got a little mixy, but it doesn't matter. You're able to find it. 2 heavy-hitting squads, though, at TV station, with a third not too far away who would also love to get mixy here, Tiff. But you can start seeing some of our teams start to position themselves in an area where maybe you can win some of these fights. Void, guns, and praise. Trying to just play on this bottom side. You got squad 22 above you. Being that squad we talked about earlier, being Thomas, CMYX, and Delirious. They're looking down on you. This is going to be a tough fight to try and take.
I love that you actually say the Delirious, and I'm over here like, Dale! I don't know why, but it just feels right every time I see it in a fight. But this is going to be tough for them. This is all the way out on that northeastern side of things. So an isolated fight, but the trouble is going to come from when we have to rotate throughout this. So let's check in. Devo, Mayapo down, finishing bleeding out, and Devo's going to have to clutch things up. Good thing, though, we do still have Gulag available if they haven't burnt it, but we've got the streaks coming in and we have implosions. Joked is down. Can Orbsy hit the res?
That's gonna be very tough. You got an ordnance dropping in up top of your head. You do have this shack, though. I don't know if you necessarily need to invest the smoke here to go for, but you've been able to do it. And maybe love to see that on this rotation. Orbsy gonna swing wide though. Early shots on in. They don't realize you got one that's in this shack though. Player pushes on forward. Orbsy and Marcy, they are here. Just trying to take some of these shots. You're able to knock one, you get the full. Fantastic. Do you find the other one? No, you're not looking in time. Taken on down by a Clout. And Flixie finds Marcy as well. Just like that, you thought you had this fight done and dusted, but it gets flipped onto you. Joked, taken on down, cut down at the edge of zone. That squad taken off the map. We have 24 teams here, Tiff. And you can see where everybody is set on up. And look who we have already starting to grasp some of the power positions. It's Clutch. It's Funzy. They're doing a great job of just holding down this building.
I know I was asking for some insane end games, but I wasn't thinking we were going to kick things off in map number 1 like this. This is going to be the true test for all of the teams that haven't made it into a building inside of the next circle. Good luck, have fun, including squad number 2 that's pretty much that Lotus Esports roster are out there on the Northwestern. They have to keep moving through, and there's a couple of teams that are going to try and gatekeep them, but they're also being sandwiched in. Another team that needs to make it in from the southwestern side of things, which is all open out of here, is going to be that roster on your screen. Zepti, Otterize, Willie Teed, and it's going to be a fence battle. Now, I don't necessarily like fighting around these buildings in particular. It's a lot of space to hold on and a couple avenues of ways to enter. And you can see that smoke going down on the backside, but that's going to be squad number 37, which is Team Z-Midi. So know that J-Device is on that roster, so they're going to get crazy when it comes to this.
You know they're going to do whatever they can now. Whoever wins this fight, though, Tiff, they are actually going to have a pretty clean rotation into zones. That's why this is a much win. You have to try and manage to have, but look what happens. It's get you some from deep. It's going to be actually able to find Z-Midi. Otterize is going to be the tip of the spear up over the wall. Finds a nice quick kill. Can you manage to find the rest of the team? No, you can't. J-Device lines them up, knocks them down. He gets taken on out, and it's just Willie Teen left alive here. But I don't think there's a gas mask in play. Just hanging on by the skin of his teeth. He can't manage to stay alive. Cito cuts down from deep. Yet another squad. We thought it was going to be a battle between those two teams, but it's actually Summon Cito from just Narnia reaping, picking up a ton of points.
Yeah, I told you that was going to be tough. If you weren't already in a building inside of Circle, you are going to have one hell of a rotation, and it's not done yet. If you're 17, the boys, you're feeling good. You've claimed yourself a building. You get to be the one that cleans everyone up from a distance, but you have to have this entire building locked down, which will be the most difficult because people can approach this from multiple angles. And you know, you've got that squad number 22, squad 15 looking for a place to live from and play towards the end of the game. That's going to be Rocket, Twistar, Zona. Had some nice kills in some earlier round bracket stages, and honestly, a really terrible average placement. So we're already performing above average comparatively.
Yeah, this is this sort of the part of the game where you have to start thinking about how you want to play the rest of this. Gonna find a zombie who's just hanging out there. Delirious found by that squad 17 yet again. Top 10 here, Tiff. This is where we just really start cooking on the multipliers. 1.6x activated. We are here. Look who's still alive on the other side though. Clutch and Juju. They're looking down at the sides at Gun and Praise. Tried to hold them on back, but they get found out by Rocket on the other side. Taken on down. Now for this squad 17, you basically are playing for the 50-50 on where this zone is going to pull. If you get it on your side, you are about to reap. If it pulls away from you, it's going to be something else that you have to deal with. Mave, 4 kills to his name, 6 knocks. Can you manage to get into the zone? You can't. Astro Boy Hero cuts you down, just not let you make it to the end game.
Well, for this team, Praise, we saw some squad wipes coming through in the kill feed earlier on. They're not going to make it to the top 5, but now we're in that 1.8x multiplier. So know that all of the kills that you've attributed so far are at least worth 1.8. And that Funzy roster, I saw north of 5. So it's going to be a good game for them. But on this kind of waterline here, you're going to see an isolated fight. No one's going to want to push onto this until the end because you don't want to leave the building and space you've got up above.
And look at this, for this squad 17, they're kind of making a late rotation here. They realize, hey, everybody else has to move before us. Let them move on forward. They're hearing all this action go down, Tiff. They've made it to the top 5. It's a 1.8 multiplier active. For squad 38, though, they're trying to fight across at this team that's there. Drifts trying to stay alive. A nice little cleanup there onto Carter. Can you find any more? Playing outside into the water. I don't know if you can, but Ames, he's hit the wrap from the high ground. Says, I'm about to end this myself. It's a nice little two-piece. A little bit of help from Oasis. Final 3 teams here, Tiff. You got Funzy in the building. You have some Cedo and Skiliosis from the other side. And playing from below is Ames and Co. Who is going to be the first to try and activate? Who is going to take advantage of the third party?
Get a base a lot on this pool that we see in the 3v3v3. Good kills all around. We're north of double digits for that Funzy team in the dead center. But look at the pool. They're all going to have to go to squad number 38. Forget you some. We're already investing in smokes. We got trophy systems going down. We're kind of just trying to find the cover as we push forward. But this roster ahead of them, Funzy's going to be able to eat squad 17 alive and then turn it into a 3v3.
Yeah, they are just reaping right now. They see some of the shots going on. Now you can see Basher, he pops on up, finds Skiliosis, and for Clutch, they just don't even have to kind of expose themselves at all to this other team. You find some going on down. Cedo's playing in the gas. This is going to be your opportunity for Team 38. They moved on up. They've been able to find one. Clutch, he's the only one here. This is a full 3 for all of you down on in. Squad 17 finally wiped. One last player. Clutch playing out in the gas. I don't know what the play is here, but the second you show your face, you are going to have all 3 members of Team 38 cutting you on down. And I think for right now, he says, hey, I'm not even going to give you the point. I'm just going to go ahead, run into the gas, take myself on out. But for squad 38, it's a beautiful rotation at the end game. They're able to clutch it on up here in game number 1.
Ames, Oasis, Basham, that's the way to go. Congratulations on getting that 2x multiplier, getting your first win of the day in the World Series of Warzone in a lower round 2. We were talking about the points early on that you needed to acquire as we look back at that initial 3v3v3. As soon as you saw that pool come through, Dandro, squad 38, you're just like, this is our game. You have that realization. You're like, I can convert this because sure, we'll have a low ground, but everyone has to push towards us. And with Funzy's team doing a lot of the initial damage on rotate, knowing that 17, when he took fence line, he only had 1 smoke in the back pocket, and we're just not going to be able to get that off and make use of it. Unfortunately, you do have Basham kind of extending along with Oasis up and staying on the high ground, trying to get as many kills as humanly possible.
Well, and it's also they do such a great job too. If they split as a 3 versus this squad 9 Funzy's team, they are all holed up in that building, right? So that you all can only look at one area just to try and go ahead and take those shots, where all 3 of them, they're just going to be doing such a great job of spreading the threat. You're not going to be able just to find all 3 of them. You're trying to keep your head on a swivel of where you can kind of maybe be able to bring them on down, and they just kind of hold the line, right? They don't got to do anything super crazy. They just manage to look it on through. And well, for Clutch, tried to do something there, says, hey, I understand you guys are about to get an extra 2 points from this kill if I give it to you. I'm not letting you make that happen. We're going to go ahead and take ourselves out and into the gas and, well, deny you those 2 points.
I think that's smart, right? Because we always talk about teams at the very end. It's like, do we give up that 2 points or not? Because we've seen people not qualify for a next round on 0.8 points, 0.5 points. Like, so giving up 2 and denying them from getting that could benefit someone later. But regardless, you're getting a 2x multiplier for your first game here, and you've got to feel good about it, because we were talking with Smixy, we were talking with Goj at the top of the show. That average is 7.57 points that you need per game in order to make it into the top 25 to get into the regional finals and just really work one step closer to the global finals.
Game 1 done and dusted, Tiff. I know it took us a little bit to get there, but I think it did deliver. I know we had a blast watching it, but I want to know what the desk thought of that one, because I know Dream and Smixy, they are definitely looking to get their hands all over this game and talk about some of those rotations and fights that we saw.
Shout out to you all. Dan, Tiff absolutely crushed it as per the usual. That was a crazy map, really fun to watch, and we had a blast just staring at that map feed and watching the teams early rotate that could, and the other teams just pray that they were going to be the ones to win the late rotate. But an absolute blast watching that one behind the scenes. I know everybody at home enjoyed it as well. Smix, I gotta go to you while we've got a moment to just reflect on that map. You and I were talking at the very beginning of that map, and you're like, I think I know where this zone's pulling. You called the end zone immediately, and I think a couple of our teams did as well. Talk to me about that end zone and how difficult it can be for some of the squads that rotated late.
Yeah, I mean, I did call the Ice House's end zone as soon as I saw the zone. And to be honest, like this zone is really, really tricky because you don't want to be one of those last teams to rotate in. And you don't want to be like the airports, the TV stations, like those really are rough rotations. And that's how kind of what we saw. We saw Cito at the end there. He rotated second zone, end of second, beginning of third to ice houses. And that's why we saw him in game like that, because you don't want to be one of those last teams rotating in.
Yeah, that's such a good shot. Let's take a quick look back on some of the highlights from that last map. There certainly were plenty of them. It was such a fun map to watch, but frankly, I think the beginning felt a little slow for us on the back end. I think we had some great calls, some great 1v1s or 3v3s, like true team fights. But other than that, there wasn't a crazy amount of action, except for moments like this. And I was impressed with some of the team fights. But what I was surprised about was with the first couple zones, Dream, we were looking at the map and saying, wow, nobody's moving. Everybody's just trying to prepare for this end game.
Yeah, I have to wonder too, Goj, especially on the reset, like for some of these squads, if they, you know, obviously we're losing full, as we saw like Rumble squad kind of go down early, Scrutiny squad go down early when they had a great game before the reset. But for some of these squads, like, you know that they're playing for that end game, they're going to play patient as possible. But for Clout right here in this squad, kind of on the east side of zone, I was really proud to see some of these, like, you know, teams that get a chance at recovery, you know, a chance at redemption at the restart. Like, they started to pop off. I think Team Amnesty was one that went down early, and well, Clutch Belk, he was doing his thing. But yeah, for these squads, Goj, it was just through and through non-stop action towards the end.
Yeah, it was definitely non-stop action towards the end, and I think that's the nature of everybody staying alive at the beginning. They got to fight at some point. We finally pull north, and then people have to come out of their drop spots and where they're rotating from. And Smix, this is what you were talking about. This is one of the teams we were trying to highlight from behind the scenes who get picked up in rotation. Coming out of hangars to get to this end zone across the river is so brutal, and the only team that could do it was the team right here on your screen that won it all, funny enough, right? Team Basham, they rotate from Promenade, right? And then they're able to cross all the way over, make it to the position, fight the two teams in zone because, well, the final zone finally pulled to them. They didn't have to rotate anymore. It was crazy.
Yeah, no, I went back and kind of rewatched like how they even got there, and I'm actually really impressed because, you know what, we always say, you know, height is key, but they actually stayed in the trenches of that zone and kind of really took control of like that lower portion of the zone. And that's kind of what ended up making them win the game. Everybody else around them kind of fought, and they just stayed alive in the trenches.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. It was pretty wild. Sometimes the low ground does win, especially when you finally get the RNG of the zone pull on your side. When it pulls back over, it was just a matter of time before they won. And Dream, we were having a blast watching the entirety of the map because we have this, we can see everything, right? We're the birds in the sky flying around, seeing the whole thing. And you were talking about the east side of the map and how different it felt compared to what maybe you were expecting.
Yeah, like I said, for some of those AM teams, and I had to shout out my boys Clout, Flixie, and Cuzzy, because they were literally destroying everybody on the east side of zone. But really what's tricky when you rotate outside of TV station, like Smixy said, there could be, you know, teams like sitting up in the towers and twins. You just never know what you're going to rotate into. But for these squads, Goj, it doesn't get easier from here, especially if they make it to regional finals. So some of these POIs are open, like Hospital, right? But what are you gonna do when Twisted Minds is there? You're gonna have to switch POI locations.
Well, not only, it's a really good point, frankly, because not only are POIs open compared to what you could see in regional finals, but also with our reset from the first map, Smix, you made a really good point. We saw nobody drop Quarry to start things off. We get back into the reset map, and we've got two teams there on the east side that said, uh-oh, this is free, and we lost our first fight. Completely changed the map. If you're a competitor, is that something that you're accustomed to doing, is like going back, watching VODs when you've got time and making decisions based on that?
I mean, absolutely. If you're out early, for example, like the first thing that you're doing is you're pulling up that map that they show of pretty much where everybody lands. And then you have a pretty good idea of where you want to fight, where you want to land. And so I'm sure that those teams did exactly that. They took that time between maps and just made a new game plan.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Recons.
And I do a lot of recons. I mean, we could talk about all of the nuances of how to win in customs, and information is everything. That's why you see prio around advanced UAVs and of course any of those recons. But folks at home, a lot to unpack after the first game. We're excited to get into the second one. A lot of scores to calculate behind the scenes as well. So we're gonna take a very short break here in the booth. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, game 2 right around the corner.
Welcome back, everybody, to the World Series of Warzone. Coach said map number 2 was right around the corner, and I peeked, and it's here. So it's getting ready to drop on in. Tiff, game number 1 brought us a lot of hype moments. I love everything the desk brought up, and especially how Dream and Smixy rotated, through some of those points about how teams decided to move from one end of the map to the other, and really to get to that final moment. So man, let's get ready to get into map number 2, because I think that if map number 1 gave us some high energy moments, map number 2 is surely to deliver as well.
Well, you know what I love? It's game number.
Number 2, we are dropping on off with, well, a little bit more of a central zone, ladies and gentlemen, plane line, a real sort of north to south sort of matter for us. So everybody should be able to get towards their drop spot, Tiff, and I think we could even see some even more aggressive fights right off the rip.
What about the contest that's happening in the north side? All I know is Rudy pops into the vehicle, crushes a member, I believe, of Team 35, and then just dips. Says, you know what? I took one. I came for blood. I'm out and going to focus on getting my loot up. But having a vehicle all the way in the north is going to be allowing you to get through this area quickly and just keep on focusing on what really matters, whether that's getting a recon, getting a read on where we need to be, and then focusing on the long game.
We even saw Night Scopes and Rumble XL find Realize and Arbiter hopped off the drop, and just that entire squad gets sent to the gulag. So great job from Night, Rumble, and Scopes. They did a decent job in that game number 1, hoping they can do something here in game number 2 as well. Leo taking down Extaplate here in the first fight. A little bit of a split operation right now from Squad 31, and I think Leo gonna take zero time at all to try and run towards this roof. And I think if you're this last final third member of Squad 31, you are just trying to run away. Just try and separate yourself from this fight, because you do not want to have all 3 of you get sent to the gulag.
Especially right off the rip when you have to wait a bit to get a fight, and then you're kind of just like stuck trying to get back to boots on the ground. Good isolation on that doorway there to prevent Big Z from full sending out towards the top. But of course, it's just going to make him more hungry to pursue that. You can see that Leo's already made it to the top. Takedown, pop up owner, and hustle from across the way with some quickness. I love the way squad number 3 is breaking things down.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're not afraid to take this early engagement and they're getting aggressive with it, I think is a great marker of, you know, that they can have some success here in this lobby today. Nice little quick scope from Hustle there. Fine scrutiny on the outside. Follows it up with the SMG, brings them on down. So great sort of work from there. And the thing is, Tiff, they win this first initial fight, and well, they don't really have anybody else near them at all. So they got to figure out where they want to rotate. Maybe just wait for this zone to pull. Up here on the Quarry side, we saw not a lot of teams landed here in that very first lobby we had, but we got into the real lobby of game number 1. We saw 2 teams decided to come on over here. And it looks like for Drifts, who we saw in downtown in last game, well, they've now decided to join the action.
Yeah, it's so great when you have Smixy on the desk, because she's talking about how people in real life were maybe committing to do recons on the broadcast and saying, hey, where did people drop? If no one went Quarry, maybe that gives me some space to go ahead and play from. And you can see that's going to be a standoff for now. There's enough space to cohabitate up there, but you know that they're going to look to take each other out. Meanwhile, Johnny Bro, GD, Gum, a roster that really did well in prior rounds, finding themselves in the gulag early. Gum just trying to get his eyes on him. That man is bouncing around on the other side. Mango. Oh. Ooh. Stop, Gum! You just got domed.
Oh, he did. I thought we were about to see a 2 for 2 on Mango, maybe trying to move a little bit too much and losing a gulag, but is able to clutch it up at the end of the day. Verse and GK, still 2 alive here at the Boneyard. You can see Johnny Bro and Go to Dave. They're able to be over here. They've hit the buyback. They're bringing one team back on in. And that should be a little bit of an eye in the sky UAV for where Verse is. Can you manage to sort of split up, take this fight from a couple different angles? And I like this. Get the third player on top of the roof. Great shot from Verse though, but oh my gosh, he set up the kill box, and well, you're sent to the gulag. Try to maybe get one on the exit. Just wasn't enough, but look who's not too far away, Tiff. It looks like they're looking to try and get a little active.
I respect Flex to go working his way down towards the Boneyard. And as we turn our attention over to Graveyard, it's Fida. And he's been doing really well in terms of grabbing those engagements that we talk about, right? They're like, we want quick fights. We want smart ones where you can just really work together. But this is that 2-1 split. And Fida's kind of trying to get closer, maybe infiltrate the building that squad number 13 is perched like a bird's nest on top of.
Yeah, just trying to maybe get some sort of audio cue, and I think this is a good idea. Leo, Big Z, and Hustle continuing to get aggressive, though. This time, your opponent might be a little bit more skilled. It's Willie T, Zepti, and Otterize. Slides on out, though. Big Z, good for one onto Zepti. Can't find the second, though. Otterize, listen, this guy's been around the block for a very long time. You do not overlook him in Hustle. Cypher in hand and tries to get the shots going, but for some reason, I think it was in single fire. So he's got to hop in the whip and get away. Just leave these two to have claim of the POI that you just fought so hard for.
It's like, I respect you, Sir Otter Eyes, and I am just gonna go ahead and take the L. I'm gonna leave, work on a regain, and set my sights on you later. Turning our sights towards airport. Funzy, Clutch, you saw them towards the end in that 3v3v3, and it was Clutch that actually denied more points going to that Basham roster that won. But I love to see them in that end game, and things are looking pretty tough for them when you got Famous Kima on the other side breaking you apart.
Funzy gonna go ahead, jump off the top here, and I guess just try and make any sort of exit. I don't know if he'll be able to, though. You don't really have a lot of cover here, so you'll try and just maybe play your life if you can. T kills and you won't. You have Splurge on the other side as well towards Stadium. Squad 10 lurking not too far away from you. That's actually going to be Devo, Vonbot, and Myapo. They are on the hunt. See,
Nah, they won't, though.
Some moves. Oh, actually, they're going to try and sandwich here. There's an opportunity for the third party to...
All I see is when you got someone named You Won't, I'm like, you won't what? Like, we won't what? Because Mayapo will. He will. He's going to push straight up, immediately breaks the plates, keeping the pressure on to You Won't. And I just imagine him taunting Mayapo, baiting him closer. And that is going to be, if they've already burned their gulag, see you later. Good luck in those 1v1s.
You have to try and clean that up because you can see you have Born, Adrian, knocks him off Tifi. Not too far away either. So I was a little bit worried with Myapo taking a little bit too long trying to get that one kill because you had two who were rolling up, and we've seen it time and time again where if you're just not ready for a squad, you could get taken on out. For Sloppy Joe, unfortunately for him, he's going to get cut on down by the hands of Hunticity. Rayskis and Scripta on the outside of port. So everybody just trying to clean up the rest of some of these squads. Astro Boy Hero trying to do the same yet again, finds Funzy, who we just watched run away from the airport. So you may have gained some solace from the team that was top airport, but you get cut on down by this squad who finds you towards the boneyard.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. Sometimes you have really good games, and you have games like this where you just find yourself in a constant blender, and trying to stabilize mid-game can be difficult. But this is just circle one closing, and teams can't even get into the next one as Bozo just hits you with a rip Bozo, takes out your entire team, and has done a really effective job of getting on top of the red and just clearing out. When you think about Squad 15, well, they've got a clear rotate over to Hospital. I wouldn't be surprised if some other teams look to try to infiltrate that area. So I would love to see them get ahead of that rotation as you get to check in with where we're going. Now, this is going to look a lot of what we've seen, very similar to that map number 1. It's kind of going to keep pulling maybe further north, in my opinion. And I would really like to base that on that squad number 12 because they've done a good job of putting themselves in the center of circle. However, they haven't hit their next rotation yet. They're still on the outside.
Great shots from Ames, Basham, and Oasis. Really loved what I saw in that map number 1 from those three. Definitely kind of put me on alert to maybe a lot of us because, that's like I said, the fun part about World Series of Warzone. You get an idea of maybe some new players who can start to put you on notice. And it's not always just about the fact that they won, right? It's how they played that end game scenario that also really impressed me. But can they do the same here in game number 2? Because we've seen time and time again, teams, they can have one fantastic game, maybe in a game 1, and then fall flat the rest of the day. So it's all about your consistency and your ability to keep your momentum rolling. For Mayhevs, Maves, and Santi, we saw some great movement out of them in map 1. It seems like for now, downtown is going to be where they're going to try and hold up on in. Whereas a dealership, not too far away, you see this battle start to break on out.
Look, Sinister was a really scary movie, and I was hoping for some somatic stuff, but Sinister down on the ground, and Tillin trying to keep the plates on. 1 kill. If we can hold the fort together, allow Sinister to get picked up, which does come through, we have done enough to delay it. As Lau, you can see Famous Kima on that rotate as the last member in the neighboring area. Now, we talk about rotations out of airport. That's going to be tough. All of those teams, if they don't get a vehicle, are likely going to be pieced by the teams in Ice House.
Yeah, and down here on the outside of train station, kind of over towards that boneyard area, we can see this squad. They're trying to push on up into the forest. They get one taken on out on rotation, so it's going to be Oasis and Ames. Going to kind of make their way as a duo here. The only problem, Tiff, there's about 3 or 4 squads between them and the zone. A lot of teams who want to try and hold them out as well. So they're gonna try and make that push for Devo, Vomba, and Mayapo. Trying to be able to take this fight.
Oh,
Everybody trying to take fights just across the way. Rudy at least able to make the trade onto Obsidian, but Arbiter already currently sitting on 3. This is the Arbiter we expected after seeing some of those numbers from lower round 1. Can you find the one on the outside? You do. Sunny dropped at the hands of Arbiter. You don't lose one in the process. A huge win.
Sunny doesn't break glass. That turns into a completely different situation. Arbiter immediately flips that 180 as soon as he hears the glass break, and he just puts you down. Now, I am worried about that roster. We saw Bash M, the winner of map number 1, rotating from Promenade, but this is like the same rotation that they made in match number 1. They did it one way. They can probably do it again. And in the meantime, teams that have found themselves a bit further north are going to be the squads on your screen. Devo across the way, shooting from that mid-level of blue, and Chaz is really just trying to hit that rotate over. Smokes on the ground, and Matthew, instead of diving into the smokes, gives himself some more leeway and cover to make the approach.
Man, I like this third teammate here at the top. Gonna try and catch Devo at the roof, and he's able
Sir! Polar, not on main! Not on main! I respect the kill, buddy. It's just a flesh wound.
Oh, I mean,
Got tempered though, it's fine.
Yeah, I mean, you're lucky you were able to get that revive.
Shh, no one saw it. Not a single soul.
We all saw it. I would say, thankfully, you were able to reset that very quickly, because look at the squad 15. They are full sending you right now. Chaz might be able to have a little bit of an angle on the outside. Throws a shoulder. You see one. The Thermite's going to back him on up, though. Trying to figure out what angle do you take this fight from. You see him. Twister over by the buy station. Some Thermites landing in on top of him, but for Twister grabbing all this aggro, he's doing a great job of getting damage in on these players, just kind of poking their head through a window.
Oh, I mean, yeah, Chaz just gets the plates ripped right off him, and Bozo says, all right, I'm home. I'm looking to stack up this staircase. How many times have you seen fights in this exact staircase throughout the dawn of time when it comes to Verdansk?
Well, if I had $1 for every time, I'd probably at least be able to buy the Astronomer Mastercraft bundle.
Yeah, I mean, sure. I've seen at least 30. At least.
At least 30. Void Guns praise. And their Polaris lit on up, just trying to find their way on in, and it actually will get fully taken on out. Vehicle disabled. It's going to put them onto foot right now, and they have a squad ahead of them who is looking to maybe gatekeep them if possible. So it's not going to be easy, but you could roll up and start a third part of this here, Tiff. Some great shots onto the first one. Famous Kima taking on down. Gunearth going to be part of the squad on the other side as well, but you lose your vehicle. You're rolling on up. You're cleaning this up. Can you continue the aggression? Find just a nice little double squad wipe.
Oh, but when they've got the height, Team Megzy on the height, I'm nervous for them, but it's going to be totally fine. Praise just gets the opening, crosses the gap. Hits the reload. Look, I love that we're considering all the things that you need to do prior to getting into a fight, especially if you're going rogue and looking for those solo hero plays.
I mean, if they maybe push forward a little bit too fast, you lose GunX in the process, and they see exactly where Praise is. Void, he's not able to get into this fight. Praise hears that parachute, go ahead and deploy, has an idea that somebody is there, but good job from that team. Squad 16, Gunner, Sinister, and Tillin, just to be able to, hey, win the first fight, stand your ground, take down a team on the second. Well, that's going to do, Tiff, is that's going to give them a nice wide open range to rotate into the zone.
Okay, back to Polar to see he's still good. Feet on the ground, not ankles broken. We're golden. But for U6, we saw this two teams initially move into Quarry about 5 minutes ago. And we were like, hey, this is a great space for you to cohabitate in. But now you've got the deployable cover down. You're going to start poking each other. And Lotus 8 Esports, they need to win this fight. Magoo gets the plates back on. You know, only 2 plates. Resources low, so completing that fight against Arbiter's squad is great until it's not, because Scopes is moving straight on in.
Yeah, they are just circling around that fight, and Inno not able to stay alive. Rumble will get the down. Arbiter is there for, it looks like, potentially a cleanup, maybe by a latent thermite or something that was still in that box for the time being. But for Night, Rumble XL, and Scopes, I liked how they're moving around the map, Tiff. We said in map number 1 that this is going to be one of our squads to really keep our eyes on. We saw 4 from Rumble. I think we're seeing 4 from Scopes in him himself. None for Knight just yet, so not a great game just yet, but could be the start of something good. Now the boys, get you some Cedo and Skiliosis. They really showed out in map 1.
They definitely did, and now I keep tabs on this. I love the patience that you get. There's something about sniping in Call of Duty that brings me so much joy. But to see Praise and them still trying to keep it together, hit a regain. We knew it was going to be difficult, especially after Circle 2, getting into Circle 3. You know, you've got restock coming soon, so you'll have all of those things available for Scopes. Still picking up kills. We're still heading up to the north. And all the early rotators into Quarry, well, now it's starting to look a little stacked.
Yeah, I mean, not a lot of areas that you can really try and play out of here. That's why you're seeing everybody kind of bunch up around some of these, you know, kind of POIs that we have. Now, we do have some unofficial numbers on the right side of your screen there. I was seeing 26 from Basham, so means that, you know, unofficially they did end that first map, you know, with the 13 kills. Map win will give them up to 26. So great job, but for Funzy and them, who did come in second, they were top of the boards there. It looked like I think I saw 18 coming out of them. Great start already here today.
Not for Sinister, though. Gets completely caught off guard by Yakash, and now you got Gunnearth and Tillin that are just trying to hold on. But once you get into these open areas in the north of Verdansk, it's all about your resource management. And if we're blowing smokes this early on with no way to recover more, things are going to look difficult for you. Consider there's 28 squads remaining. We're not into a super high multiplier, and we've just got to play the long game. For Born here, not Jason, by the way, we got a sniper here, and I would love to see him connect straight to the face. Instead, we just stand in a doorway and we get shot instead.
You've been seeing a lot of people, some of these teams pull out this LR762 just because, yeah, is it a one-shot snipe? No, but you know what it is? 199 damage snipe. That's what it is. So it's just so easy to be able to get those cracks, and then it's with something like the ciphers that we're seeing a lot of these teams run, or even an LC10 at range, right? If you can just get any amount of damage in to follow up that snipe, you very quickly turn that 3v3 into a 3v2. That could be what you need to kind of start figuring out how to, maybe do you want to take a fight, or is that enough aggression you need to back down a team to allow you to start maneuvering through? Because when we look at a zone like this, that might be some of the tactics you need if you're going to try and start moving.
Ooh, speaking of moving, we got to get out of here, and look who's descended upon them. Maxim, we connect right there somehow, but we still get the full squad wipe. We're down, we're out, and it's Maeve, Mayhem, Sunti that are going to hold it together. You can see the duo still on the screen looking to rotate, because we talked about Quarry in general, but no, you guys saw the map. It's actually going to pull towards the northwestern side of things, and if you're not at military base, you might want to try to get there. You've got the squad number 1, Zepti. They were early adapters into that rotation, and now they're going under fire. If I'm squad number 5, this roster, Knight, Scopes, Rumble, take those smart engagements. Ain't no party like a third party.
Well, looks like they're going to try and find Tillin. Buy station will let them know somebody is around here. Knight with some early damage in, and you're just going to swarm this one if you are Rumble. And Knight, yep, you take it as a 2v2 very quickly. Very easy. Unfortunately, though, you weren't able to find him before the buyback. So Squad 16, they will still stay alive for the moment, but it's just going to be one player hanging on by the skin of their teeth. So while you've been making some moves down here, you got Blixie and Tex and Co. They are at the building right above you. They could look down at you if they wanted to. For MG Effect and Co., looks like they're just going to kind of be a little bit of a standstill. Try and play patiently.
Yeah, you got that TJ Future Foulnet's roster just below you, and quite frankly, you're gonna have the space of trying to get through these buildings. You can even jump the fence and filter into the building across the way from you without really taking too much damage. But you have to keep in mind that there is a roster, another 3 straight ahead of you on that rotation, and we're gonna have to move into open terrain once again, and I'm just not seeing a lot of teams that have vehicles for endgame.
You're going to need them, knowing how much empty space there is going to be in this end game. I'm seeing that kill feed. Huge fight happen. Well, it looks like Lovedant, E700. Both getting dropped. Drifts here, trying to make an exit. Unfortunately for you, Cedo, it just reads you like a book. Sure, you have Shrouded for the time being, but not really give you the cover that you maybe were hoping for. Smixy said it best. It's all about high ground. It's all about trying to play for height. And it looks like for Squad 17, that is what their mission is going to be. Can we play in the hills on this one side of zone? The only problem is, Tiff, they're not the only team trying to do that. You got one squad in front of you, Squad 48, that's trying to hold up maybe in this building. And just ahead of them, well, it's Squad 25 of Tricky Vibes and Whiplash and Kizzy, who are also up here towards the top. So you gotta try and take some fights if you want to gain some of that high ground. And as I say that, Get You Some gets dropped into the kill feed, so it's not gonna be that easy.
Yeah, we had some heavy hitting teams fall just there. Team Devo, Team Zepti, down and out. And it's quite unfortunate because those were some of the teams that made their way into that area that we were just talking about early on before, just kind of being swarmed by everyone. Polar, Chaz, you saw them taking that fight at Big Blue, and well, now they're a duo here. They've got a couple of kills across each of the two here on your screen, and they're just laying low. Look, sometimes people at the end, they're not going to look down. They're just going to be looking out into the distance, trying to find teams, and honestly, you might step on someone.
Sometimes you get people who run directly at you. Z-Puff immediately deleted at the hands of Chaz and Polar here. And I think you hit it right on the head that it's just sometimes at this moment when you are playing down a player, Matthew is not going to be with your squad. Just play for placement, right? You have a couple of kills to your name. At least get to that 1.8 times multiplier and then figure out how maybe you can get to that point where you can start the third party. For the boys, he's the only one alive.
Oh.
Dancing around this rock, tries to stay alive. Joked and Marcy are going to cut them down. After a fantastic game number one, they're not going to be able to go on a back-to-back performance. And as the zone starts to constrict here, Tiff, we are watching the life go from the eyes of a number of squads as we, in a blink of an eye, go from 12 to, it went from 20 down to 12.
Tends to happen, especially on circles that look like this. Not a lot of ground to play from, but C3 on your screen, at least you have that fence line, right? NSD does fall, and quite frankly, if we have an average of 4.7 per game in placement coming into this and we're falling out in 11, that is definitely below average, but truly evil. I love that we went back in for that, connecting around the Polaris and still trying to keep 360 tabs on all of that. So that's good situational awareness. This is going to literally be open season on a rotate like this, depending on where this circle does start to pull after.
You know, you're starting to see how he maybe has those 4 downs and 2,500 damage.
Yep.
Looking at this team that's over at the Doritos, and you can see it's just been so much chaos for this squad. They thought that they can make their way around here on the other side of that bunker from the team that was there, but no, they have to try and rotate around. Thankfully, they are able to push on in. They find Nobu Spartan taken on down, and now they have to go up against Rumble XL, Knight, and Scopes. Truly Evil still has a head on a swivel and is just basically saying, hey, you want to peek a shoulder around me? Have fun, buddy. I'm about to rip your plate. And it looks like it's causing some chaos for a number of our squads who are stuck out in the open.
One more smoke here for Scopes. He's on 7, so a big game for them. You know they need to get top 5. They're 1 away from it. And if Yuck Ash has anything to say about it, he wants to deny that. And we are just moments away. As you can see, squad number 48 has 1 player left standing, which should get you into the top 5. There it is, top 5, 1.8 all around, and the Scott on your screen looking for double digits alone for Yuck Ash. We should be able to connect.
They should be able to get there. Is going to go ahead, invest the armor box, try and stay alive, knowing that this team might push on forward. They're trying to just pop a weasel out of this smoke, but it's just not enough. You have to win this fight, though, if you are this team, because you're not going to get out of here for free. Great shots, though. Scopes taken on down, as is Rumble. Knight's good for at least 1, and look who is still raining hell from across the way. Frostline in hand. It's Truly Evil, living up to his name, as he is just not letting anybody stay in this zone. They have an idea where 2 of the squads are. They're saying, where's the 3rd? Well, look who it is. It's Team 23. It's Polar P and Chaz. They are still alive all the way from in 20th as a duo.
What?
But the PA rips across. It's good for 2. Team Unk is just absolutely wiping this lobby. It is a 3v2.
I said you got to keep an eye on J-Device, Truly Evil, Z-Midian game number 1. It may have not have panned out for them, but look what they've done here. A 3v1, and we just need that frost line to connect on to Finesse. He's like, oh, hey, oops, don't mind me here. And you see 1 does push the equation, and they get bodied by Finesse. J-Device here on 3, just waiting to see, can he peek? They have to push immediately straight towards this Truly Evil. Come on, I just need you to connect 1, grab his shoulder, just make it happen.
Just for the clip, please, at the ending of game 2. I love it.
360?
I mean, I just love this though. You can see the glint. Finesse can see it on the other side. Z-Midi's knocked, but he's probably giving him all the callouts that he needs. There you go. Tries to get the hop up across. Starts to self-revive. Unfortunately for you, Finesse, you're not going to be able to pull a clutch from map 1. You will get taken on out, and that is J-Device, Z-Midi, and Truly Evil taking home game number 2. And just look at that face. That's the face of a man whose teammate just absolutely sniped the hell out of you.
That is Team Unk for you, Team Z-Midi, if you want to call them 2x multipliers. Let's celebrate with a victory moment.
Oh, he's cracked. You gotta flip it through. Yep. Cracked.
Sandro,
Break down this play, but I don't know if I can.
Break down the clap. Break it down. No, but for real, this is right after Truly Evil gets that crazy gooey level precision airstrike. And then this is where you see the 3v1. And Finesse, he's trying to finesse across the way, drops the smokes, finds the cover. And then all you see is the firing squad, the Unk team across the way.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say MVP seems to be Truly Evil there. I mean, there's a lot of reasons some people are even going towards this Frost line. I said, hey, people are using this LR762, they're using the HDR. If you're not trying to get a one-shot kill with it, pick the sniper with the fastest fire rate. And some people, they really like the Frost line for that reason. So for Truly Evil, even if it wasn't a knock, the fact that he's able to get a lot of these cracks and create a lot of pressure for his team is crazy. And when it kind of just comes down here to this 3v1, I think Z-Midi just said, hey, I'll just go for it. Why not? Unfortunately, not able to win that first fight, but their two teammates, they cleaned it on up, and well, J-Device hits you with some otter hands as a little bit of a celebration victory moment. I can't even fathom how you even start to do that. My wrists are nowhere near limber enough to make that happen.
Is that one of those icebreakers that you like go into, I don't know, a room of people with, and you're just like, yeah, let me show you what I've got. I've got some really nimble wrists. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
If that's your fucking fact, hey, you're a special person, which I know J-Device is, both on and off the battlefield. One person who I know is definitely has a reaction to those otter hands that we saw is Goj. Let's go ahead and let's bring the desk back on in, see what they thought of game number 2.
I was about to say, it might be Warzone's best talent I've seen thus far from J-Device. We gotta hold a brand new show. We'll do the after show where we just do special talents from all of our competitors. Fantastic calls yet again. What a crazy PA. Tiff, before we send you off to take a break, you had a perfect read on that. You said it was gooey levels. I mean, such a wild, reminiscent moment. You just don't see PAs like that often on main, where they're actually the reason that you're winning maps. Talk me through that moment really quickly before you send you off, and like how much that changed that map.
I think if you don't have that precision airstrike, you don't get control of what's behind you. And at that point in time, they were centered between two rosters. And before they could actually focus on that fight with Finesse's team, you really have to make sure that you're clearing out your back, controlling the space so you can turn your attention like Truly Evil was trying to do, keep them at bay with the Frost line. So the fact that Truly Evil just literally lives up to his name and has a PA in the back pocket to wipe out that roster, that means everything, honestly. And he's lucky they didn't have self-reses at that point, because he would have just been like, all right, they're just gonna self-res and come at me after in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, it totally changed the flow of the map. Really cool moment. Great calls from both of you, and great reaction to J-Device's special talent. We'll see you all in a little bit. Well done in the caster booth. All right, well, Smixy, we gotta talk a little bit about something that you have become very, very good at. Maybe because you compete a lot, but also you're just really smart. You called the zone perfectly again. Talk to me about that zone. What makes it different from others? Obviously, it's a long way to go for some of our teams on the south side of the map.
No, absolutely. And again, we're kind of seeing a trend with more open zones. I mean, this one was wide in the open, right? Like if you didn't have where Truly Evil's team had, you were kind of in a bad situation. So them getting control of that early was a game changer. Absolutely.
Yeah, early rotations yet again proving to be a big reason why you get a victory. Well, folks, we got some highlights for you. Let's take a look at them. Let's see some of the best moments from this last map. And Dream, we were having a blast watching it because there truly were some great moments. And it looks like it started over here in Boneyard with some early fights.
Yeah, early fights indeed. But the one thing, Goj, that I was really paying attention to was kind of like the meta switch up. Like we saw get some sniping like crazy map number 1, even sniping some players out of helicopters. But a lot of players here, including Truly Evil, pulled out a sniper, right? We could see in those open areas, especially in the M zone, if you see that it's landing, like it's going to end towards military base, you want to have a class ready. Maybe like a 2 loadouts specifically, 1 for early game, 1 for late game, like with battle ready on, right? Instead of overkill. So being set up, a lot of these squads adjusted strategy a little bit. I do, though, believe Smixy called it out. Third zone, we had like 28 teams this time around. So it also promoted faster early gameplay as well.
Yeah, and I think that's what you're seeing right now, right? As we go through these highlights, you're seeing a lot of some of these early fights because everybody's being forced to rotate up to the north, and they know this is going to be a tough zone. Everybody tries to go at the same time, tries to go early, and they get into these encounters that actually will make a huge difference on the leaderboard. We've got to remind ourselves, yes, of course, we want to win. We want to be a top 5 team today. We want that ego boost, but all that matters is that you're top 25. So some of these fights could be all you need in order to kind of beat our average scoreline. We talked about at the top of the show, about 7 points rather is what you're looking for. And this fight felt like it was maybe going to take 7 minutes until finally Finesse tries to make a play and swings around the corner and gets punished for it. But we were talking, obviously, big congratulations to this team. Really well done. Great PA, great finish. Huge win for J-Devise and Co. Team Unk, I believe, is what they're lovingly named. But I think the unsung hero of this win for J-Devise is actually Knight, Smixy. I mean, Knight is in a 1v3 and ends up taking 2 with him, which was crazy.
Oh yeah, that was crazy to watch. And I mean, again, we're talking about game-changing plays, right? That's what we're really looking out for, and that was definitely one of them.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it looks like we've got some standings ready for you all at home. I know you've been patient for them. So let's take a quick look at our leaderboard and see how it's all shaking out, where everybody's at on this leaderboard. At the top, bottom, where are they at? Again, relegation, you're really looking for top 25 here. So the teams in the top 10 are feeling very comfortable right now. You're looking for somewhere around, if history repeats itself, somewhere around 40 to 45 points is probably going to be our cutoff. So if you're the team at the top right now, good grief. Finesse got top 2, obviously massive multiplier here, Dream, but they're at the top of the leaderboard now because of that. And also, Knight and Co. jumped all the way up to 2nd.
Yeah, 2 of our map winners are not in the top, in the top 5, I believe. So, I mean, for Finesse and Co., which we've seen them slay out 25 eliminations, but, for some of these gunfights, right? Why are some of these players are not finishing off their kills, right? Even like we saw at Knight in that 1v2, he took out everybody he could before he went down, but you could see a difference maker that 1, 2, 3 kills could make.
Yeah, I mean, Smissy, take a look at this leaderboard again. We're really looking at top 25. So here's the cutoff, literally less than a point. I mean, as a competitor, I know you've seen this 1,000 times.
I mean, yeah, being, where Lotus is right now and Knight and all them, like, that you need a big game here to put, like, a gap between you and 25th place.
Johnny Bro 2.
Exactly. What? I know. There's some big teams here. There's a lot of motion on this leaderboard. And again, we're playing 6 total maps, folks. So we're only 2 in. Here's our scores. And if you're some of these teams near the bottom of the leaderboard, I mean, basically, if you're at 40th, right, you are, I'm kind of still maybe going to be playing World Series of Warzone in a couple weeks for LCQ. Everybody below 40th, it's like something's wrong, something's changed. We've got to tweak all of our strategy and make it work, because we're either dying off rip or we're playing away from everybody else and dying on our first rotation. So let's take a look at our final 10 teams, 41st to 50th. These are the teams at risk of not being able to play anymore. And I think, I'm going to go back to you, Smixy, again here. I mean, we talked so much off broadcast about this Asterisk squad and how good they actually have been playing, talking about what this team probably needs to do to change their luck in the second 2/3 of this competition.
Yeah, I mean, I was such a huge fan of this team, and they had an average placement of 6 in the lower bracket round 1, and now it's like they can't get a footing at all. And I really do think that that comes down to them losing their prison drop. I mean, that was like their bread and butter in losers round 1, and now that's kind of taken over by Mayapo's team.
Yeah, and Mayapo's team is doing okay, but not exactly where we expected them either. I don't know. It is an interesting point. It's something we talked about at the top of the broadcast. I want to reiterate, it's been a little while. This is a brand new lobby. These teams haven't necessarily played against each other, maybe at all throughout the course of World Series of Warzone, pending where they came from and how they got here. And so you have to change it up in every stage. And if you make regional finals, it's the exact same thing, Dream. We talked about this a ton. Like, you're going into regional finals and you're trying to go train. You're going train right now. You're going to try to go train against the Falcons? What's going on? Like, these teams have to pivot and adapt and think on your feet, and that's what being a competitor is all about.
Especially with how fast the Falcons will zone out and hit promenade, whatever you all call it. But regardless, yes, these teams, they're going to have their work cut out for them. But struggling even now, I feel like half the teams we called out at the top of show are in that, like, bottom leaderboard. So it's crazy, but Goj, for what World Series of Warzone is and what it represents, this is what we need. This is what we're talking about every single year. It gets more competitive.
Well, hey, we're going to keep talking about it later because we got some casters to bring in. It's time for another game. Game 3 is ready. Spider-Tiff, Dandro, take it away because we need another doozy for some of these teams at the bottom. They got to change some things up.
Man, I love the way you all break stuff down. It is fantastic. Thank you so much, Coach. Well, let's get ready. Let's head on in, Tiff, to game number 3. And it's going to be an absolute doozy. It's going to be, I think, a little bit more of a turn up the heat because I think there's a lot of these teams, Tiff, who maybe learned from game number 1 and game number 2 and now have an idea of how they can kind of maneuver around the map, where there's some gaps, how can they manage to get on in, and how can they manage to find some more kills.
I think that's really well said because when you start to think about it, these lobbies are completely different than what you're going to witness in those regional finals or what you saw in upper bracket. So if you were basically assuming that this was going to play out like you did in the upper brackets where you came from and you had a ton of score lines, no, things are going to be chaotic. They're going to be messy, but let's go ahead. Let's focus forward. Get us into game number 3.
Here we go. A plane line coming from the north, going towards the south. And, well, you'll be able to hit whatever drop zone you want to go to, but you're going to have to start making your way fast if you like playing basically anywhere that's outside of TV and Stadium. Because we know, Tiff, if there's anything about a zone like this, it is pulling hard and fast to the left or bottom side of this map.
Hear me out. My map 1 winners, Team Basham. This is a circle straight for you. Thank the COD gods for this one because you don't have to rotate from Promenade all the way up to the north again. Sure, it worked out for you once, but this is a little bit of kindness for what you were able to achieve. I saw you, a little 9-to-5er, corporate rebel looking to go to World Series of Warzone LAN and some others here. MSM, Santi, at least you got the LTV, my guy, because District downtown looking scary.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reality of downtown. You know, I know he's not casting today, but I'll take a little bit of a line from Goj in saying the downtown is a quagmire. It's his favorite word to use. It's just, you get stuck if you're here, right? You just get stuck in downtown. You're going to drop in or you're going to rotate on through. And you're lucky if you make it out the other side, right? As you have so many teams that just find themselves, you know, kind of in this downtown area. Thankfully for Mayhems, he's able to win that gulag against Nobu Spartan, so he can meet back up with some of his teammates. You have at least Santi, who is kind of here just maybe fighting for scraps among some of these buildings that are on the outskirts.
I'm not gonna lie, every time I hear someone say quagmire, I think giggity giggity. So I feel like if you're gonna hit me with the quagmire, you're gonna have to also offer the definition at some point, because let me just tell you, I don't get outside much, Gandro. I don't touch a lot of grass. I almost said I did, and that's a lie. That is a false statement here in Georgia. It is an oven outside. Heat advisory, so it's better to be inside with the unks. And you can see J Device there on the roof. They've got the heli and half a gram across the way.
I mean, if you make this realization that maybe you got two underneath you, I would love to see them try and maybe turn this into a 3v2 on the inside. But for Truly Evil, he gets backed on down, takes a lot of damage. I don't think has the plates needed to kind of replenish this. So J Device trying to back them on down. But look at this. Tex, he's hopped in the LTV. He's gaining some of this attention, hopped up towards the top, and exactly what I was hoping. One player drops down on in. Can they flush out the player down below? Blixie playing on the other side, just waiting for somebody to push on forward. We'll check back in on that fight here in a little bit, because we have another big one brewing as well. Autorize, Zepti, Willie Teed. They're taking on Lotus 8.
And Lotus needs this, right? They are not in a powerful position on the leaderboard, potentially facing relegation to the LCQ, which we've talked about. It is a lawless place, lawless lobby, which anything can happen. And Willie Teed, keep your plates on you. Needs one more. Sharing is caring. Zepti, maybe you could provide, because not, this is what's going to happen. Inno's going to waltz right in, bypass the trophy system, and it's just going to break out. Implosions coming through. Zepti, we're falling apart here.
Squad 1 tried to do their best, but for Lotus 8, they do not let you stay alive. Great fight from Lotus 8, a team that, you know, we'd like to see a little bit higher on the leaderboard. That is for certain. But I'm looking at this kill feed, Tippin. Oh my God, everybody is just bringing the pain nice and early on. I think it's just because you had so many of these squads decided to land just in the zone immediately off rip that it's just there's nowhere else to go. It's just players stacked on top of each other, and you're just trying to stay alive. Bozo ripped apart. That team's taken on down. Everybody getting sent to the nice early gulag.
Sure, burn through them all. It's going to make for a really quick game for us here in map number 3 as we start to enter the midway through our 6-game series. And a lot of people just looking to secure that south side of the coast, whether that's hills, whether that's port, wherever you go, you want that coverage. And here at Fire, Vonbot on the screen, one, and he sets his sight on the other. The way Devo and Vonbot just kind of worked synergetically together, it was really nice and preps them well for a third party. You can see Hunticity and Code just kind of working this fence line, maybe trying to find that opening. You do have a thermite in your back pocket, so if we look for a full through the window, but we're not going to necessarily commit to this as Cloudies. What? Hello? What are we doing here?
What if they think that isn't maybe the third, but couple gunshots, a thermite, bold strategy, Cloudies. We'll see how it works out for you later. Nice little free point for Hunticity and Co. They're trying to fight Vonbot and Devo, and they're just given one for free by an LTV driving by. I wasn't prepared for that one. I'm not going to lie.
There's a lot of things I'm not prepared for, but then again, it is Call of Duty Warzone, and I'm here for a good time. Now, at least that gave Vonbot and Devo the opportunity to push further away from this trio that is looking to usurp their positioning here in Fire. So Hunticity going for the high ground. Now, an angle if they can pull out of this could be, I mean, at least you got the trophy in your back pocket to throw down, because if they try to throw anything in here, it could hurt. Oh, nice shots there. Rips maybe a plate off, and quite frankly, I don't think Devo's going to open up that angle for you again.
No, I don't think, and I think what you're trying to do here, if you are this squad, you're looking for the third. I think they have a realization that there's Devo and Vonbot, but where is my Oppo? Well, he's just flying on in, so hopefully you had eyes on the sky to see that happen. Closer look at our zone, though, Tiff. We watched that fight kind of happening in this south side of the map. There's a lot of teams who have to make their way in. Only a number of squads who are not already in zone as a Hunticity starts to open up this fight.
I think this is exactly, you're right. They were just looking to see where they were positioned, what the numbers looked like, and I think they just sacrificed him. Mayapo flying back in is just like, we're going. We'll buy you back at some point in time, but we're sacrificing you for the greater good.
Sometimes sacrifices are necessary. Lurk already with 2. Can they find the last player in this fight? Gotta fly on into the trailer. At that point, you're just holding down right trigger and hoping that at some point you maybe get some bullets in. J-Device into the gulag, up against Chaz. Chaz maybe looking for revenge because of that PA at the end of map number 2. Smoke will let J-Device get a little bit squirrely, a little bit mixy here. Couple of pre-fires, and I'm seeing a lot of movement, not seeing a lot of shots though. Overtime is active. Chaz, final moments of it. We'll be able to win that one. A very clutch gulag win.
That clap talent not gonna help you out in the gulag, but this jump spot right here might be able to get us an opening. The thing is, the player's on the right side. So, Santi, we're gonna need to look a little to see if we can find this angle. Hits the read, the slide comes out. Good opening damage, but now we just gave our information. Don't hit a repeat on that.
I was kind of hoping Tiffy was just gonna maybe look for the additional player to push on forward and maybe try and capture them. Take all the aggro, give an opportunity for maybe your teammate to play from underneath, find a different angle. But you've kind of changed your sights. You found a different squad here on the other side, and look who it is. It's gonna be Rayskis, Hunticity, Scripta. They're gonna find a couple here as well. Vombot and Devo have done such a great job of just staying alive, but I think Hunticity and co, they've done an even better job of just keeping this squad in their sights and not letting them get any kills.
Oh, that one's tough, but Scripta puts another one on the board for himself. And now they can actually focus on this duo. Devo, Mayapo, split. I'm not sure how you're going to get out of this one. Mayapo down, playing low out to the left side. And look at the trap that Hunticity is setting up. He's breached the doorway. He's very controlled. Wait, he shoulder peeked straight into him. Oh, no, Devo. The calmness in which you just clutched that up. Rayskis enters, gets bodied. We're seeing a collapse here because Scripta takes the roof. You have to hit a 1v2 now, or you just got to get out.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the play here. And maybe a little bit of a diversion. Throws the smoke, runs the other way. Devo and Mayapo doing a great job of being able to equalize that fight. It just becomes, I think you don't realize, it's a little bit of a jump scare that Devo's in the laundry room there. He wins a nice quick one, and then it's just a sort of Mayapo just playing off and off an angle and brings him on down as well. Great job from those two, just to kind of keep their calm in a 2v3. Very quickly find 2 and make the third player skirt away.
Not gonna lie, when I go to do laundry later, I'm gonna like check the corners because you never know what you're gonna find in a laundry room at 3 a.m. and hopefully it's not them.
Could be a Devo. Could be a Devo.
Might scream, but it's fine. Futures game, TJ, foul nets. I like that we were putting the pressure on the team to push them back. The only thing is, you can see that player from squad number 13 grabs the rooftop. He knows that they're there. And honestly, they're going to look for a way to infiltrate that building clutch. Remember that second place in game number 1. And we're really good about collapsing around a team. And constriction was the right word that you used earlier. And it just seems to be that effect that they have in any time that they take an engagement. And they just completely whittle them down, stack the numbers in their favor. And if I'm Mango, bro, airport's not where I want to be, but there's a lot of places to hide in here.
Armor crack, you're trying to find Mango. We watched him go to the gulag earlier, and well, unfortunately, he does get wiped just now. Good job from Team Funzy being able to sniff out that player. It's going to give them an opportunity to maybe have a quiet rotation on into the other side of Storage Town, as well, a lot of teams have found themselves evacuating that area. For Squad 18, though, you're kind of right in the thick of it. You got a number of teams around you who are going to be looking at you. If you try and jump off this top of your roof, it's not going to be a good time for Big Z. He's getting fooled by Stable J. Thankfully, you got Lay here for the trade. Hustle tries to land the shots on into Baba Hoof. You don't even need to, because your teammate's there from the underneath. And finally, Devo's been able to find Scripta. A lot of teams starting to pick up the pace.
Look, there's something to be said about hills here and this circle of houses. You get a buy station, you can regain here, which is exactly what we see they've done. They all three have gas masks, plenty of plates, now a good amount of kills. And this is just setting yourself up for the long run. Sure, there's 41 teams left in the lobby and you wouldn't really get a multiplier right now. So you don't want to have full dead here as you see Sloppy Joe's team kind of fall out of this area. You just want to ease on in, but I think that this lower round 2, all you really have to do, as I say ease on in, is just have one of those pop-off games. If you get a 30-point game with like, you know, a 1.8 or a 2x multiplier, there's a really good chance you're making it into regional finals.
I think that statement is true as long as you have some okay games to back it up. I don't know if necessarily one big game is like the stamp and you should feel good, rest on your laurels. You know, if you have that big game, you know, game 1, 2, or 3, okay, cool. But you have to make sure you are consistent in the other ones. Because reminder, folks, we're only playing 6 games here today. So after this game, we're about to be halfway through our map set. And if you haven't had one of those great games just yet, well, you only have 3 more opportunities to do so. For Team CTE, Clutch Belk, Zombie, and Royal Eyes, they are trying to maybe have a little bit better success. They were popping off in game number 1. Game number 2, they got taken out very, very early. And what we saw on the back end, our team that was the top of the leaderboard, Team Finesse, well, they were full dead very early on in this lobby tip. So that's going to mean that that's going to open the door for maybe somebody else to find those points and usurp the throne.
Ooh, okay. Well, as you can see, we're kind of rotating in side by side with squad number 11, CTE Esports Royalized. They were just the ones sniping here, looking for some of those knocks that they could look to finish. And quite frankly, they just keep descending on the greatest next ultimate high ground, and Clutch Belk just dives down to that lower level. We're just looking to get ahead of Freddy and Germ. And you see another roster coming on in, Exify at distance, and Clutch Belk just immediately starts the snipe, drops one, Zombie finds another, and we are just reaping this area.
Ooh, Germ positions himself great, at least gets the armor crack. It's not going to be enough, but you can see this squad has moved on forward. They want to hold this whole team out into the gas, and they will do it. Some nice cleanup there on the edge of zone from Clutch Belk's squad. And you can see with that win, you only have one more team that's basically ahead of you, TZR. Not too far away. So how do you try and make this rotation in? But as the zone continues to pull farther and farther down into Promenade, and I believe this one ends. Smixy's probably going to correct me if I'm wrong. I think this is maybe one of these ones that ends in construction, if I'm looking at it correctly. So for all these teams in Promenade, you're okay for now, but you won't be for long.
What about squad number 36? Little Warzone smoke out there. You got a player literally on the farthest away in the water, and Clutch solo deployable cover down and trying to block off this stairway. Does it do enough for the lethals that are being spammed up? Sinister trying to create a horror movie here. Hits the... okay, Clutch. Live up to the name. Hit the res. Does enough to force them away to focus on that healing. And Sinister, I mean, just falls on the ground because obviously your teammates are coming on in. Look at that. Squad number 16. Work on it.
I actually think Clutch hit him with the thermite because he was out of there and then got knocked. So I think Clutch just has a great read on it. Hits the thermite. He has to back on up. And now you're going to see they fly on forward. Unfortunately for you, your teammate is taken on down, is full. Can you push on into that room? No, you can't because Tillin lands from above. I don't know if maybe that was a jump across from another building or flying back in from the gulag, but just comes at a time that you are not expecting. Gunearth, Sinister, great job of just playing patiently to take that squad down.
Look, the hero you asked for, the hero you needed, and now Team 16 still in the mix of things. We were talking about that CTE Esports roster when they were having some good moments and Zombie falls down. And speaking of that, we've got a player here in the gulag from the roster that you just saw on your screen. Can we get out against Almighty TJ? TJ needs this. But the thermites, so powerful, but not enough. TJ, oh my God. That's nasty, bro. Hello?
That had to be by such just a sliver of HP because those thermites tick pretty hard, and the fact he's able to win it, I was worried that the damage kept going and that maybe there'd be some sort of weird trade scenario. Thankfully, I'm wrong. Clutch into the gulag though. Early shots with the Ames 85 on Anasty. Takes some damage himself. Smoke start coming on out. Still looking across. Slide is there. No connection. Laying in wait, being very patiently. We'll block off the left side with the thermite. Slowly but surely comes to the right side. A very patient play. Clutch living up to his name.
Look, that's smart, right? Well, we just saw this roster on the screen. Have Tillin come in and Clutch. We have Flex to Goat that decides to rotate on into Promenade and take a spin on getting to the farther south area. Do still have remnants of Team 19 out that could play spoiler, and Astro Boy fight it down. So we got 2 up. Looks like 2 might be left. One's hitting the res on the roof, and you got Cito on the low ground.
Good shots. Some trying to make the dance happen. You'll lose both your teammates onto the inside. You find Astro Boy Hero very cleanly. Unfortunately, you don't have the time to get the plates back on in. It's going to be Ant. It's going to be Astro Boy that are there for part of the cleanup. You lost both your teammates if you are Ant, but you only need a little bit of cash to try and get them back on in. As you can start to see, this is basically split 50-50 right now, Tiff. Half the squads, they're out of the zone. The other half, they've managed to find some spots to hang on out in zone. Or if you are Team 36, a spot literally on the edge of the map, out in the water, spinning in circles.
The Shark Week play that you asked for. Crimson Slays out there, one player at least left, and a lot of others still looking to get down towards the south if they can. But look who it is. Your map 1 winners, Team Basham, have moved into the area that you believe it is going to end in. So I like that we're setting our stakes into that area a lot earlier than most. But for Train Station, Scripta, observers come in to see your final moments as Obsidian ends your lobby choice right there, puts it in with a bow, and now they're the owners of this area.
Hey, for Arbiter and Co, they've been doing a great job of just staying alive. They got very mixy earlier on, realized Obsidian and Arbiter, and it looks like they've been able to kind of stabilize for the time being. Arbiter only with 1 kill, though. This is the person that we were looking at to maybe lead this team to some solid points here today. Let's see, though, Tiff, what's going through this squad's brain is, well, they try and make a rotation.
Ben, it's all good. We should just play for IHOP.
Man, I think
we try to get to this.
Listen, Reels, we gotta just go on.
IHOP is gonna look at us.
I'm on foot. I'm close. I'm close. I'm getting shot in the back. There's people out of zone right now.
All right, there's a team IHOP.
We're gonna have to play for it.
Yeah, we're gonna have to play for it. Come on, work IHOP.
I'm right in front. I'm right in front of IHOP. I'm holding the bottom.
Hold on, I'm coming towards Riz because I was getting shot at.
Heard. I don't think nobody's in fire at the moment. Nobody's in fire at the moment.
On me. Bottom floor, crack.
I'm coming.
Marching.
He's stuck in this room. What's on the stairs in front?
No, don't go in. Just play outer.
We need you here, bro.
There's a team fire. That's what I'm saying.
On the roof, crack 20, knock.
Watch fire, watch that fire.
We're gonna have to push this. One's knocked. Arbiter, you with me or someone with me?
I'm
with you. I'm here. Take this room.
Wait. Crack him. I get by thermite.
They're scooting.
When he needs res.
I need help.
Hold on, take your time
I
with
have
that.
him knocked in here. He's in this room right next to me, right here.
Okay.
You know what, Dandro? There's one thing I love about this roster is that they are really on brand with their comms, constantly keeping everyone up to date of the situations. Hey, I need you here with me. Okay, I'm here with you. And those are team comms that you like to hear, especially when they're all on the same page. Aside from where you call it out, watch fire. No, they're battling in the midst of IHOP. No pancakes, bro.
Yeah, I don't know who that was, but they make the right call of getting frantic, saying, like, I don't care about fire. We're getting pushed, dog. Like, you just found an opening. You need to take the fight inside IHOP. So they make it happen inevitably, but I'm kind of right there with you. It felt a little frustrating where it's, hey, we need to watch this team. But then the other players are saying, no, we need to take this fight right now. Obviously comes out in the end in their favor, but just something to kind of think about moving forward with that team. On the other side of the map, though, down here at the south, Bobbahoof, Stable J, Strixie, this is Dream's team to watch. And for right now, looks like they've been able to back away from a fight, trying to use the edge of this hill as a little bit of cover. They tried to push through one side. It just wasn't enough. Well, unfortunately for them, they are literally surrounded on all sides. As Chaz, he's going to go up in the kill feed, finding a number, but look who's here. Strixie finds a nice opening. There's the full. Can you manage to open up onto the other two? It looks like you might just use this train as a little bit of cover to take some of this ground. Matthew and Polar P doing a great job of keeping you at bay, but right now, they're just trying to hop on this train, maybe find a different angle. The hops are a little bit tough, though, Tiff.
I kind of like what they're doing. They're constantly peeking over, and they just play for the fence. Mind you, that Team Dishwasher squad that's a duo across the way, Polar P and Matthew this time, they were in the top 3 in game number 2, and it's quite unfortunate they can't make it to endgame with all 3 up because they could do some serious damage. But however, look at this. Stable J last alive. Didn't matter that they tried to cross with the plane. We were just trying to survive. However, that the kill feed. Flex to go? Did I just see a triple nade kill? A triple nade? We just wiped the entire squad? Where is that?
Something happened on the other side. It's while one team is just trying to stay alive, everybody else frying out. Warzone Smoke, he's going to be the one to bring down Stable J. Only 2 more teams need to get eliminated, Tiff, for us to get into the 1.6 times multiplier. This is where teams really need to focus on playing for placement and not trying to grab those kills, especially with one more team going on down. Matthew, he sights on up. He tries to get some of the shots, but Vonbot is good for 2. Knocks him on down, secures the 1.6 for the team. But that squad, they want to try coming on out. Zepti on the other side of the map. He lets the bullets fly. He's able to find 2. Gezi is there for the trade. Squad 1 eliminated, taken off the map. You might have found 1 though, but for Gezi, you have Gunearth, Tillin, Sinister right ahead of you in that building. It's going to be very hard to move.
Hey, but you got 6 kills though. Looking for 7. Just waiting patiently, getting that information, using the side-by-side for cover. And Gezi starts to hit the run, but it's not got anywhere to go. Tillin, though, misses the door. And Team Basham adds another 1 to their tally. They've been in construction for a long time now, and sure, they're going to have to head just a further south. But I like that we're playing it patient. We don't have to move just yet because there's still teams on the outer circle that we can clean up.
Yeah, you lose Tillin in the process, but you're just trying to stay alive here. Oasis goes down at the hands of Inno. If you are Basham, you're not #1 winners. You are just trying to stay alive, but it's going to be so tough. You got some players knocked. You have Lotus 8 on one side of you. On the other side, it's going to be Sinister and Gunearth, but Gunearth taking on down into the gas, and some shots will go on through. As a number of squads drop puts us into our final 4 teams. 1.8 times multiplier is here. Devo, Vonbot, they're able to come on up. Sounds like they are on a heater right now, Tiff. We've seen this time and time again. It's one thing to have the kills, but if you can manage to get that 2 times multiplier, you can make a statement.
You really can, and a 1.8x multiplier guaranteed for everyone left in the lobby as we move our way towards Monument. Lotus 8 here, B mark. Hitting a circle, falls instead. It's gonna be Inno on your screen. He's gotta hit a 1v2 here. They're both pushing him. And he slides straight on in, plays through the smoke, grabs 1. Can we grab Born? No, we're gonna fall. Put us into the top 3 here. You can see a 2v1v1. 4 players left, Devo and Bonbot. Look, they've been down to a duo here in game number 3. Not afraid of it. Could potentially go to double digits here if we can get up in there and grab both of them.
And you're hearing the smokes come on out, and I like this. Devo just slowly but surely making his way on the outside, clearing each side, watches both of them fall. Clutch tries to make it happen. It's just not enough. But for Devo, Vamba, and Mayapo, they do such a great job. They rotate early on in that game using that helicopter. And what do, Tiff? They set up shop, and they just slaughter the rest of that lobby. Let's see how that went from their POV.
Yeah, I'm looking. You're a little bit ahead. Slow down for like 2 seconds. I'm here.
Wait, no, that's you box, I think. Yeah, the bush.
Yeah, I'm about to swing back left. now. Yep. They're fighting.
They have mean headers. Yeah, I hear you.
There's 2 solos, by the way.
Yes, I hear you. I'm throwing a nade in there. Thermal barrel kick. Close up to you. Close on you. Terminator skin. They're fighting, bro. Kill him. They're fighting, bro.
Yeah.
Come.
Nice, good shit. Goddamn son.
Woo! 20 kills, Tiff. We knew they were on a heater. 20 kills and a win. 40 points doesn't sound too bad to me.
As you kind of pull it out to get the full picture here in a last stand moment, this is where we saw Juju and Clutch in the Monument area. You've got Lotus 8 Esports here from the other side, and obviously squad number 42 across the way. And I love that you've got Vonbot and Devo. They already have a ton of kills. They're looking for that 2x multiplier at this point in time. So if you can, let that thermobaric connect. We're trying to keep that pressure on, and if you pick up a kill, that's great, right? But immediately as this utter breakdown occurs, we're swarming, right? We're circling. We're still looking for a clean, open angle to not give up our life, because if you're a duo, that's great. You can clean house. And this is where they realize it's a 2v1v1. Immediately, the Terminator skin here born. Look at Devo on the other side. This is where we saw them. They already cleared a bush, and they've circled around. And Dandro, I think the comm that sold it all for me was, I'm 2 seconds behind you. Just wait 2 seconds, because you know how often we see players not be close enough, and it's just 2 to 3 seconds that would have completely changed that fight?
Yeah, it happens time and time again, right? Where it's just you're a little bit off the mark, and we could have seen very easily Myapo try and take that as a solo and just manage to lose that fight. And then while that happens, Vonbot just out of the picture, not able to help on out. Gotta give some credit though to Clutch there. He almost pulled off like a 5 kill in a row, potentially for the dub. Something crazy like that. So yet again, that squad making it to the final moments of our game. We saw him deny a couple of points there in game number 1. He makes it pretty deep there in game number 3, but we are halfway through, Tiff. So I'm excited to see what Dream, Smixy, and Goj have to think about our lobbies so far, and especially about that 40-point game from Vonbot, Devo, and Myapo. Welcome back, Desk. That was quite one to watch.
I'm gonna be honest, I think the only people having more fun than us in the green room is you two on the cast. Absolutely crushed it. So much fun to watch, and great calls as per the usual. A absolute barn burner from Myapo and co. They lose Myapo, but still end up getting the victory. What a fun one. And Smixy, I gotta go to you, because yet again, a great call on the zone. This time it goes all the way to Monument to close things out. What do you think about that zone?
Again, it seems like we're having a huge trend of open zones. And what I absolutely loved about what Myapo and his team did is like they let everybody fight. They just sat there at the bottom of the hill and said, you know what? We're just gonna let everybody kill each other. We have enough kills as it is, and then we're just gonna go clean up after.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, that game alone, I think, qualified them likely for the regional finals.
Oh, yeah.
Let's take a quick look back at some of the highlights from that map. As per the usual, there were a ton of them. And obviously, we love watching gulags here on main stage. It is always a fantastic time for at least one of the two players. And some big moments. But Dream Crazy, what do you think about this map and the way it all played out, moving all the way to the south this time around?
I will tell you, I was looking at the #1 seed as we talked about him at the top of the show, Zepti, Otter, Rise, and Willie Teed. And, well, despite having this troubles over by the hangars, the buy station, right, they go down early to Eno, B-Mark, and Magoo, and it was the recovery game. This map, for me, that was super important because these teams, as you know, we talked about it, a lot of top squads were in, like, the bottom half of the leaderboard. So being able to pick it up, I think Willie, it was that kind of had this clutch, insane gas res, and then all of them were alive, kind of in that northern part of zone. But being able to rotate Goj, having smokes, as we saw, like Stable J and co, even right here, Hustle, Leo, and Biggs, who, again, running into so many players in open zones is crucial to have smokes to rotate.
Yeah, I mean, it was just so many fights on edge because everybody's sprinting for their lives. I mean, we could see, here's some of the final fights. What I was so impressed with about this team, Smix, we were talking about it, was just how patient they were. You called it in the end game, but they were patient the entire game. They grabbed their helicopter from prison and immediately go to that circle neighborhood and basically didn't leave the rest of the map.
I mean, yeah, I was saying at the beginning of the show, I was like, I feel like after they grab the helicopter, they don't know where to go. And this time, they nailed it. I mean, that is what won them the game.
Yeah, it won them the game. They were patient. Here's a look at Zepti's team, by the way. You had just called him out.
Yeah.
They finally get cut down, Dream, but they did make top 10. It was a crucial moment. But this was the fight where if you're sitting back and you're, you know, obviously Myapo's squad, you're just hanging out smiling because you're like, thank goodness they fought each other, weakened them up, made it easier for us to come in, clean things up, and get a 40-point win, a massive victory. I said it kind of in jest, but I'm being very real right now. They just disqualified, I think, for that. Like, we'll let the mathematicians work behind the scenes, but a 40-point game, 25th, right, was after 6 games in lower and upper bracket, actually. 25th was like 45 points in total. Like, I think they just qualled off of that game alone. A crazy, crazy map, and it only takes one in a tournament like this. But Dream, I want to go to you as we kind of wrap up this map. Big takeaways. Obviously, I think sometimes it's not just about how hard you get hit off drop with that Zepti team. It's about how fast can you get back up and get back onto the map and adapt. That's a crazy regain on Verdansk with 50 teams on the map to still make top 10. Like, there's a reason this is the top seed right now.
Oh yeah, and I mean throughout the day, like we're popping in streams, you know, Smixy's pulling up players, I'm pulling up players. You're hearing a lot of teams like, where do I go? What do I do? I don't know how to regain. And I got to shout out Flex the Goat, Jeezy, and Wipes right there at the end, like to make it that far. And I think we saw a triple like C4 elimination on a car. Like, what happened? I don't know. We saw that in the kill feed. We didn't get to see it, but it's just like crazy clutch, like random plays like that we just live for.
Yeah, I definitely love it. And it's also been really fun to see how teams rotate from whatever their drop spots are. I mean, quickly here, Smix, we looked over, I think it was zone 3 or so. And coming out of zone 3, there was like 9 teams in downtown trying to figure out how to get over to hills. I mean, talk to me about that rotation. You've been in that position before. What on earth do you do? It ends up, I guess, being Mayapo's team that wins the east side of the map. But everybody else in downtown, they were just scrambling.
I mean, yeah, again, it's that rotation from downtown to those big buildings on the other side of the train track. And lucky for them, there actually wasn't any teams there when those teams were trying to row in. But typically, you would be free picks rotating that late from that area. So honestly, they were really lucky. But like you said, Mayapo came in and really just cleaned up that whole side of the map.
Well, here's a quick look at it. Here's our overall leaderboard, and obviously we've got some great teams at the top. We've got Scopes, who has taken the top position, which is great for them. They've had a pretty solid map the last couple times. This last one, Dream, I want to say they fell somewhere in like 22nd or so, and I don't believe this has Mayapo's score in it yet, so we should see them jump up here inside the top 10 shortly. But that Scopes team, I think they died in like 22nd, I think is what we saw, but they had a decent amount of kills, and they were able to jump over Finesse's squad, who I think Dream fell in what, like 47th or something? Like, they died almost immediately, which is gonna open, it's gonna open up the top of the leaderboard for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And that was crucial for some of these squads to catch up. And I believe too, especially when it comes to Scopes and Knight and Rumble, like they're winning their gulags. Like we talk about that time and time again, how important it is. And I mean, for like JD Gum and like Johnny Bro, right? Like struggling in some of these crucial moments. So gotta win those goos for Otter Eyes, Willie Teed and Co. Being able to regain from dying off rip and then getting top 10, that's where the gulags are important.
Yeah, that's exactly right. If somebody has that triple kill from Flex, please DM me on Twitter. I appreciate it. Let's bring back the casters. Our next game is ready to rock and roll already. We are moving quick right into the flow of things. Let's bring back Dandro, Spider, Tiff to bring us all the action for game 4. Folks, we are in the second half of this competition. Holy cow. Some teams near the bottom of the leaderboard, Dan, likely got to change things up if they haven't already.
Hey, this is your moment, right? If it hasn't worked the first 3 maps, this is your time. You got to do something different, man. Change up your drop spot. Get a little bit more aggressive because, like you said, bottom 10 teams, they're going home, my man, and you got to make it start happening sooner rather than later. And I think game number 4 could be the opportunity to make it happen.
I sure as heck hope so. Tiff, what are you looking out for? Let me, first of all, I got to ask you a real question because I love doing this with you when we're casting. Call the zone before you see it. Where is this circle going to be? Good luck out there. We'll see you in the game.
Ooh, I want a prison. Like, I want something absolutely disgusting. We've had so many open-ended zones that have just been really tough for a lot of our teams to rotate into. So why not give us a shred of chaos more here as we move into the back half of our series?
Why not? I mean, hey, we've had, like Smixy said, we've had pretty much only wide open zones. I think a prison ending would be sick. We saw it very early on in Verdansk, and I think that would be really, really cool to see that happen here. We've seen some people have to play on the outside of it, make some smart rotations. So game number 4, Tiff, this is when teams need to pick it on up. Let's get it started. we go, Tiff. Flying on in. We wanted to guess where the zone was gonna go, and we're gonna kind of maybe wait a little bit to see where's it going today. Nice little aerial view though, as everybody's dropping on in.
Yeah, you see TV station, Superstore. I'm just, you know, I see Prison. I see Devo, Mayapo, Vombot. We know what a big game looks like for them, but we'll check back later because we have all of the action here as teams. If they're not at the top of the leaderboard or in that top 25, they're going to want to make sure they do what they can. And if I'm Santi and I just saw my teammates get rolled, well, I'm going to hit the LTV and get out.
So we've seen this second game in a row. This happened in game 3 here in downtown, game 4. The same similar idea, and I'm looking at that kill feed, and already Clutch getting back into the mix, sending Mango and Brawl and Co to the gulag. Johnny Bro and Gum, they're getting aggro very early on. I mean, everybody, it feels like, is just starting to kick up the heat. Reminder, folks, we are looking at our top 25 to make it to our regional finals. If you're 26th through 40th, you're heading to LCQ, and unfortunately, if you are the bottom 10, you are getting sent on home. So like Coach said, this is your opportunity to maybe come online. A big game could mean a lot for so many teams.
Look, and as we look at Port here, let's pull up some more fights. Sloppy Joe getting mixy here. Can we find the angle onto squad number 14 just across the way? A lot of cover from these storage containers. Maybe we'll find ourselves some better utility. Smokey TTP rotating away from Big Red. It's respectable. You got Famous Kima up there holding the rooftop down with a nice angle. You realize really quick that that's not a fight that you want to take this early on. Save yourself the trouble from going to the gulag.
Just hanging on out here. Flurry of kills to kickstart our map number 4, and some teams looking to continue the energy. Up here at Quarry, Whiplash, Tricky Vibes, and Skizzy. We've seen them kind of running Quarry just a little bit, and it feels like maybe there's something similar happening here. For our winners of map number 1, they seemingly have some teams in their sights here, just kind of playing on this wall, waiting for somebody to make a move, but they don't have to get too aggro too early. The thing that has me a little bit curious, though, here, Tiff, is that these teams who are taking fights are in a moment like this where you're kind of, I don't know, staring back and forth and you're trying to play a little bit of a game of chicken. This is time that you're not spending completing contracts, which we know is the secret to success here in competitive Warzone. These early contracts you can do, get that contract multiplier rolling, get your cash, get your loadout, UAVs, everything you need is so important. Taking fights like this is not necessarily always the way to kickstart it.
Well, that hurt if you're Oasis right there. And, well, we'll touch base with them later. Arbiter, Gulag, pistols connecting, has to hit the reload, gives him enough time to hit the runaway. No, just trying to get a better angle on him, and sometimes you just gotta isolate it off with a thermite. Answers with one back, and I'm telling you, these are the biggest dances that we've witnessed. Obsidian in the gulag with at least 1, so we'll see maybe 5 kills post if all of these players can get out of the gulag. Reels now fighting for his chance. Clean.
Ooh.
I like it.
It's good. It's a good gulag. It kind of shows that, yeah, your gunny is still intact. You're feeling good about it. Obsidian, and you do the same to match your teammate. A little bit of bunny hops coming out of the way from the real Ant-Man. Unfortunately for you, you are getting squashed like a bug.
Yes, like that. Delirious here. Side by side, rotate. I'm okay with all of this, right? You push right up on to squad number 49 from a distance, and Phoenix, that's some shots right there. You're gaming, bro. Forehead close to the monitor, probably to be able to see that. I mean, that is tough, but you roll the side by side up, you use a smoke for cover, and
Ooh, I like that.
You know what I see a lot of, Dandro, in these fights as we kind of watch this one occur, is you notice how many people open up their back in a fight. They miss a couple of shots, they immediately turn full around and try to find cover. And luckily for Delirious here, he gets out with his life, but that doesn't happen to the majority of our teams here.
No, and I also think, though, for Delirious, that was actually really smart. I mean, he kind of understood that he was in a little bit of a disadvantageous position and that his teammates are right behind him. So I think he was trying to hope that he could maybe bait that player into trying to push forward. And the second that he did, his teammates are going to be there for the trade. But unfortunately for Delirious, that player decides to steal his Polaris and just drive away off into the distance. So either way, though, some Nice quick kills for that squad, but you can see where the zone's starting to pull.
Not
A
prison.
little bit southwestern here. Yeah, unfortunately for Tiff, not prison. You still got 2 opportunities to land this, though, if you want to.
It's fine. I was just trying to call out one of the 19 major POIs that wasn't going to be in the circle. That's really what I was going for. Ghost put me on the spot. I got nervous. That's what happened. Speaking of nervous, I would be nervous if this roster decided to roll up on me, especially after a 40-point game, and we're pre-firing like that.
Yeah, you know that game got this team maybe a little bit excited, that they kind of are probably locking on in and realizing they can fry a lot of these games if they want to. And I think for a team of Devo, Myapo, and Vonbot, coming out as the #1 team from lower round 2 is not enough for them. They want to make a statement. They want to be #1 by such an insane amount. And by getting aggressive and taking some of these fights early, this is how you do it. Myapo is able to find Shows with some shots just going through the smoke. And well, Myapo gets dropped. Devo gets dropped as well.
Ooh.
So just like that, Vonbot, he's got to kind of run away, tail between his legs. Can you find this from a different angle? I don't think you can. Thankfully, Vonbot is there to find the last final player. But Lurk has moved into the building here, Tiff. You could be playing spoiler, and Lurk is good at least for 1.
Well, Myapo's in the gulag while Devo's trying to survive at fire. On the ground, and your teammates are nowhere to be found as you extend it out, looking for maybe some picks on this engagement. And now Devo. How much cash we got? 7,900. Okay, not too bad. You just have to find a buy station that's uncontested and available right now. We were asking where some of these other fights were, and look back towards the central plaza. Hustle, Big Z. We saw some good fights against Zepti's squad with this roster. A couple trades across the way. But we look for openings in this building, and there's only so many ways to the top. But I love that you see Leo there kind of clearing out that middle floor rooms.
Oh, well, one team is trying to just clear out layer by layer for Ant, Astro Boy, E700. They're trying to clean up this squad. Some great shots onto one. Strixie, Baba Huff immediately getting laid on out. Can you manage to clean up the rest of them? You can. Stable J taken on down, but look who's here not too far away. It's Tillin. He's able to find Astro Boy Hero, but Ant answers on back with the full Gunearth and Sinister. They'll be able to answer back on to Ant. So blink of an eye, Gunearth and Sinister, they might lose 1, but they were able to roll on up, play a nice little bit of third party as E700. Well, he's just going to have to run away, maybe grab top pool or something, try and play from a different angle. Feels like players here, Tiff, coming into game number 4, they have an idea of how some of these fights are breaking out around them and maybe a better time to push into areas. Because we've seen, I think, about 4 or 5 third parties thus far.
I think a lot of teams are starting to just get more hungry for the kills. So they're taking riskier fights as opposed to being more cautious like we witnessed in game number 1, which is crazy because I would think that you can afford more risk in game number 1 and 2. Now that we've kind of gotten to the back half, if you find yourself in the bottom 10, risking relegation and completely getting the early exit out of the World Series of Warzone tournament, this is where your dream to land is just being revitalized, right? Securing your spot into that regional finals. And Zepti's team on the screen, sure, you were from the upper bracket, technically our top qualifiers, and we're looking for big things out of y'all.
And well, them taking this fight, getting some nice early points is a way to do it. Polar P did a great job of finding Willie Teed, but just wasn't enough to kind of maybe play from a different angle to bring them on down. So not enough there before getting exited. You won't.
You
Back
will.
Up here towards the roof. He's going to try. Maybe they will.
Maybe.
LTV.
Okay, Splurge.
Yeah, I like this. I like Splurge. Just kind of trying to look for any opportunity. Can you get some sort of notification if you need to? It's just not enough. You won't. Finds one from the heavens, but it's just not enough. Rabizi is lost in the fight, but for Rudy and Sunny, they at least make those trades.
Drop down the pole. You got Bozo on the other side. You see that they're waiting for their third to join up with them before they start to siege. This is a good utilization of a trophy and a deployable cover because you're kind of closing off all the angles that teams can get from this staircase. Well, that one's tough. And even though that nade connects, we crack the shields on both of them and the split comes through. You lose out on Devo, that's fine. Hit the finishing touches. I'm telling you, these Molotovs and Thermites are so impeccable. And yeah, we all kind of get burned here, but we've seen regains in the past from them, and they're relatively safe after that 40-point game.
Authenticity on the outside. Just trying to maybe drop some smokes here. How do they play from a different angle?
Okay.
Hang and wait.
Yeah, Bozo's just prone up there. They already have a trophy system down. They're dropping some smokes as well. Okay, standing up on that like kind of banister, I thought was what they were gonna play, but Bozo gets aggressive, drops on out, tries to hit a flank, hits the util crate instead, and we've got our third. We're feeling safe. Oh.
This is just one of those like patient fights that you wait to see, that you realize if you're able to win this, you're going to gain a lot of space because this is right on the edge of zone, right? So you're able to win this fight. You can manage to hold this on down, gatekeep a lot of teams that are trying to move their way on in. But it's about winning this fight first is what's going to be tough. Bozo trying to maybe just overlook Twistas.
I wonder if they were hoping that Twistas could give them some information, but quite frankly, this is the sacrifice we didn't want to give up because look how many Thermites we had to burn just to get them back up the staircase. And this is going to be exactly where Ray wants to push. Twista lost in the process. Re-up on the util. 2 mollies in pocket. Looks like we're going to be a standstill for a while, so we'll check in with some other teams. Clutch is on 4, though.
Yeah, I mean, this team has been doing a great job of just managing to find their kills. Clutch always somehow, you know, finding their way towards the end of a map. Decent amount of kills towards their name. Definitely doing a good job so far of making their case of that they should be in that regional final. That's there. Finally, we see that fight kind of come to a conclusion. Rayski's Hunticity, they'll be able to move on forward and clean up that one. They're just kind of looking around here, Tiff. We've only lost 6 teams in the meanwhile. Zone number 2 coming to a close. Most Wanted's coming up on the map here pretty soon. We start to see some players maybe pick those up in anticipation of the third circle restock as well. So you could try and make that happen. Reflects to go. He's not going to have an opportunity. And his teammate, he might actually need to pick up one of those Most Wanted's.
Yeah, so here's the deal. We missed Flex to Goat's big nade kill. Big squad wipe. But we see him go down on main. Really unfortunate. So you in chat, you at home, you watching this, we need that clip. But for now, we're going to tune in where we see this circle going. And sure, it's not the southeastern prison side that I wanted. We are going all the way to the west, though. And for the teams that do land Promenade, that do land Train Station, this one's perfect for you, right? Because everyone had to come to you and even then go further. Team Zepti, Dead Center Zone, Squad 22, out into the distance. And Clutch, I'm Knight, Juju, you're still working from that Promenade area.
I mean, at least good shots coming out from Clutch, being able to find the one, immediately turn in, back down that other team. We'll go ahead, jump off the roof, hopefully play for that cleanup. Funzy, though, looking to get a little aggressive in the kill feed, and we can see Cito, some Scoliosis, trying to take this fight on this squad. We'll back them on down for the time being here at a hospital, and, well, back on up, and you can see Cito already currently sitting on 2. The squad A really good game number 1. Game 2 was just, unfortunately, they got cut on down. Didn't get a chance to see how they were doing here in game number 3. I think they were maybe 5th coming on into this game, so not doing too shabby.
Okay. Getting poked, prodded. Plenty of plates to go around, though. Things are looking unfortunate here from Hospital when you've lost out on the ability to have high ground. So playing from the fence line, maybe we can get to a better angle. For Knight, Rumble, Scopes, big games have been coming out of this roster, but Knight only on 2 for now. I do like the position from Train Station and being able to put that pressure onto Lotus 8 Esports.
Rumble from the top finds B-Mark. Looking to maybe try and get aggressive here. You can see Inno, he's running away. Magoo trying to maybe run away from a different side. Can they split on up? But unfortunately, I feel like Magoo might be able to run directly into Nobu Spartan's team. There you go. He takes down Nobu, but Ak is there for the trade. So for Scopes Knight and Rumble, though, they might kind of be the team that comes out on top. They managed to pick apart Lotus 8, and very quickly, they could be looking at the Squad 14 down below them, maybe clean them up in the process as well.
Look, I'm okay with this. If they can secure Train Station roof for themselves, they are on that northeastern side of things. All of the teams that maybe were from Superstore, were from Hospital, are going to have to rotate into this general direction. And if you play smart and patient and just hold your own, you can walk away with another 5-10 kills and put up a banger game, similar to what we saw from this roster in game number 3.
Deepa's already currently sitting on 3. Feels pretty good. I just saw a PA rip across, and Smokey looks like he pulled up his own double kill PA somewhere across the map. I don't know what it is. People are leading these PAs just so beautifully. And Zep the Otter Eyes, I see they clean up Mayhem's Squad 20 White taken off the map. So another heavy hitting team taken on down. Everybody's having to move through Promenade here, Tiff, and I feel like we are just going to pull off way out in the middle of the area yet again. I know Smixy is punching the air, seeing another wide open zone. Potentially with some intel. She's saying it's a racetrack ending. Let's see if she's 4 for 4.
You know, with as much as Smixy competes and how many different players that she's worked with, there's always one backbone to all of that competitive rosters that she's been on. It's her. She knows how to play her life. She knows how to call the zones, and we constantly see her in endgame. For this roster, Phoenix, Thomas, Delirious, look where they are. Racetrack.
I think they have a solid idea. They're probably on board with understanding where this zone is going to go ahead and pull. And I mean, if it does manage to pull on down, they are in a great position for it. We heard it earlier. Position is key. Having that high ground is going to be your sort of route to success here. And being able to just kind of look down at everybody that's in this area is going to be so huge. You only got one team who's kind of near you. You can see it's that Squad 42 and male Squad 43 just barely on the outside looking in. Now, here's the cause for concern, Tiff. I'm looking at like the 20 teams that aren't even close to zone right now that have to somehow carve their way into being safe.
33 teams are up right now. 33. You're going to see that mass exodus out of the eastern side. This lobby is going to cut in half within the next 2 minutes.
Yes.
As everyone starts to frolic through the open terrain of Verdansk. And for now, get you some. Having a sniper in hand, brilliant. Because let me just tell you, we're going to go for a 1-for-1 battle. As you win some, you lose your plates. But we're okay playing for now in this building. But knowing that you have to hightail it out, and you are one on the outside looking in to 3 different squads on the kind of on that line that you need to pass.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really smart idea from this team. We've seen the top squads do this where you kind of just look at the map, you look at where you are, you look at where you have to go, and you say, we are not making this in on foot. This doesn't matter. Like, we do not need to try and get all these kills. We're going to get more kills by hopping in this LTV and finding our way into zone and then being able to kind of gatekeep and hold out a lot of different squads, right? So I like that idea. I think it's very smart. For Squad 34 of Studley, Brawl, and Mango, looks like they've been able to regain just a little bit. You have one player down below you and one player across, and you manage to clean them on up. Great shots. You get the armor crack that is there. And I'm seeing in the kill feed, though, that Team 17, they were set up beautifully, but it seems like maybe they're starting to get pushed.
Okay, Brawl, we're going to invest that PA potentially to make sure we can survive at this point. Brawl and Mango, the duo from the hills. I don't think we actually pulled the trigger on it just yet. Keeping it in the back pocket. Squad number 5, Knight, Rumble, Scopes. Scopes full out, Knight, a duo. This is where I told you, we started with 33. We're down to 27. We've only lost 6, but it's just beginning as Circle 4 is still trying to hit the close. My man, lurking. Funzy.
I mean,
not much he could have did there, honestly. If he could have just picked up a kill or two, it would have been fine.
Would have been okay. Yeah, maybe you make one on the exit, but It's just kind of like one of those reads where it's just the crosshairs are a little bit too positioned, and you're able to fry them on out. Playing on this edge of zone, though. Here you go. Brawl trying to be able to make their way on in. Maxim and Adrian going to cut them on down. You see, and Adrian kind of starts full sprinting for some of that loot. Zepti, Willie Teed, Autorize, still alive here, still deep into this lobby, Tiff. We've kind of been waiting for this team to show us something. Well, Zepti's on 6. I think we're looking at like 12 kills total for this squad right now. You got a ways to go until you're in a sizable multiplier, but if you can manage to snowball this game particularly, you could find yourself towards the top of our leaderboard. And I think a play like this is maybe a play that makes it happen.
Clearing out Boneyard would be nice. Squad number 45 evicted. More here. Let's jump into a listen in because I want to hear all the comms.
It could be more than 3 here. I'm gonna try to get info with the car.
Hey.
This shit, what do you do?
I got one on beat.
Yeah, on the roof, 2 on the roof, 2 on the roof.
Yep. I'm good.
2 of them looking at me.
We just
Play
play dog
to the right.
There you go. I'm on plates, by the way.
Okay. I'm gonna leave this
Like 2 rounds. Yeah, these gotta go. We hold these and go.
Hit him.
We're gonna play the outer wall, bro.
Yeah. I broke one. Get in a car. Pull that.
You're alone, Otter.
Yeah. Behind the car. Nade it.
I'm playing your outer right. I already did.
Hit him a little bit. You child.
Dead.
One you warehouse. Flank it left.
Warehouse. 20, Otter.
One you dead.
Nice, good shit.
Nice.
You guys got this.
Up and Otter.
Get in.
Great fight right there from that squad. Unfortunate that they lose one. Tiff, I felt like they didn't have to. I feel like they didn't have to lose the one player that they did. I wonder if that will come back to bite them. As you can see in this kill feed, Skiliosis actually finds Autorize on that rotation. And Zepti, he is going to be the last one alive. So you worked so hard for a couple of those kills, but you found your way into zone, all for naught.
Oh no, this is where you find yourself between too many people. Self-res. Can we get it off? No. Unfortunately, we fall outside the 1.6x. So that one is gonna hurt. We had a ton of kills. It was looking like a stellar game and unfortunately just falls apart towards the end. But this is a roster that had worked their way over to Racetrack from pretty much 5-8 minutes ago. They've been here. They've been in the trees. Someone to keep their eyes out on. You've got Thomas with the self-res. They've got gas mask. Now we just need to look to evict everyone. And I think clearing these bushes are smart and a lot of these angles, which can be quite scary.
Yeah. I mean, you want to try and clear out this slow side of zone, but look at that. The second that Race Keys pops on up to get some shots onto Thomas, Phoenix is like, nope, see you later, buddy. I'm taking you out. Ripped across. I mean, for this squad 22, Tiff, they kind of seemingly, like, to me, have the power position. They're looking down his zone. They're on slow side. They're really not going to have to move. And either they can get some of these shots on in, or they can just watch everybody else clear out the rest of the lobby. Only one more team needs to go down to put us into the 1.8 times multiplier. And just like that, it happens. Gun, Void, taken on out. Only 4 teams remain.
Okay. Thomas Phoenix back to them. They own this circle, 1.8x multiplier. They have all 3, and we're searching for 2 more. There's it is. Final battle, 3v1 across the way. Will they be able to get this kill? Looks like it. Add another 2 points. Okay, I was gonna say, hold on a second. This man's eating the bullets. There we go. Delirious team, Team Blatant with the win here in game number 4.
Woo! Great job from them. They held the power position, they held the high ground, and they did exactly what they needed to end that map here, Tiff. Let's see how that team was feeling, though, in those final moments.
They're gonna run my way. No, they didn't. They ran in the open.
Killers. Load out headies. Load out headies on my ping.
Heard you.
Load out headies on my ping.
I killed one.
How many?
I'm getting my monster box. I'm getting. These guys are wiped.
Okay. Tom, we should play for the load heady.
Yes.
These guys are wiped.
Okay. Tom, we should play for the load heady.
Yes. I heard you.
People up here though, I think.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Tom here. Tom here. My ping. Weak. Nice. Nice.
One of you go pick up this hill. Go to that hill. Sit next.
3v1 by the way, 3v1.
Yeah, they're in front of us. He's smoking.
Oh
In front of us. We're in the smoke. Nice to go.
Fuck, man.
Hold on. I gotta do this to reach him.
What are we doing for repulse right there? I want to know. We need to know all of the things as we move back to the last stand, Dantro.
I mean, he was like sounded disappointed that they won. Like he had 11 kills, 22 points on the board. Not bad by any means, given what we've seen from some people here today, but they almost seem frustrated, like about maybe they thought they could have had more. But you know, where they were able to sit in this zone, I'm still excited that they were able to find what they did find, because when we were watching the map, we pulled it up a couple times, so many people were on the opposite side from them. So it's like, yes, they have the high ground, they have the positioning. I think maybe the only thing that's going to kind of come back to bite them is that they didn't necessarily have the best positioning to reap all of the kills that were across the way. You saw them picking up, you know, we see them pick up Santi, we saw them pick up Ray Gun, just a couple of solos lurking on this side of the zone that, yeah, sure, they're able to clear them on up, but they're missing all of these kills from across the way. 12, you know, or 11 kills, not necessarily the worst. Is it the best? Probably not, but 22 points on the board is definitely enough for that team, I think, to start getting, you know, a little bit more into the conversation. That was game number 4. We said that this was the game that you needed to have at least a pretty solid time if you wanted to maybe make yourself into that regional finals, and a game like that is definitely the game you're looking for to have.
Yeah, okay. I'm all right with the maybe not super happiness vibe of that. It's still 22 points, but I understand that they're still looking to put bigger games on the table, because you have to think about the future and the road to land. Because if you make it into the top 25, you go on to the regional finals. Is a 22-point win going to cut it and necessarily move you onto that global final stage?
It might be. It could be. You know, we'll have to wait and see. I know that's a squad that wants to be competing in regional finals. Let's go ahead. Let's get the desk back on in here, though, because Smixy, you called it. You said it's going racetrack, and you were bang on. So I'm sure you have probably some other fantastic analysis alongside Goj and Dream there. Desk, take it back.
I appreciate it, Dan. Smix, I mean, I'm going straight to you because Dan's right. I think it was like zone 2. You were like, hey, we're looking to like back down hills. And then like around zone 2, you were like, it's racetrack for sure. Talk to me about that in zone. Another wide out in the open zone.
Yeah, these zones have been pretty rough, honestly. But again, I love what Thomas's team did. I mean, they rotated early. Of course, they didn't get as many kills as probably they would have wanted. But at the end of the day, like, that win is everything. And they should just use this as momentum into the next game. I mean, we saw teams just getting annihilated, just crossing in the wide open there. Like, that boneyard rotation is brutal for that zone. And I mean, I think we saw Grits rotate really early on to the warehouse by the racetrack, and they just got sent by the entire lobby. So sometimes it's good to be early, but not in those types of areas. Like, the hills is a lot safer because you have a lot more finesse ability.
Yeah, that's a great shout and a great breakdown. Here's a quick look back on some of the highlights on that map. There certainly were some highlights, and Dream, we had some fun conversations behind the scenes talking about this squad right here. This was some really tough fights from Mayapo this time around. Basically trying to replicate his success, rotating to this firehouse very quickly. This time didn't work out for him. Molotovs and everything in between. They do end up regaining somewhat, but not a great map for them. And then, like we talked about, just a lot of fights on edge of map, on the edge of zone.
Yeah, edge of zone, early rotations. You know, some teams maybe forcing some fights, maybe some, you know, not particularly happy with their kill count, right? Because being set up early, as you mentioned, as we've said time and time again, you have to be able to pick up those eliminations and score. Because, you know, Shifty on land, right? His average was like a 6.3 something. I don't know. It was something crazy. The amount of kills that guy was putting up each game when you look at a team to kind of like role model. But for being set up early, of course, for Thomas, Synax and Delirious, they were looking pretty good with that win, and kind of just need to carry that momentum moving forward, as some of these teams are in fact losing full.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I know that they didn't really celebrate, right? They were like, dang, it looked like they not only didn't get as many kills as they wanted, but some of their kills got actually stolen because they were basically third partying from a distance everybody in the area. I mean, I think they even got a piece of Zepti's crew, who, like Smixy, you called out, had a really late rotate from Boneyard. Another team that rotated early and had been doing a really good job of doing that. Talk to me a little bit about that Zepti team. I mean, they've had great calls. I think maybe the one missed call is how late they left Boneyard, but I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I think like I was talking about to you when we were watching, this team is doing so good at rotating, but again, they just made that one mistake of holding out that Boneyard team just a little bit too long. They either had to push that team or they needed to rotate out of there early because yeah, they just got shot by every single person on the hill. It was wild to watch.
That car does not have a lot of cover either, so it was just they were just running through a battle zone. It was wild. But Dream, talk to me about a couple things you saw on the map. You know, I think overall we saw Cedo they got to our racetrack pretty early as well. They ended up coming up with probably a decent amount of points. I mean, what are you thinking about this upcoming leaderboard? Who are you looking out for and see how they did in this last map, number 4?
Well, of course, I mean, shouting out the Dream Team and what they've been kind of doing to regain, but also, again, needing to regain. It's just going to be the fact that, like, can we have another game like Vombot, right? Like, having a 40-point banger game. We've seen time and time again where teams can make a huge comeback. But as you can see, like, even in the final plays right there with Thomas's squad, a little bit disappointed that they didn't pick up a couple of those, like, just key game changing kills that you know can really affect the leaderboard. So Goj, as we get into these standings, especially as we check out the scores once they're updated for those 10 teams that will be eliminated, I'm just so excited to see like who is on the bubble.
Yeah, I mean, let's get solemn for a moment and let's be realistic for a moment. I know we're excited to see who wins this thing. I know Thomas' team was frustrated about a 22-point game. 22-point game is like half of what you need in 6 games to qualify. Let's be realistic. Our cutoff in our lower round one, or sorry, in our upper bracket was top 25, just like this. And it was 45 points in total. A 22-point game is fantastic. Like, let's celebrate a little bit. For the teams at the bottom, the solemn moment is, I don't know what to tell you besides we only need a couple kills. And here's a quick look at it. If you go top 25, you're making the regional finals, right? If you go 26 through the 40th place, you're gonna go to LCQs and still have a chance in this competition. If you're the bottom 10, you're full out. And so Smix, you made a really good comment off broadcast about, hey, these kills are really important. You've got to get your finishes because even just a couple kills here, a couple kills there, that might add up enough to where you actually might qualify.
Yeah, I was really shocked to see how many people aren't going for their fulls. There was some gunfights that we watched where, I mean, it was so easy to get the full. And I'm like, every kill here matters. Every point here matters. Because like you said, like the threshold is so low that, you know, you win your gulag and you get a couple kills in the game and you're sitting pretty.
Yeah.
Might I interject?
Yeah, go for it.
There's also too, like when you're riding on that momentum, especially if like you may have wiped a team in game. Sometimes you play overly aggressive or you just have this mindset like, hey, maybe I could 1v3 this, you know? So you get overzealous and you don't go for that elimination and you're like, I should have went for it, you know? Like you kick yourself in the foot. So hopefully some of these players have learned from that mistakes and pick up those final kills.
Well, hey, every kill matters. Let's take a look at our overall leaderboard and break down how close it truly is. Obviously, teams at the top, as I expected, some at the top, Cedo and Bio and Co, they're at the top. They crushed it. They got to a racetrack early, and they got a lot of kills for it, even though they didn't win it all. Scopes has fallen a little bit in Zepti and Co, but they're all inside the top 10. What we really care about is the bubble. So even teams here in 11th through 20th, these are people that are starting to get kind of making sure, hey, we're not quite there. We're still kind of on the bubble, but truthfully, if our cutoff's going to be 45, which I think it'll be pretty close to that, here's where everybody else is. Okay, so this is where our bubble teams are. Our top 25 is what we're looking for. We have 2 more maps, and this is about right. I mean, if you start doing some averages, 35.4 is our cutoff. Look at that, 35.4, 34.6, less than a point separates our bubble teams. We told you every kill matters. It might just be that one full that you didn't get that Smixy's yelling at you about.
Oh, yeah.
That's the one. Let's bring in our casters and see if more people get their fulls with more kills on the board. It may only take 1 or less. Dandro, Tiff, take it away, and good luck out there. Try not to roast players for not getting their fulls.
Well, I can't guarantee that, my friend, because you know me. I love roasting a good player mishap, especially if you are in an LTV and decide just to drive by and let yourself get thermited or drop off a building and while you're plating and break your legs at the same time. It's all good fun, though. And for some of our teams, though, Tiff, we are getting ready to move on in. Game number 5, okay? You only have game number 5 and game number 6. Last 2 final opportunities to get points on the board. If you are one of these bubble teams who maybe realizes that every kill matters, can you do anything different to maybe cross the finish line?
Apparently, get a couple kills, win your gulag, and you should be golden. But if you haven't been able to do that in the first 4 maps, you need to just full send it. Take one fight right off rip. That's going to net you 3 kills. Then take a really smart engagement. Maybe just bide your time, find a smart fight to third party, and next thing you know, play for that 1.8x multiplier, even 1.6x. That's just top 10. Do that 2 times in a row, and you're probably going to regional finals.
Well, regional finals is calling the name for some of our teams. LCQ, the others, and well, the couch at home is going to be who was calling our bottom 10. Only 2 last maps to make it happen. Game number 5, just as important as all of the rest. Drop number 5. Look at those players flying out of the plane. It's a nice little northwest to southeast action as we are just flying over the map we have grown to love, Verdansk. Coming back on in, Tiff, and well, yet again, this is pulling a little bit to the west. But I'll wait for Smixy to tell us where it's actually going. But Tiff, give me your guess. Off the rip, where are we going?
I feel like we've been really moving a lot towards the southwestern side of things, and quite frankly, we could see that again. But I would love a more mid-central Verdansk map, and for Leo, I just need you to move a little bit faster. And I like that we've made the realization that this fight is no longer for us to chase. It's better for us to focus on finding some loot and maybe reuniting with the squad. Hustle already picks up one, Whiplash up on the roof, and Clutch, well, you're gonna have to do just that.
Yeah, it's a nice little sort of 3-team brawl happening at Hotel over there. You had obviously Leo and Co down below, and then obviously some teams up at the top. And for Team 25, they just find themselves sandwiched and ripped on out. For Clutch and Co, they are just trying to do whatever they can. It's Clutch with a SOG in hand, great shot, takes out the pistol, rechows, and there you go, Clout taken off the map, and his teammate also gets knocked elsewhere as well, I believe, losing his gulag. So it's not looking too great. Yeah, this is what I was talking about back over here at Hotel. Team number 3 versus Team 25. Looks like they're going to go ahead start to get some stuff happening for Tex and Blixie, though. They got to try and stay alive.
Yeah, you can see right there. Kizzy on the fence line. Trixie on the other. Backs on up just a hair, right? Wants to reposition. You do have player advantage in that situation, which at least that's what it feels like, right? So if I'm Hustle, I've already netted myself 1 kill. I want to be smarter about this. It's all pendant about where I am on the leaderboard and just really maximizing the value of my games. And quite frankly, if you don't feel like you're gonna net yourself that win on the fight, back away safely and focus on the long haul, right? Because if you go out now, you're not getting a multiplier. That 1 kill is just worth 1. But we've seen what even an 11 kill win, a 22-point game, that is above average and still so vital.
Every kill matters. Every kill matters that you can find. And for Johnny Bro, go to Dave and Gum. Finding that kill onto Gezi is a huge one. That's going to open up a lot of boneyard for them, Tiff. They have some teams fighting more towards their north. They have some teams fighting down in Promenade. So they kind of have an option. They can take their time. They can loot up, start doing some of these contracts around the way if they needed to, or they can start to get aggressive if they would like. For J Device, Z Midi, and Truly Evil, They had a fantastic win in game number 2. They've been looking pretty okay. It looks like they are in a bit of a tussle right now with Lotus 8. You can see B-Mark is going to be the one to try and just run away, maybe play behind this wall from a different angle, and Inno just trying to do his best stealth impersonation if he can. Just lay behind that wall, says, if I can't see them, they can't see me.
It's usually true. It's usually true, but never doubt the unks. Never count them out. For now, squad number 46, you hear the player, a teammate of squad 50 flies back in and Chosen deletes him before he even gets a chance. You don't even hear him hit the ground. You just hear the parachute, and next thing you know, just dead.
Up in military, Rob Easy. Just trying to stay alive. You can see Rudy up on the top, trying to pray a little bit of overlook. Marcy, though, going to be able to surge on forward, find one. Sunny takes down Jokes. This very quickly becomes a 2v2, and that's until both of those players slide on out, take down Sunny, and just like that, it's just going to be Rudy trying to take this in a series of 1v1s. He gets a nice armor crack on one player on the top. Tries to get a little fancy up over the barrier there. It's just not enough. And did I see some leg day squats coming on in? Maybe a couple friendly bullets after that one?
Yeah,
maybe a little something heating on up here on the map.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta let that passion flow, especially with World Series of Warzone. Squad on your screen: Devo, Vonbot, Mayapo, a 20-kill win in map number 3 sends them up the leaderboard. And for now, not done on the series. Some explosions come through and Big Z's on the ground. Smoke out. Not sure if we're gonna be able to prioritize the res because Leo was like, I got your back, I'll hold you, I got a pistol. My guy, it's not gonna be enough because you can see right there, that Skizzy, Trixie vibes. The fight that had taken so long from the start of this map finally completed.
That's gonna be Hotel for this squad 25. So they actually got a number of those kills hot off the drop, and they'll manage to clean up the other team that goes ahead and lands there. For Sniper Unlimited and Violent, they came in second in that last game. Probably got them some solid multiplier that they were looking at, but can they manage to do something similar here? A little bit of a trade going on. Exify does get dropped, but Spirit there for the immediate drop down and trade. So you'll manage to hold on. And this is something I don't think we get to talk enough about, Tiff. And that is, in these fights, the ability to keep your teammate alive and make that trade is so crucial. And I think we've seen a couple times today here already where one team will try and make that fight and you might lose one in the process. And it's like, okay, sure, maybe you got 2 or 3 kills, but now you're down a player. Your chances of surviving is going to be so much more difficult. But if you're able to make that trade, keep one player up, it's going to be very important. So let's see, can squad 32, they just managed to do it once. They have another squad trying to roll on up. Can they do it again?
Well, here's the deal. You got Team Blatant on the other side. Squad number 22 is going to be your map 4 winners. We saw what their reaction was after an 11-kill win. So now what they do on the back half of this series, after they're feeling pretty confident with the 22-point game, you're going to amp up that aggression. They have multiple vehicles, and it allows them to just cover distance because this squad is on foot. Thomas on the high ground had the majority of those kills last game, and you can see why. Just constantly looking to put that opening damage on, where Delirious and Scenics are just constantly taking opposing angles to clean up that mess. Spirit, you're going to have to do a lot better driving than that.
You're just stuck? Spirit, he tries to hop in the Polaris and he can't even move.
Not the Triumph. That dirt bike, we know it can take a lot, but apparently it will stop a side-by-side in its tracks.
Yeah, apparently. It's just not enough to get out of the way. Okay. That is unfortunate to see. Down here at the port, we can see Vonbot, Devo, Mayapo maybe trying to start to circle around this team, but this squad that they're hunting is definitely one that we have been keeping our eyes on. Asterix knows that Vonbot is over here. This could be the opening that Devo and Mayapo are looking for on the other side. Starting to slowly work this. Vaughn, he's made his way back around.
I like this, just constantly looking for information in Devo. This is the challenge of fighting in the buildings with structures such as this. The windows on the top allow for so many openings. They've even invested another deployable cover. And it's gonna be Mayapo, knocks one, gets immediately traded out because that dude just completely jumps off from the top ropes and kind of smashes them down. Vombot opens up with this moment and says, I'm out. Good look at the map here, though, because you can see where that squad number 10 was in port on that eastern side, moving down. There is a buy station on the south side, and maybe he has enough cash to go ahead and hit that. But I like where squad 14's position themselves south of Park. That's going to be Team Cloudy's, Ak, and Nobu Spartan. Sure, they had some good fights, but I just don't feel like it's been enough for them. But Dandro, the attention towards the north, all of the teams that are so far out that have the longest way to go.
I mean, just look at this teams in the top right. Squad 3 and Squad 4 battling it on out. Over here, just in the quarry, it's just the Battle of Narnia I'm watching going on through, because whoever wins this, you now have to go across so much map just to try and get into zone. And even then, probably by the time you get to zone, it's going to pull again and you have to keep moving. So, in my opinion, you either finish this fight early or you get out of here. And it looks like for Squad 4, they're going to be the one to get a little aggressive. Flex to go, finds Big Z. It's just going to be hustle. Trying to make an exit right now. Can you find any loot? Can you find any crates on your way on out of here? Maybe to find the cash to get a buyback on your way through. I don't know if you can. Looks like maybe for right now, Leo's going to be in the gulag. And for Funzy Squad, well, you get a nice easy gulag. You come back on in top airport.
Struck in your face, chosen down below, and well, here comes Funzy, right? Just constantly parkouring, taking some damage, but no worries, it'll heal right back up. But we're honestly, I think we're just playing for audio because he knows they're underneath.
A lot of movement.
They're loud.
A lot of sound cues.
You know that's so loud for Funzy.
Yeah, he's gonna get an idea. You got some people underneath you. I mean, they are just gonna, I think, just kind of play out more towards the garage side for the time being. But for Funzy, he's just, yeah, he's playing a little bit away from the teammates. It's, I don't know, maybe concerning, but they do find their way to a vehicle. They're trying to get on out of here. Funzy will probably send some shots down range, maybe. He's gonna hit the zip and really not have an angle.
Yeah.
Okay.
His teammate does. I was like, this isn't even worth it. They're already gone at that point. And now you know that that vehicle from down below is completely gone. They're going to share some cash, probably buy a UAV here to have for the rotation, which is quite respectable. But we'll tune back in with them later. We've got to look here at squad number 11, frolicking in a battle on our hands. Your map 1 winners getting back into it.
Trying to bring it to Team Realize. And I like this swing from Basham. Great job. You get the armor crack yet again. He's just trying to manage to hold all the attention. Nice thermite. I'm watching the kill feed too, Tiff. I think Sloppy Joe just maybe hit a double or triple kill with the thermite as well. I don't know what's in the water today. Everybody is hitting their thermites, it seems like, into this lobby. Just bringing them on down. A nice easy fight for our squad 38. As train station starting to see some action.
Always a contender for a lot of fights here. Z-Puff, though, holding the angle, keeping ADS on par here. You can see Sinister, honestly, they might be leaving. Spring Mine's gonna trigger here, but I love that we minimize our damage taken from that with just diving back out of the doorway. Does this give Sinister and them enough time to rotate on out? This is something that I think this squad on your screen, squad number 27, Tank, realizes, nah, we're not gonna chase that way. We can actually go back into train station and really get on out. Brawl, Mango, Studley. Nice little 3v1 for Hustle, but he's got the high ground. They rip him off the top. Where are the teammates? Leo, gone.
I think Leo is, he's in zone. He might be flying through the air right now. But for Mango FPS, Studley, and Brawl, this is a team that I feel like has just been pure grit right here, Tiff. We've seen them have some success. We've seen them be on the opposite end. And for right now, it's just about trying to get on in. Can you get the tap? No. Self-revive will come on in on Mango. Now Brawl just doing everything he can to try and sprint his way into zone. It's just not enough. I mean, look at this. It's Scopes on the other side, who is just piecing apart this team left and right. The self-revives are coming on in. Finally, the damage is enough. Studley will surge on forward, gets confirmation. Scopes taken on down for now. But here's the problem, Tiff. Just south of where that fight happened is the other 2 members of Scope's team, being Knight and Rumble XL. So you know they're going to be trying to gatekeep as much as they can on that team that just took down their teammate.
I don't believe they made it out because you have to realize they burned through the self-res. They're all 3 in the Gulag, couldn't make it out of the gas. Now Studley versus Gum in Gulag, which is going to be a formidable foe, right? We were talking about that roster a ton coming into this, and Studley just absolutely burns them. Gives them 4 kills. You talk about grit. This is what you have to do if you want to keep your dreams alive of making it to land.
Well, winning your Gulag is definitely a very solid way to do that. We see one player win there, Brawl, going in on theirs. Could literally double your kills just by winning this Gulag. You still have a lot of game left to play. We're only on to the final moments of Zone 3. Thermite on the top of Brawl. And the answer back with his own. Just see if you can get any sort of maybe audio cue on where to throw this Thermite. A little bit errant throw forward. Comes on in the middle. Oh, just kind of trying to tap, maybe get any sort of connection there. Slides on out. Great movement from Brawl against Goated Dave. So that's Gum and Goated Dave taken down by 2 members of the same team. Have to kind of wait and see where maybe Johnny Bro is at. See if he can maybe stay alive for the time being. But unofficial scores on the right side of your screen here, folks. You can see currently leading the lobby. Team Chosen currently with 90 kills. Am I reading that right?
You are, but I don't think that's real.
I'm right there with you. Okay, unofficial scores. Unofficial scores is what we're being told. But either way, we saw some 45s there as well, right? So definitely something to keep in mind that when it comes to like our second, third, fourth, that they are definitely also kind of a lot of these top teams sitting around, 40 plus total kills.
I mean, you've got squad number 22, Blatant, still aggressive, still moving in, looking Mad Max style. Just on the outskirts of Promenade, on board with Chosen. Definitely a few kills across them, maybe 2, 3, 2 total. So definitely not 90, but that's okay. That's why it's unofficial. But I like that we're situated over here at Promenade, because after we got off that map view, there's one thing I learned is that we're returning back to the southwest side of things. So if you've made it to hospital, if you've made it to train station, here at Promenade is the way to go. Thomas on 3. Delirious and Scenics working together to break down that squad number 25. Trixie Vibe is going to be the first to fall. Threading the Thermites straight through. Honestly, it might be Thermite Zone, Dandro. Not Warzone any longer.
So we've got there a couple iterations of metas here of people love saying Smoke Zone, DM10 Zone. Oh, yeah, I think you're right, though. We might be on Thermite Zone. Yet again, just trying to catch people left and right. Able to keep all 3 of these players up here if you are Team ETC, and you are just doing a great job of just kind of pushing forward on these 2 different squads. You cleaned up one very quick, very easy, and now you're trying to go for it again. One thing I love that they're doing, they're throwing thermites and then using a smoke to block off the other line of sight, so that way they can manage to sort of isolate some of these players, because that's exactly what they're doing right now. Delirious slides on forward into that hallway. Thomas is on the outside. He's trying to take a fight. Can he do it? No, he can't. But I think more importantly, I don't know if Thomas was able to stay alive or not. No, Autorize is actually going to be the one to clean it on up. You lose Thomas in those back-to-back fights, and I may be okay with it, just given just how quick they happened one after the other. But more importantly, you managed to get some decent kills on the board.
At least I believe Thomas does have the Gulag, because you're right. Team Zepti is just kind of on that western side of train station. And if they could have preserved that life for them, it would have been nice. But if you're going to burn the Gulag, let it be now before the Gulag closes. We're on to this with 30 teams remaining here in game number 5. See where the circle decides to pull who's going to get the benefit of the doubt. Do we think Smixie called this one right? Because right now she's 4 for 4, and I would imagine that she's probably spot on with this one. Same with Team Zepti and that Blatant roster.
Well, we didn't get her prediction, but if there's anything I'm going to bet this Smixie got right, it's probably where Zone is pulling, being the competitor that she is. Seeing it pull all the way far side to train station. I'm kind of curious if this is that one that lands kind of on the south of train, where you kind of have some of the sort of woodlands to one side of it, and then you have just the edge of one of those trains that's there. I wonder if we'll be kind of going over towards that side. But one thing that is for certain is right now train station is starting to become a hotbed of activity, as we start to see Next Gen Hitman. He's going to land at the top, and Willie T, Autorize, and Zepti, they have a strong idea where this player is. But for Next Gen Hitman, I mean, he's kind of got the ultimate height, unless they miraculously hit like a triple sky thermite on top of him. He is probably safe for the time being, can maybe net some decent placement points.
Never give Hitman ultimate high ground on you. I don't know if he's gonna peak any way, shape, or form. If I were him, I would just be playing for some nice placement, right? But that's still scary to have him just living and taking up space there. I'm getting word that Clutch Belk's team is full dead. They were 24th coming into this map, which is gonna leave them with one final game to try and advance straight into regional finals.
Yeah, that is tough, right? You do not want to be in 24th if you are that team. You're kind of cutting it a little bit close. Reminder, folks, it's top 25 will qualify to our regional final. Next 15 will go to the LCQ. If you're not one of those 40 teams, unfortunately, you're going to be sitting at home watching the rest of the competition. So for a team like Clutch Belk, currently sitting in 24th, I mean, if you have a bad game 6, you might be one of those squads. We'll have to wait and see. One of these squads who's definitely not going to have that problem is at the Autorize. Willie Teed been doing such a great job, and you see all of these players flying on in. A helicopter gets thrown. You're just throwing shots down range with the SWAT 556 in hand. And you can see there is another squad not too far away from them either underneath. But right now, you just have to be just maybe a little bit patient.
Love that we're still like constantly checking in with Hitman there. Otter Eyes kind of scopes in on him, still wants to see, make sure he's just inactive up there. But for now, we'll check in with TJ, Future is Game, and Foulnuts. You can see where they're rotating in from that hospital side of things, and they'll have open terrain on the other side of this, but you've got to clear out squad number 10. We talk about how scary they can be when it comes to fighting, and quite frankly, yes, definitely take a different way into train station. Take that staircase. You're going to go up to the second floor. You'll have the openness to the left, which is exactly where they are. You can see Mayapo in the distance popping around. And we're just going to slow walk up.
I mean, just look at how many teams are currently sitting here at train station. It's starting to pull even closer. So we see a number of teams trying to make their way from sort of this north side. Maybe you can gain any amount of space at any of the layers here at train station. We can see on the bottom here, that's where Future has game. Almighty TJ, Foulnuts is kind of where they've decided to play. Mayapo and Devo, they've dropped and want to lurk alongside this outside area. Do they have enough to go for the buyback? I don't think they do. Just shy of $750. They can manage to find just a stack of cash. It would be great. Maybe you can take a fight against somebody. I know that's a little bit risky, but it was the best way to find some cash. If you can't get it out of a crate, take it off somebody's body.
True.
That team can definitely make it happen. Start to see this fight break on out here, Tiff. Here on the outside, some great shots opening up from Mayapo. Slides across, gets a little bit lost into the chaos here, and he is dropped. And I don't know if Vonbot was as well. I didn't see a full wipe, but for Foulnuts, Future has game, and Almighty TJ, that's not a bad fight to win. You can see it looks like they lost Almighty TJ in that scuffle, but buy station at train, they're able to get it back on in.
Cloudy's, Nobi, Spartan, Ak. They need a big game also. They've got IHOP. People are going to look to take it away from them as you see someone barricades right through the door. There goes one, gets the knock. We don't have a lot of health. We somehow finesse our way into the line of sight of 5 different teams. IHOP now looking like a danger zone. Sure, util crate down. In between all of these loadouts for cover, we're biding our time. Get to top 20 and, well, that's a different multiplier.
I mean, Nobu's just found himself in the middle of all of these loadouts. Just going to try and snake them. Maybe see if he can squeak out just one more kill or not. Try and fight his way potentially towards that buy station at train. Nothing's going to be there. Invest of Smoke has one more that he manages to find on the ground. Dedicated melee is out. Hopefully gives him the speed he needs to dodge some of these bullets. Just barely away from being able to get into the zone. He has the cash to get at least one buyback. Unfortunately for you, none of your teammates have the cash to also get one back on in, so you might be good for one. Skiliosis, get you some Macedo. They're on the outside looking in. All of these teams from the south here, Tiff, they are having such a tough time trying to get into the zone. You have to go through so many different teams, but you also might be blessed just a little bit. Shots from Skiliosis.
Do we get this res? We do. Okay, but shots are still incoming, which means we're being gate kept. Bozo finishes off squad number 16, 17 just on the outside. Look at that blatant roster. Our map number 4 winners are going to be the gatekeepers of the realm of this map. For now, though, the boys could clean house. Nobu Spartan does do a little damage there to kind of fend off any pushes to his little shack.
I like this, though. I actually fully agree with this play. Play alongside this outer side of zone. Try and clear out this as much as you possibly can. You manage to find Rocket. Bozo gets dropped as well. He gets stuck with a thermite, but thankfully, the teammate is there for the res. You don't got to commit a self-revive just yet. Smokes going across, up over the wall. You just barely made it into the zone. But you can see there's so many of these squads around and swinging. It's Ames. Oh my God, he lines them on up. That LC-10 hits like a truck, and especially when you can just shoot him straight down range. You worked so hard if you were the boys just to try and get into zone, just for Ames to go huge. Currently sitting on 9 right now, Tiff.
I've got to give a shout out to our map 1 winners here. They're constantly doing everything they can to get themselves into that end game. And guys, homie's a 9-to-5er. Basham is literally going to have to wake up and go to work tomorrow. And you know what? I'm going to be a lot happier clocking in at a 9-to-5 knowing that I made it to regional finals. But for now, Zepti, Otterize, Willie T, they made it into train station a long time ago. Set the precedent early to say this is our space. Sure, we have to move to the buildings just on the outskirts of this, but we've wrapped up so many kills for the time being, and we found ourselves in a 1.6x multiplier. So this is a stellar game and an even better precision airstrike.
Yeah, Otter gets a double kill with a PA. It makes a wide wrap out into the zone. Unfortunately, I believe they do lose Otter in the process. Willie Teed and Zepti make the trades where they can. Lotus 8, they're waiting. They're here out on the outside, but shots coming on in. Eno, he's kind of like B-Mark by himself. He's trying to make this wrap all the way through, but I think Willie Teed, Zepti, they might have this read. He gets taken on out. Bosham's actually going to be the one that gets it. Willie T finds B-Mark. The thirst is there. They're going to be able to get the res going. One more team needs to drop. 1.8 multiplier looming on the horizon right now for so many of these teams. For Zepti and Willie T, they've been dropped to just a duo. They played so long from train. Can they manage to push on forward?
Scenics down. Scenics back up. Zepti hits the early.
Nobody's alive?
I don't know how Zepti is surviving right now. Out in the open, on the fence line, under the guise of cover. We've moved through the smoke. We're pushing in a 1v2 situation. We whip a couple shots. It's getting windy. And Oasis clutches on up. Can he hit the self-res? Because Nobu Spartan, you're right, he's still up in it. Leaves the shack, grabs more kills, and now falls inevitably into the final 3. Tank, a squad of 3 should be able to have the numbers advantage. They drop on down. They're clean up 1. They're looking for the last member of Team Basham.
And it's just going to be a final few moments.
What?
As they clean up the last final kill. Team Basham, they were looking good. I got to have some credit to Nobu Spartan. He was here in 20th, hanging out in a bunch of loadouts. But Edisty, Crow, Z-Puff, looks like from a nice little high ground position, they are able to clutch it on up here in game number 5. Tiff, these victory moments, they're some of our favorite things to do. Let's see how that came from their position.
I'm here. He's running. Just go up roof. Go up roof. Go up roof with me. Come on.
Okay. I'm with you. There's something up there. Someone's something up there.
No. It's down below us. It's down below us.
I gotta. I think we pushed up the wall. Guys.
Ken, I'm getting as many kills as I can here.
Stay over here. I have no gas. I have to drop down. He's running.
Yeah,
he's 20. Dead. I need smokes. I have some smokes.
3v1.
Okay,
3v1.
He's on the thing right there.
He's broke. He's weak.
Let's fucking go.
That's shit.
See, Tiff, that is how you're supposed to react when you win a game in the World Series of Warzone. Okay? That's the energy I like to hear.
100%. All I see is the Akatsuki logo on the chair, and I'm like, no genjutsu needed. You got 26 points. a massive victory. Your entire tournament has been turned around, and we are talking about average placement per game. That's the roster that came in with the average placement of 4.7. So now converting into the win as we go back towards the last stand, you see Nobu Spartan leave his shack, immediately put that pressure onto Team Basham. Now, if Nobu Spartan falls early on, there's a good chance that we see more than one player being left alive from that roster. But when you go in as a solo and you have the team of 3 towards the left, they clear out 1, they know it's a 3v1, and sure, you can make a valiant effort to have a final stand here, but they're all going to push from multiple angles, and it's a simple cleanup to get yourself that 2x multiplier.
Yeah, great job from them to be able to kind of just play from that side, realizing, hey, we understand there's no real god height, there's no real maximum position we can have, but there is a little bit of height, and with that, it's all they need to try and clear out the rest of that lobby. Yeah, Nobu, I think, overheated just a little bit there at the end, but the fact that he's able to push on forward, we initially see the rest of his teammates go down. He's in 20th, and he makes it all the way to be, I think, top 3, top 4, at least gets that 1.8 times multiplier. That's what matters at the end of the day. I mean, Tiff, game number 5 is just delivering, and we only have 1 game left, so let's go ahead. Let's get Goj, Dream, and Smixy back on in here to help break down that game, because I know there's probably a lot of different, pieces of minutia that you guys noticed that we definitely missed while we were just getting loud while everybody's frying up.
Well, hey, my first comment is it's about dang time for Innisty & Co. Good grief. Finally, a big win for them. A 26-point win is a huge one for them. I've been waiting for this team to come online. Innisty, second top fragger in the lower round 1, and that team looked really, really strong in that lower bracket. So great cast from Dan and Tiff as per the usual, but Innisty with a big, big win. I gotta say, though, Smix, you called the train ending yet again. Talk to me about that ending, and then actually rotated out. The last couple zones pulled into Promenade, and it was utter chaos.
Oh yeah, I mean, finally, not an open area ending, which was so fun. I mean, we had 18 teams going into the 6th zone closing in, and there was 8 teams that died in that rotation. It was mayhem. It was so much fun to watch.
Yeah, it really was crazy. That stat is wild. 18 teams, there was like 40 players, 8 full teams die just in the zone closing. I mean, it really was chaos. Here's a look back on some of those highlights. And Dream, again, we'd see these early fights, and it's so funny because in normal Warzone competitions, we're like, hey, your early kills, they set you up because you can kind of play slow in the mid game. But these early kills in a competition of this level, of this type of a cutoff where you're playing for top 25, these early kills are everything. Your gulag fights are everything. We keep saying it over and over again because it's 1 point separating our 25th to 26th squad.
Yeah, with that being so close on the stat line, it is critical to win these engagements as a team. And I mean, we saw Delirious kind of having trouble there, but this squad does a great job at like picking up their trade and getting the cleanup kills. But for some of these teams, though, kind of having some trouble. A little bit of update on the Dream team that we had to kind of shout out. Dying with an advance, that's not something you want to do. Goj as well. Yeah. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Prefers Team Zepti being one of those squads that was set up and posted up early, I believe, in that center zone by train station, right? Having that height advantage. That is super important. Ultimate height, though, you got to be careful not to get shot depending on where you're at.
Well, I was really impressed with Zepti's squad because yet again, they make the perfect call on the rotation. They go train early, they get the 5th zone pull, and then this is where the utter chaos ensued. We're in 6th, rotating in, closing into the 7th, and look at that, we're already down to 11 teams. You do see Ames go big again, picking up Cito on the rotation in, but this is what was crazy. Somehow Zepti's team, yes, they had high ground on train, but then we get to a nearly top 5 situation, and their backs are quite literally up against the only wall they can find on the map. Yet somehow, some way, they're able to stay alive. Nobu plays a bit of spoiler. They still get top 5, which is a huge boon for them. But then the last team of 3 alive, they played patient, they take high ground, and then they clean everything up with a trade at the end. A great map for them, and they definitely needed it. Let's take a look at these standings. Obviously, the teams at the top, Team Zepti, had an absolute banger of the game. They're going to overtake and take 1st place. But Smixy, talk to me about some of the rest of the teams you're seeing on this leaderboard, because the top 10, looking about what we expected. You can see Basham's team mushed all the way up into top 5, but it's time to take a look at some of our teams past the top 10 where it really starts to matter.
Oh yeah, like I love seeing Thomas up there. I mean, they were really struggling in the first half of this, and they really brought it back second half. Amazing to see them in 12th right now. Who else is on here? Finesse. I mean, they were really high up there and they kind of dropped down. So.
Yeah, and here's a look at NSD. And this is what I was saying. It's about dang time. I mean, Dream, it's about dang time, and it barely got him over the hump. I mean, they're in 21st place right now. If they drop like a goose egg or even like a 2-point game or something like that, there's a chance they don't qual. Look how dang close it is on this bubble. I mean, literally a single point between 25th and 26th. But even if you do the math from 21st all the way down to 27th is about 10 points. That is very easy to jump if you're not careful. If you drop a goose egg, you drop a 5-point game, you are not safe. You've got to do everything it takes. And Dream, take me through the rest of this.
Yeah, I think we even saw it. What was that? Clutch Belkin 27th. I mean, a lot of the teams that we shout out again still in that bubble, but hey, the Dream team again sitting in 33rd. Trouble in paradise, and it really comes down to your positioning. I mean, at one point we saw them downtown kind of in like a 3-2-1 position, but it just really seems like I just don't know how you die with an advanced UAV as a squad. What are we doing there? Is it comms? I don't know, but carrying on through the bottom, like half of the leaderboard here. Goj, are you seeing any surprises specifically, or is this kind of like what we expected? Because there's one player, Freddy at least. I thought maybe we'd be a little bit higher, sitting at 22.6 points.
Yeah, it's funny because we've actually seen some decent team fight moments from Young Money, Vale, TTP, and Smokey. We've seen them on main a couple times, but besides the one team fight that they pick up at the beginning of their map, they're really not getting much more than that. And all of a sudden you look up, you're going into the last map, you've got 22 points and you need to be over up probably about 45, or actually at this point a little bit higher than that based on our metrics right now. Back against the wall is the most tame way of saying it. I mean, Smix, as a competitor, what do you do at this point? What is the plan going into the final map of the day?
I mean, at this point, it's just do or die, right? Like, you just have to send something and just pray that it works. I mean, I'm really surprised to see Hustle's team down there. They came into this 3rd seed. They had 40 points in the last one that they played. And now they had, what, 18? So I'm not too sure what's going on over there. But that team has the potential to do good. They're just not playing to their potential today.
Yeah, and again, it's a brand new lobby. It's a brand new way to play this game with everybody on your draft spots. You got to change everything up. It is wild out here. We're going to take a very short break here in the booth before we bring you the last game of lower bracket round 2 here for North America. You're not going to want to miss this one.
It's been 5 games, Tiff. You got one more game to make it happen. If you haven't done it now, well, guess what? This is your last chance to do it. You have to go big, or for some of these teams, they are going home. I love the breakdown Dream did right before we went of what do you make happen? My question to you is, we've seen a lot of 6-game series. Game 6 for us, usually always a bloodbath. You think we're going to see the same thing here today?
I think so. I think we're going to see a lot of people look to point sponge and just honestly end the lobby as quickly as possible with as many kills, because here's the deal. If you can cut out a team that I'm not going to say like you're nervous of, but if there's a heavy hitting roster that you can push into the LCQs and almost guarantee that you don't have to face them later, then you might as well full send it. But for the bottom 10 teams, this is your last chance. This is your road to land. This is your road to the LCQ, where you can have the wild card moment, where you can really let it all out on the line, Dandro. So let's go ahead. Let's get into drop number 6.
For some of our teams, it is a song of slaughter. For others, it is all about a serenade of survival. Being able to stay alive here in game number 6 in order to make it to that regional final, to make it to that LCQ, and to make it away from their demise. We're already seeing some quick fights here off the drop as we are landing on in. And I'm seeing, yeah, Cash bringing the energy to lurk already. We can see this is a third party bound to kickstart game number 6.
Look, give it to us. We knew it was going to be frenzied, and that's what I expect for our rosters. Just hang on and try to do your best. But that was a really despicable plane line for a lot of our players that are looking to go up north. People are going to be hovering for a very long time if they want to get to airport or even military base. Find your vehicles, hit your rotations. In the meantime, CTE Sports, that squad number 11 on your screen, is trying to clean up multiple squads in the vicinity, but squad number 40 has a player coming back from the gulag that's going to be able to give information to the teams on your screen.
Hey, this is a squad that we said needs to have a good map. They were like 24th going into that last map, and I think I saw they were 27th, 28th coming out of it. That's there. And look who's on the other side. It's Basham. It's a team that's been looking great all day long. Clutchbelk here at the top. He's going to be able to find Cash, who's going to go ahead, just kind of peek their head, unfortunately cut on it down. Now, with some of those shots, do we see our squad 38 get active? No, they're actually going to go ahead, back on up. If Belk is a little bit observant here, he might be able to catch them on the rotation. Maybe Zombie and Royal Eyes can join him at the top if they need to. Down at train station, though, it's yet again a consistent battle between Knight, Rumble XL, Scopes, taking on Arbiter and co.
Ooh, nice drop down. Rumble hitting the replate. Knight has to push on in, which I'm not gonna lie, this is one of my least favorite plays to make in train station. This stairway down below. Scope's getting all the information via audio. But I like that we're waiting to push together because you have strength in numbers. Grabs one, sets your sights inside.
Careful.
Not gonna focus on the full. Knight, Rumble, both down. The jump comes in, and Arbiter with an insane clutch in game number 6, showing you just how he found all of those kills throughout prior lobbies, Dandro. Oh my God.
Wow. Okay, I think we're starting to see how he was maybe the top fragger of lower round 1. Golly. That's a huge, huge team fight to win against a very good team. That could be the kickstart they need to feel very confident about this game number 6, Tiff. And if you are Knight, I think they've done enough here today. They had some pretty solid points on the board. They should be able to be okay, but I do see Rumble loses the gulag as well. I mean, you just nobody can feel safe right now.
I don't feel safe. And I'm sitting here on the desk witnessing the action happen in game. Clutch, Funzy, and co. Super spooky. Good angles. Squad number 34, you can see the one solo down on the low ground, probably hitting tents and kind of finessing their way through airport, looking for a regain. Stable J, Strixie, Baba Huff. Could be an interesting fight, as you can just see. Stable trying to get closer, but Patience leaving you out in the open. The knock through the smoke. I'm loving these early engagements.
Yeah, just being able to have that gun in the back pocket. He only had about 4 or 5 bullets. That's all it takes when you're trying to go at. You clean up Stable J. It's not going to be enough for Clutch Funzy. You can see, though, airport starting to become a hotbed of activity. A couple different teams on the outside here. We watch Stable J go down. Baba Huff going to fall at the hands of Clutch as well. You managed to find this other team that has decided to roll on up. I said game 6 is sometimes a bloodbath here, Tiff. We're already losing one team off the map. Done, dusted. They are gone. And we are just barely into zone number 1.
Yeah, 5 minutes into the map. Completely out. Funzy still trying to finish the hunt onto that Stable J roster. Strixie here, we drop down straight on him, and it'll 2v1, safety in numbers. Another kill to their tally. All this does, though, is they get the low ground now, and a team has completely moved into it for Leo, finding themselves not in a good position on the leaderboard and definitely on the ground. 1 plate to their name. We're gonna have to win this fight under the smoke. And quite frankly, your team has sacrificed you.
They really have. And look who it is. It's the winners of that last map. They're looking to continue some of that momentum off of the win. They group up. They push on forward. Leo doing a great job playing this rock.
Okay.
Trying to put this SOG to work. Is able to find one. Okay. Crow taken on down. Goes for the reload. It's not going to be enough, but thankfully for you, your teammates, they have a great angle. Sitting up here in the sky. You can see.
Wait.
SWAT 556 going to work.
Hustle very far back. I know he's got a sniper in his hand, and I love that we can just retreat. We have plenty of cash to be able to hit the redeploy, so not too worried. We'll get Leo back into the things, and there you go. There's the buyback, but it's also going to be the signal flare for the roster that was just hunting you down, that you just sent the buyback. You can already see them closing the distance there on the mini map, but for that roster that just won map number 5, well, Crow in the gulag against Devo.
Huge. Yeah, I'll say this is a huge win for either team right now. And Devo slides on forward. Crow, L1R1. You get the shots on in, you get the armor crack, and now you just need to try and finish the job that's here. But Devo doing a great job being a slippery little snake, getting out of harm's way.
Wait.
The shots going through. Can you find them? The melees are going on in. Devo, he can't connect. Crow wins the gulag.
Why was that so scary? Like, all I know is that man was just jumping, diving all around. Let's see if Dynasty has any luck as well. So far, way more calm than the last one.
Sure.
Oh.
Shots.
It's okay, though. Sure.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You get it?
No, don't try this. Don't do this. Okay.
Oh!
Okay. My man.
I also just want to say that is, I think, gulag number 4. We have watched Mango FPS lose in Zone 1. I'm not really tracking official stats on that, but it just feels like very early on when we tune into a gulag, Mango FPS is on the other side and is not really doing too great. That one got a little dicey very quick.
Don't call him out like that. What if Mango's just having a bad gulag day? We all have those, right?
Listen, he's doing better than I would be doing in this lobby, okay? I'm not going to sit here and say I'd be doing better, but maybe if you were able to make it the LCQ, let's focus on winning the ones in the gulag, get some free points on the board, like Z-Puff is going to try and do right now against Void.
Okay. Similar to what we just witnessed. We're dancing around the center. We've already expended our thermite. He's like, come on, egging him on, trying to get him closer, and well, not gonna win that. Good for you though, your teammates have already done that. However, your teammates back on Verdansk have already fallen down, so we are in absolute shambles for that roster that has just won, and for Grits lost. A squad wipe netted to them. Can we get the clutch up? Pistol in hand, smoke down. Rez coming in, but you've got 2 different squads surrounding you, and we're okay for now.
Yeah. I think you're going to be able to hit loadout, stabilize a little bit. One of the squads, you can see Clout starting to make his way away. I think he saw maybe that fly-in come on through. I believe he knocked Crow before NSD can maybe get his feet on the ground, so he realizes it's a 2v1, says, I really like my chances on that. Let me go ahead and let me back on up. So that fight's happening. You can see across the way, you got Famous Kima trying to be able to maybe get some damage down range, but Tiff, yet again, we are just losing teams left and right. We are already have only 41 teams remaining just as zone number 2 comes to a close.
I mean, we lost 1 team by 5 minutes into the map, so now halfway through, we're doubling it down to 10, and you've lost another 6. It's not as frenzied that I thought it would be, but it's definitely a quicker pace of what we've witnessed prior, and honestly, the zone bouncing back instead of committing to a different area. So we're still going towards that northeast. No one's in Quarry. So for all the teams that are looking to get mixy where we currently are, squad number 18, this is that southwestern side of things. There's gonna be multiple teams that are in that area, and squad 22, the closest to Quarry itself. We're on the outskirts and we're still working our way up.
Yeah, I don't, you can see Scenics has spotted Amnesty by themselves. Some great shots here on the top, playing on this roof, just playing either side, and Well, with NSC going down, I do believe that is going to be that squad who just won map number 5, wiped off the map. I don't think that they are here anymore. I could be wrong. Sometimes Codcaster likes to juke us, but I think we saw most of them go to the gulag and come back on out. So taking on down. We'll try and keep an eye, though, down towards train station, Tiff. Like you mentioned, there is a lot of fighting going on and a lot of fighting amongst teams that are right on the fringe right now. Maybe we can go take a look at what's going on some of those squads, because everybody's just trying to fight for a spot on the inside.
A little peeksy with CTE. I mean, I know they'd already found some knocks. You got Futurist Game, Almighty TJ, MG Effect. Honestly, CTE maintained position. They're the third party to the situation. Over here at Twins, this is a great way to stay healthy. Sure, we get the knocks, but can we grab the fulls? It looks like Clutch Belk is able to grab one. Reals is going to be able to finish the touches on that roster, but Arbiter, if he's nearby this, things are going to get scary.
Royal Eyes playing from above, getting some good shots on in. You make a good point that I think if any of these other teams just kind of look on up, they could play spoiler. You're just kind of waiting for the time being right now. Belk doing a great job. He's finding even more. He's able to bring down Future. He's able to get the full. I think that's going to be the opening that you're looking for. Pushes on forward. Blast Trap will stop you in your tracks for now, but Belk could go on the south side. He's going to hit the Ascender. He's going to try and work from the top down while your teammate tries to pincer on in. Can you manage to find one more?
TJ grabs the knock on Arbiter. This is going to allow him a clean line of sight. He's already on 5. Oh, the power thermite. I'm ready for that to work, but it doesn't, and that's okay. So here's the deal. I say we completely clean house here, because don't let them get the res onto Arbiter. This is going to be where people do not get their fools, and it can be a negative, especially here for CTE. But you know what they have? They have the buy station. So if they have the cash, which Clutch Belk definitely does, they could grab a UAV, find information surrounding this, and totally turn the fight in their favor.
Yeah, you see they're going to hit that buy station, probably just buy a quick UAV. You still have Team 28 lurking on the outside as well. You managed to take mostly a good fight against one, and now you're trying to bring it to the other. Sliding around, maybe looking for a different angle. You are split, and they can isolate. Royal Eyes here. You're going to make this a 3v2 and make it a little bit easier for you.
Oh, Arbiter. They were able to stick the res, and they are on 4 kills. So now back up and trying to keep the pressure. This is an interesting fight here, because I do believe one member of that Almighty TJ roster was able to get out. It might have been Foul Nets, but they've just left. Now it's a 3v2. A Zombie is going to be the opening one to fall. Clutch Belk and now Royal Eyes need to stand their ground, but you already see Royal Eyes disengaging. I'm not sure if they had the cash after expending it on the UAV to go ahead and hit a buyback, or if Zombie does have the gulag. But the way they're acting, it looks like we need more cash and a buy. Wait, Zombie's back up.
Oh, it might have got the res. Okay, yeah, Belk, he's brought back on up. He has a great angle onto one. The armor crack is there yet again. Over here at Twins, Tiff, here's my only sort of issue. Yeah, you're trying to take this fight. You are trying to be able to get these kills, and I think Clutch Belk is maybe realizing what I was just about to say. Zone's about to start pushing this team on in. You have a long way to go to get into zone. You got to start moving sooner rather than later. You know you're going to have this team at your back, but it's not going to be too difficult just to kind of, all right, let's keep turning our time. Turning our sights around us. Try and maybe pick them off if we can, but you got to start moving earlier. If you have any car that's near you, great. Grab that vehicle, get into zone, because you can see where this is moving. It's moving up towards that top right, towards that quarry side. And I wonder if this is going to potentially be maybe that out in the open, the kind of type of zone yet again.
All I know is I do not envy this rotation, but look who has a vehicle. Squad number 28, Obsidian, Realize, Arbiter. And I don't care because they're just going to look to get as far north as humanly possible, but not before they go south to get out of the line of sight for this CTE roster. They've got squad number 7 out towards their left, but everything is open. And I'm assuming we used all of our resources on that last fight, so we have no smokes for the rotate. And if we're on the cusp, mind you, we fell in 24th early on in game number 4, which means we're still on that threshold, that bubble, in order to make it into the regional finals for CTE.
Void gun praise. Another squad that we've seen mixed success with all day long. Just trying to be able to make their way on in. Big C, Leo, and Hustle, they're in this fight against Stable J. And they make it happen. That's a great thermite to go down there. Can you manage to find another one? I don't know if you can. Big Z is able to back on up. Meet back on with Hustle. Self-revive is able to come on through from Leo. Can you take this fight from a different angle? It's such a good job from Stable J right now, just kind of consistently floating back and forth. Unfortunately, letting them stabilize in this fight was probably the worst thing that you could do. Jay takes some damage. He's actually going to go ahead and back on up. I mean, if you are Stable J and Strixie right now, I think you definitely don't want to poke the bear too much.
You really don't. Especially when you're not finding yourself in a solid position on the leaderboard, and same with CTE. Pretty sure they're 27th prior to this match. I would hate for you to end game number 6 and miss out on regional finals by 1 placement.
You know what's going to happen, though.
Someone's going to do it. Someone's going to miss it by 1, find themselves in the LCQ and having to score inside the top, 5? Rely on a wild card? Arbiter? At least you make the buyback. Get your teammates back on in. Obsidian realize they've got the cash. And quite frankly, you want information from them, but you want them to live.
And look who's been able to make their way just into the edge of zone. CTE, they lost Royal Eyes in the process. But here they are. So just holding on line.
Yikes.
We're going to be keeping our eyes out and letting you folks know if we have any of teams that are on the bubble that are just trying to survive.
So nervous for this roster. Look how many teams are ahead of them at TV Station. You got squad number 30, the remnants of squad number 7, Arbiter, Obsidian. Everything that they've done to get themselves into the mix here for the end game. The rotation, they're on the south side. They can gatekeep if anyone wants to roll through, but Arbiter, you may be a top fragger in lower round 1, but you cannot be a solo hero on a staircase.
Not just yet. Void seemingly now the only one. Watching Willie Teed and the kill feed go a little bit crazy. Void spots this player and says, all right, hey, nobody's using this? It's mine now. Let's go ahead. Give it to me. Just like that, Zombie. He's going to be the one to stay alive. Finds Aiden taking on down squad 47. They're still here at TV Tiff. You have to be really careful if you are a Zombie, because Clutch Belk going to go to the gulag.
Hear me out, Dan.
Be able to try and make it. And he doesn't. Wait, Belk loses the gulag against Arbiter.
Not good, right? Because hear me out. There were 5 points outside of 25th place for the regional finals. NSD, he went down early on. They were 21st. So it's going to kind of crack open the bubble for regional finals. And you would hate to die out early on. You're forced to sit back, watch this lobby go through, and everyone look to leapfrog over you. If you're a Zombie, plenty of cash, no buy stations in a neighboring vicinity. You have 3 kills, not in a high enough multiplier to make all the work that you guys have done do enough to leapfrog. You have a team of 3 hunting you down, and just like that, did you do enough?
Well, we're gonna wait to get all of those scores on in, because this is gonna come down to the wire as we start looking at some of the teams that are still here and how this zone is shaping on up. We're gonna be playing on the outside of Quarry. That is for certain. You see a number of squads who are just trying to gate their way into zone. A couple other teams who have laid claim to some buildings already, saying, please come try and take it. Good luck for Arbiter, Obsidian, and Realize. This has been a fantastic regain from them. The fact that we just watched Arbiter win a gulag against Clutch Belk, help keep his team on in it, is absolutely beautiful. End of zone 4 here, Tiff. 27 teams remaining.
I'm gonna need some plot armor for this roster if they want to make it into regional finals. Oh wait, Zombie had gulag?
He still has gulag.
Holy.
He's still alive. He's not dead yet. Living up to his name. Rising from the dirt. Can he do it? Jack PDW in hand. We thought he was taken out. Still had a gulag, but get you some is gonna win it. And actually now finally eliminate them out of this lobby. Wow.
Tough. That's okay. We sit back. We wait. Attention goes to Arbiter. Obsidian realize. Look how many teams are around them. That is not a mini map I want to see from Codcaster for a team that is on the cusp. Sloppy Joe, Asterix, Steezy Mac. I mean, we've seen some big plays out of them throughout our 6-game series. And especially this team on your screen, the boys, get you some, the one who just ended Zombie's journey here in game number 6. No plates, gulag weapons. Cito, last alive now. It's dangerous, but you gotta do what you gotta do, and I love this.
Hey, you know what? If he's able to get to top 20, Tiff, and get to that 1.4 times multiplier, it's better than nothing, right? At least has secured at 1.2, and I think has been able to do it just like that. What has me concerned though, Tiff, Squad 34 just got wiped. That was a team that was on the bubble. One of our potential bottom 10 teams that may be going home, will not be moving on to LCQ, will not be moving on to regional finals. Going out very early in this game could be what makes the difference. Now, they did get to the 1.4 times multiplier, so they got to this point with a decent number of kills. That could be it. That could be all they need, but we won't know until the dust is settled. Squad 31, they're wiped. That's a squad that also was in a similar situation. We're starting to see the pressure get applied to some of these teams that needed to have a fantastic game number 6.
And you see the next pull come through. Sniper, Villain, Unlimited. This is the squad that found themselves at the bottom, right? A comeback of a century is needed. Can we preserve Unlimited? At least go into the end game as a duo. You're in 16 teams alive, so we're starting to climb up in the multipliers, and we've got a couple of kills, and quite frankly, open pickings here for squad number 47. A good thermite connects for plates. The knock coming in. This could be 2. A misplay.
Unfortunately, not able to stay alive. It's just going to be Unlimited. Has the cash. If he can get to a buy station, double buyback could come here, but it's a slide on out. Unlimited taken on down. It's just 3 teams shy of a 1.6 times multiplier. Arbiter, Obsidian, realize they're still here, Tiff. They came into this map 24th, and I think they're just realizing, hey guys, if we just get a decent number of kills and we get to that 1.8 times multiplier, we might do it off of that. We might make it to the regional finals just playing like that. For other squads, though, it is about trying to make a statement. For Bonbon, gets a little bit too aggressive out in the gas. He's taking on down. This big blue building is the definition of layer cake that we got going on right now. 4 or 5 teams on the inside. Everybody just trying to hold on by a thread. Top 10 is here, 1.6 times multiplier.
Look at this. Multiple squads. Look where we pull. Not a single soul in that next zone. Strixie down and out thanks to Supra. But look who's gonna make the push. Sloppy Joe. Here to get messy. Doesn't have to be pretty, but as long as it gets you on to the next stage, and yeah, it's gonna be punishing.
Great read right there from Steezy Mac to be able to find Supra, trying to do a nice little hop up. And look who activates from the outside. It's his teammates, Asterix and Sloppy Joe, clean up Jacob. But all this fighting, this could be what Obsidian, Arbiter, and Realize we're looking for. Sliding on down. It's a fight. It's in the gas. You lose one. Realize bleeding on out, hanging on by a thread. I don't know if you're going to be able to have this Arbiter taken on down. I think it's Obsidian. It might still have a gulag, maybe. Taken on down. I am seeing squad wiped, though. Only 6 teams remaining. Tiff, one more needs to go to be into the 1.8.
You also have Team Zepti left alive. Willie Teed crushing the dreams of others. Rudy, Rabizi, Sunny, sniper in hand. That could go big, especially for an open endgame. Investing lethals straight to where Willie Teed is, but oh my god, they just keep on going. Team ETC in the mix, Blitzy down. Willie Teed? You take down Sloppy Joe? Maybe? But it's Thomas from behind the rock, our two-time winners in a 6-game series, making sure that they can clear house and get another 2x multi here in game number 6.
Gotta give some credit. Sloppy Joe, he was able to make it towards that top 5. That team, they needed those points. They needed to get there. But ETC Thomas doing such a great job of being able to take that game number 6. I mean, man, it came down to the final moments there in that map. We just got the very end of Thomas cleaning that one on up. Let's go ahead. Let's see if maybe this win was a little bit sweeter.
Behind the truck?
Yes. Right with that
You're gonna have to play this rock, bro, to your left. Those rocks. I don't think that's safe. Yeah, this rock.
Watch your left, Tom. I'm pretty sure I saw some guy right here. Hey, I hear him right in front of you. Right here. Nice. Behind you. 1v1. Play it slow, let him fight. Oh. Nice. Good shot, boys.
Good job. Oh, I gotta do this for repost. Psych. Blue balled them.
Well, you know what I love about that? Not the comms, but the layout of that, because you're a solo at that point, right? Thomas is just so focused on remaining in cover, but let's go ahead and dive back in time with just 9 squads remaining. Moving out of this building was quite difficult, but Arbiter, I believe, finds 3 kills alone in there.
Yeah, I mean, tried to do their best. And yet again, huge shout out to Sloppy Joe for being able to stay alive. And we kind of see there that Rudy is also alive alongside Sunny. That was a team that needed some decent points on the board as well. Ooh, it was a nice little play from Sloppy Joe with the vehicle to get on out. Great job. Cito unfortunately gets taken out very early as well. I think that was maybe the 5th team to get taken on out. But just, yeah, a bunch of solos just trying to be able to fight it. I love Blitzy just maybe making the call, doesn't realize Thomas is there, fully flies on in and just tries to maybe Goomba stomp him for the win there. It's just not going to be enough that's going on. But huge shout out, of course, to Thomas, Cynics, and Delirious from being able to take home game number 6. Only team today that took down multiple games here, Tiff. When they won that game earlier, they didn't sound very happy about it. It was only 11 kills and a win, 22 points on the board. Didn't see how many that was, but it seemed like maybe their spirits were a little bit better.
No, I think it was a respectable victory, especially if Thomas is a solo in that pretty difficult endgame. We talked about it being open, but what he did was he avoided the exodus from the building, the chaos, everyone collapsing on each other. And he just, when he won that fight against Blitzy landing on top of his rock, I think that sealed the win condition because he was across the way, open lines aside, and just a really stellar game to remain calm and close it out.
Okay, so what you got to go ahead and do. 6 games done and dusted, my friends. We got the best people in the business to help break it on down. At least that final game, but also the event as a whole. So, Goj, Dream, Smixy, I'm going to be looking at you because I know we had some very, very close scores when it came down to the end of it.
Insanely close, and I gotta say, fantastic calls towards the end there. It was utter chaos, and it was a ton of fun to listen to you both. Great job in the caster booth, and I'm sure we'll see you in some future ones as we bid you farewell. GG's, folks. Folks at home and my analysts, what a crazy day in the office, and what a crazy final map. I gotta say, Smix, gotta go to you first. Quarry, I'm telling you, everybody at home, I'm telling the truth. Smix is calling these zones in the green room by zone 1 every single time. You called for Quarry, it was Quarry. What do you think about Quarry in those offices to the south?
Listen, I was just saying, like, we didn't really have a zone on that right side of the map, and it is so much fun to see a new zone in a new area, so that was a lot of fun. I will say that it was amazing to see a lot of these like lower teams make it to endgame and make these plays that they think that they need to, you know, qualify or get to the next stage. So that was super fun.
Yeah, it was a ton of fun, and it was good that we went to the east side of the map finally. Some fun moments. Obviously, things started off in Quarry and obviously ended there too, which was cool. But it was the battle of the fringe teams. It was the battle of the bubble. These two teams close to each other on the leaderboard. Clutchbox Squad was not assuredly and still not assuredly going to be making it to regional finals. They're right there on the fringe, and that was the story the entire time, Dream. Yes, we saw Zepti and Thomas at the top yet again in the final map, but everybody else that also found their way to end zone were all the fringe bubble teams.
And you saw them getting mighty aggressive as well. But right there, that was a huge win and get some to, you know, of course, knock out Clutch Belt's team. Where gulags are super, super important. But for this warehouse building, y'all, this was insane. I'm like, how many teams are here? Look at Strixie down there at the bottom as, well, Supra did take him out. But you guys, the stretch that it did take for Stable J and his squad to get there, I believe they went, obviously, from regaining almost the whole entire tournament to getting their best placing this last map, 9th place. I believe Stable J, though, he's already looking for a squad. They already broke apart so fast.
That's insane.
That's World Series of Warzone for you.
Yeah, and this is a really cool ending. Again, Thomas, they're the only team to get 2 wins through the course of our 6 games. And Zepti's squad with Willie Teed was 2nd place, which was great for them. But everybody else, Aatrox and Sloppy Joe, big shout out to Sloppy Joe, is getting a lot of love from the casters as well. They were 37th and they get top 3. They needed that bad. There was a chance they were done with World Series of Warzone if Sloppy Joe wasn't able to stay alive. Then Rob Beasy, the other team in orange, they were 36th and they get top 3. Like, these are huge wins for these teams. Really, really fun to watch. But I want to recap the entire day today while we're doing all of the calculations behind the scenes, because again, I promise you, it's going to be one single point. So let's look back to drop number 1. And Smix, I want to go to you. This was a team we weren't expecting to necessarily have a bad day, but we weren't expecting them to win the very first map of the day, Smix.
Yeah, no, I was telling you this off camera again, and I was like, this is a perfect opportunity for teams that we don't know about to make a name for themselves. And it was amazing to see them come out hot. Obviously, they did die down a little bit, you know, throughout the tournament, but to see them start off so strong was a really nice breath of fresh air.
Yeah, and this was a fun one, Dream. I mean, talk to me about this first map and maybe your favorite part of it as we close out some of the highlights of it.
Well, I will say for some squads, let's say for like Scopes Rumble the Night, like that had a decent start. Obviously, we had a reset of the day, but going into map 2, I mean, some teams needed to regain, some teams were uncomfortable, but for squads that played together, and for this game number 2 where we saw more snipers come out right from that game 1, it was truly evil, really setting up a lot of picks, J-Devise and Midi. But from there, I'm not sure exactly where we've seen much after that, but the PA plays, you guys, all day, truly evil started it off with this map number 2.
Well, yeah, and I think this is something, as we look back on game 2, this is something where I always say this in Warzone practice. The players learn and we get to learn in the booth about what's going to happen on that day. I think people very quickly picked up on the fact that snipers are going to have a ton of value here. Obviously, J-Devi's team ends up getting this win. But again, I have to tip my hat to Knight, who off screen picked up a double kill by himself on Finesse's squad, making this a 3v1, making it very free for Truly Evil and J-Devi's to get that map 2 win. So, well done to them. I don't know where they'll fall on the leaderboard, even with a win under their belt. But we go to game 3, and this is where Mayapo, Devo, and Vonba came online. They get out of prison early, and Smix, they tear this lobby to pieces and win the entire east side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, I was on this team's case, to be honest, because I just know the potential of this squad. And finally, I was like, this is what I've been waiting for. Like, I know that this team is capable of dropping games like this all the time, you know?
Yeah, I mean, they absolutely can. I mean, again, Mayapo is 150K earned in this title. Vamba and Devo also some earnings under their belt. This is a really strong team. They just couldn't quite figure out where they wanted to be at any given time of the maps that we played, except for this one. This map just felt different. They had everything going their way. All the teams came to them. They hung out in that circle neighborhood for basically 80% of the map and killed everybody that got anywhere near them. And there were some big hero plays from folks like Zepti, who had a crazy regain. were able to make it to top 10. But this is the final fight. A reminder, Mayapos team's down on the low side of this fight while these two teams fight each other in Monument, technically 3 teams actually, and end up trading blood left, right, and center to make it very easy for Mayapos squad to get the cleanup, less Mayapo, of course. But Dream, we move into our 4th map, and this is where Thomas's team almost frustratingly finally gets their win, and a fun one because of how early they rotated to that racetrack.
A lot of teams needing to set up early, especially as things heated up after map number 3 and into drop 4. Of course, being our map winners for drop 4 and winning the map number 6. Hopefully that was obviously enough to secure and solidify a spot, but for how well they were setting up early, it was truly beneficial. And as you had mentioned, Willie T, Otterize, and co, especially fighting around this hangar area, they seemed to have a lot of regain moments, especially I believe it was Eno. That was another squad that they were running into on those rotations. But in the what was that, the kart racing track, what did that say? Some of these POIs, what are we doing? But hey, drop map number 5 winners. It is Amnesty, Crow, and Puff Goge, and it was heartbreaking to see. I don't think they made it.
It's close, and this is where they finally got on the board. It was something I was just waiting to see because they had such a good lower bracket, and they battled through this map in order to get the victory, end up coming out on top because they pick up the final high ground. You can see them there in that salmon colored Team 27. They've already got position on not ultimate high, but the ultimate high of the new zone. They get there early, and they get paid for it. And as again, this Zepti squad was undeniably just so talented at calling the right plays, but also making plays for themselves, opening up opportunities when it didn't really look like there were any, and they were able to make it into these tough spots and good placement in drop 5. And of course, a great map. We just talked about great map 6 as well, with Thomas getting the back-to-back victories. The only team to get 2 victories in 6 maps here in our lower bracket round 2. So very fun stuff. But I'm getting word. Our champion of the day, confirmed, Zepti squad, and joining us in the booth, my goat Zepti. My man, it's great to talk to you again. I think we met several years ago. I've been casting over your gameplay forever. You all crushed it. Talk to me about how it feels to win this lower bracket round 2.
I mean, we shouldn't really be here in the first place, but you know, it definitely feels good. You know, winning today, you know. I think we just started clicking like towards the end. You know, we haven't been looking that good as a 3, but you just picked it up, won today.
Zepti, of course, congratulations. I know that recently, you know, you just moved from Minnesota to Texas. You know, you got better internet going. But from the experiences that you've had, of course, last year and to this year, and missing out on that day too, what does it mean for you right now just to qualify for regional finals? And, you know, just talk to us a little bit about that experience.
You know, definitely sucked last year, but, you know, kind of like the year before that was kind of rough too. You know, it just feels great to even be, you know, competing, you know, past the group stage, you know, getting a chance at going to LAN. It was great.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are doing really good. I mean, I'm really proud of you guys for how you performed today. I just kind of wanted to know what kind of changed in those last couple maps for you guys. You guys really started to prioritize positioning, and I really want to know who took the lead on that.
It was kind of like a mix between the 3 of us, really, but I think that train rotation when we had the 26 kills, I think it was Otter, me and Otter, pretty much.
Heck yeah, dude. Look, big congratulations again from me. I want to give you one final moment to shout out where people can find you and anything you want to say to your team or your fans or anything like that. Again, I know you said you shouldn't be here, but you are, and you crushed it. You still seized the opportunity, so big congrats to you. Any final shout outs before I send you off?
I just want to shout out my teammates, Willie and Otter. You know, some people, you know, questioned my roster, and, you know, just got to show them, you know, how it's done.
Prove the haters wrong.
I want to shout out my teammates. Yep.
Yeah, hey, a fantastic team. The chemistry's building, and it's paying off, my friend. Good luck in regional finals. I'm excited to see you out there.
Thank you, thank you.
Cheers. Hey, that was Zepti, your champion today. But folks at home, we got some standings ready, and I care about the top 25. So let's get into it. Let's see who, yes, we know who won, but let's see who qualified for regional finals. Dream, I'm going to you. Walk me through the first 10 here.
Well, of course, we just talked to our winner, Zepti Willie T. Outerize, 122.4 at 78 kills. I mean, kind of looking at the amount of slays just going from the 6th place team of Future, Foulnets, and Almighty TJ, they were able to put up 61. So kind of just like looking at the eliminations, of course, staying that consistency, Goj. Man, some of these guys are definitely gonna have to step it up for next week. But going over to this second page on some of the squads that did make it, look at that. 15th, Obsidian, Arbiter, and Realized. They made it through, one of our bubble teams.
Yeah, Smix, talk to me about this list. I mean, look at Raw Beezy. They made it in top 20. They were in 36th.
Yeah, no, I was telling you, when we were watching that last game, I was like, oh my gosh, they're still in the game. Like, this might be the game that they need to push themselves forwards. And yeah, that's exactly what it was. Blitz's team was the same thing too. I was like, my goodness, so many of these teams are alive end game. So the leaderboard did change a lot. But you know what? It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
Yeah, it's about how you finish for some of these squads. They might have been frustrated, but our gasps are absolutely at teams in 25th and 26th. Listen, it's like we know what's going on. We said it was going to be less than a point. I didn't think it would be less than half a point. 0.4 Team Inicity. They shut off streams. They said we're done. They died early in the last map, but they got just enough kills. I think it was 4 in that last game to go from 21st to 25th. But the team in 26th, they were in 27th going into that last map. CTE Esports, that's going to be Zombie, Clutch Belk, and Royalize, miss out on regional finals by 0.4 points. They died about mid-map. They actually had a sizable amount of kills, and unfortunately, it doesn't come back to this single moment, but we saw Zombie in the Gulag for the final fight. If he wins that Gulag, they make regional finals. It's that close every time. Unbelievable stuff. Obviously, some great teams there. Asterix, Sloppy Joe, also not going to be making regional finals. However, I got to throw it to you, Dream, because yes, they might not make regional finals, but we will see these teams in LCQ.
Yeah, we'll see these teams indeed, and I would imagine one of those teams, well, hopefully, Johnny Bro, JD, and Gum have a lot to probably think about and come back on, but Flex to go, too, how strong they started, and Robeezy's team, remember that C4 triple kill wave? Yeah, dude, 34th place, just thinking about how strong they started.
Yeah, dash season as well after a nice late game push, but oh no, Smixy, here are the final teams that we will not be seeing in the rest of World Series of Warzone. Any big surprises here? Any frustrating moments for you?
I mean, I'm really bummed out to see Scrutiny down there. That was a team that I was rooting for. They're a local team for me, so I was rooting them on. So really sad to see them eliminated. Again, Hustle, that 3rd seed, I am shocked, honestly. I don't know what went wrong today, but obviously something did. Same thing with Freddy. I mean, that's a great team too. Yeah, it's probably just a rough day.
Yeah, rough day, killed off Rip. It's a really good shot. They were 3rd seed going into this competition. They were 28th in upper bracket, just barely missed out on making regional finals in upper bracket, and then don't end up going anywhere, not even to LCQ. Is a brutal day for them, but we want to thank all of our competitors for competing. This is the worst part of the show. We got to close things out, but what a great day, a wild competition, and a lot of upsets and good surprises. Dream, I want to go to you for any final thoughts here for the broadcast before we see you in the next one.
Quick, baby. I'm ready for EU tomorrow. And Smixy, you've been a pleasure, by the way. Your queen status. Calling off the zones is insane. Yeah.
Smixy, you absolutely crushed it. First time in the booth, and it feels like you're a veteran. You're calling all the zones, calling all the rotations. Any final words for the broadcast?
No, I just want to thank you guys so much for giving me the opportunity to be here. You guys are so amazing. Thank you guys so much for guiding me through all of this. And yeah, shout out Cito. I'm very proud of you. Good job today.
Heck yeah. Folks at home, we had some great analysts and a great day. I want to remind you that yes, Europe tomorrow, low bracket round 2. That's 1 p.m. Eastern time. You got to tune in. You're not going to want to miss it. You're going to see Dream, myself, and a couple new faces. It's going to be a ton of fun. But as per the usual, I want to close today's show up by reminding you that we couldn't do it without you, the viewer. So thanks for tuning in, and we'll see you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern.